Our main protagonist, Luke, heads out for another decisive battle, flashing that confident grin of someone who commands any battlefield. Before him and his squad, a gigantic flame dragon emerges, roaring fiercely beneath the light of the full moon. Without hesitating for even a single second, the swordsman charges straight ahead at the massive creature with full force. In the rear, the party members provide their necessary support for the clash. The party's elder wizard quickly takes charge of support, shouting commands to hold the beast back at all costs. Swiftly, the priestess begins channeling concentrated mana to cast a powerful enchantment circle. Seizing the opening, Luke leaps remarkably high toward the moon, aiming a finishing blow right at the monster's skull. The group's little fairy cheers excitedly from the back, placing absolute trust in the warrior's overwhelming power. Fully focused on the takedown, Luke knows this is the perfect chance to end the fight once and for all. With a devastating downward strike, he drives his blade into the dragon's head and takes the creature down with ease. With the monster finally defeated, the entire group celebrates in relief after yet another successful, high-stakes hunt. Standing atop the fallen beast's head, our hero sheathes his weapon, just like the legendary protector everyone looked up to. In his mind, those glorious days of friendship and camaraderie would last forever, or so he thought. Later on, gathered around a campfire beneath the dragon's remains, everyone unwound after completing the mission. Luke brings up what their next job might be, while the elder wizard mentions the never-ending stream of beasts. The lovely priestess lets out a warm giggle and reassures them that, with Luke's strength, they will always be fine. The swordsman returns the warmth with a genuine smile, reaffirming that they will always prevail because they stand together. Little did he know, that heartwarming feeling was about to turn into the worst nightmare of his life. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Luke appears with a severe wound right through his chest, losing blood rapidly and completely at a loss. Through the overwhelming pain, he drops to his knees before his own companions in the forest. Instead of helping him, his allies stare down at him with cold detachment, bluntly stating that their paths part right here. Spitting blood and in utter shock, the young man can barely find the words to ask why this is happening. The young mage, L, looks down coldly, remarking that such endurance was only expected from an S-rank fighter. The elder wizard scoffs at the situation, adding that it makes sense why the kingdom itself had placed a bounty on his head. Reaching out with a trembling, blood-stained hand, Luke desperately begs for a real explanation. The priestess looks away, feigning sympathy, and cynically asks him to forgive them for what they are doing. Clasping her hands as if in prayer, she hypocritically claims that this choice hurts them deeply as well. Consumed by betrayal and fury, Luke erupts with anger, shouting at the top of his lungs to demand the real reason behind it all. That is when the plain, harsh truth is laid bare right to his face to them. The warrior was nothing more than a dangerous monster. Luke and always been the nation's sole S-rank warrior, bringing down colossal monsters no one else could even touch. Thanks to his overwhelming might, the monster threats terrorizing the kingdom were practically wiped out. The problem is, now that the wild beasts have drastically dwindled, the fear of the people and the party shifted its target. There was no compassion left in the priestess's eyes, viewing her own ally as the next major threat that had to be eliminated. The elder reminds him that a single dragon can ruin an entire kingdom, and Luke used to take down dragons completely on his own. With a cold, calculating gaze, he concludes that anyone with the power to topple an empire single-handedly cannot be allowed to remain free. Desperate over the absurdity of that accusation, Luke cries out from the depths of his heart that he would never turn against anyone. The woman counters that while that might be true right now, no one can ever guarantee the future. To Luke's absolute horror, she draws the legendary holy sword and points the blade straight at him. With eyes wide in shock, the warrior sees the reflection of his own team's sacred weapon aimed right to finish him off. Wasting no time on chatter, the elder wizard snaps his fingers to activate a binding spell. Instantly, magical chains of pure blue energy erupt from the ground, tightly binding the wounded warrior from head to toe. The wizard coldly remarks that falling by the hands of his own friends is the greatest mercy they could possibly offer. Crushed under the immense pressure of the chains, Luke glares at the old man with pure contempt and speaks the traitor's name Ortram. The party's fairy begins laughing mockingly, ridiculing the helpless state that feared S-rank warrior now finds himself in. Young L praises his master's powerful magic with admiration, while the elder watches everything unfold without a shred of remorse. Watching the child he had always protected act this way, Luke can hardly believe his own eyes. In a final glimmer of hope, he tries appealing to the boy, asking if all of this is just some terrible mistake. Little L hesitates for a moment under Luke's pained gaze, but the elder wizard steps up right behind him. Ortram delivers the final order with chilling precision, telling his apprentice to end the young man's life without delay. Showing no mercy, L raises his magic wand high above Luke's head, ready to deliver the final strike. Looking up at the boy, Luke can barely comprehend the betrayal and asks, his voice strained through blood, if even he is taking part in this. L begins weeping in distress, trembling from head to foot, completely unable to strike down the man who had always cared for him. Seeing the child's hesitation, the other party members continue watching from a distance without showing a single drop of pity. The priestess quickly realizes that carrying the weight of taking a life is still far too heavy a burden for the young mage. She volunteers to carry out the execution herself, and old Ortram simply nods coldly, telling her to get it over with already. Gripping the sacred relic with resolve, the woman steps forward, ready to bring a definitive end to the warrior. Pointing the golden blade right at Luke's chest, she asks in the coldest possible tone if he has any final words. The metallic gleam of the holy sword shines directly before Luke's eyes, sealing the tragic fate of our protagonist. Without showing the slightest hesitation, the holy maiden raises the divine weapon with both hands, preparing the final blow. However, with an eye blazing with pure rage, Luke etches that very moment into his soul and warns them never to forget what they have done. In one swift, relentless motion, the holy sword swings down through the air to bring a final end to the fallen warrior. Luke's head drops motionless over the pool of blood, marking the supposed end of the journey for the kingdom's strongest hero. As it turns out, in that world, there exist legendary and rare powers widely known as divine blessings. Every single member of that elite hero squad possessed miraculous abilities granted exclusively through these blessings. The party's sage, Ortram Hashbal, commanded supreme spells thanks to the blessing of the Great Spirit. The young mage Claire, despite his frail and timid demeanor, wielded the immense power of the Demon Lord's blessing. Meanwhile, the holy maiden Lisha Morianty was gifted with the purity and authority of the goddess's blessing. Placing absolute trust in the sacred might of her weapon, she was entirely certain she had eliminated the threat of Luke forever. Yet none of them had any idea that Luke Othahide held the most important secret of all. The cut was clean and the body fell lifeless, but that swordsman's end was far from permanent. For the miracle bestowed upon Luke since the day he was born was none other than the magnificent blessing of the Phoenix, and the power granted by the legendary divine bird was true immortality, allowing him to rise anew from the ashes. 3 months pass following the betrayal, and the story takes us to the quiet, secluded lands of Azima village. A pack of fierce monsters raids the village, but a mysterious warrior wearing a red trench coat and a full helm steps up to protect the residents. The masked figure goes by the name of Lugo, and right behind him stands Lilim, the village's young apothecary. The threat this time is the dangerous demon killer bees, airborne pests notorious for wiping out anyone in their path. Remaining completely calm, Lugo firmly tells Lilim to step back and stay safe behind him. With the slits of his helmet glowing a vibrant crimson, our protagonist declares the start of pest control. In a fraction of a stating, he unleashes a devastating wave of slicing flames straight toward the advancing monster. The force of the strike obliterates the giant creature mid-flight, leaving the invading swarm with zero chance to react. With a single wave of his hand, Lugo incinerates the entire threat and leaves the forest entrance completely clear. The villagers watch the whole thing with jaws dropped, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of power they just witnessed. Right after, the crowd bursts into celebration, thrilled that Mr. Lugo wiped out the entire nest in one single sweep. Lilim is left utterly stunned, admitting to herself that she had never seen anyone cast such colossal magic in her entire life. Watching the masked man turn around and calmly stroll back, the young woman cannot take her eyes off him. They always strengthened her suspicions that this Mr. Lugo was hiding an extraordinary identity. A short while later, Lilim slams her hands on the village chief's desk, firmly asserting that something extremely suspicious is going on. The village elder calmly puffs on his pipe, already accustomed to the young apothecary's high-strung nature. The old Nam asks what is going on, and Lilim proclaims for all to hear that Mr. Lugo is far too strong to be a simple villager. She begins listing the man's recent track record, bringing up the absurd spell he used to obliterate the giant bee. Just last week, the guy defeated an entire wolf pack single-handedly, and before that, he scared off an enraged cyclops with just a glare. To top it off, he even rounded up an entire gang of thieves in one single night, stacking the criminals up like they were nothing. Gesturing frantically, Lilim stresses that no ordinary countryside resident would ever be capable of handling all that alone. She acknowledges that the village has never enjoyed so much peace, yet she pulls at her hair in frustration because no one else seems to find it odd. The girl then drops her wild theory the S-rank hero Luke perished 3 months ago, exactly when Lugo first arrived in the village. In her mind, Lugo must be the dangerous criminal who took down Lord Luke, wearing that helmet at all times to hide his face from the law. The wise elder listens to Lilim's wild paranoia with a deeply reflective look. In a light-hearted, teasing tone, the old man remarks that if her theory were true, she would never stand a chance against him anyway. The elderly Ran just chuckles warmly and folds his hands, paying little mind to the girl's panic. With all the calm in the world, he wraps up the conversation by saying his philosophy has always been to welcome anyone who comes to the village with open arms. The village chief tries to settle things down, mentioning that the more young people arrive, the livelier the village becomes, while also reminding her that nothing bad has happened since the man got here. Realizing the old man will not do anything about it, the girl decides to investigate the guy on her own and asks where he is right now. The elder calmly replies that he sent the man out to hunt a black bear, making Lilim freak out and tell him to stop treating monster extermination like a trip to the grocery market. Determined to uncover the truth, the young apothecary heads out all on her own into the deep forest. Using her bond with nature, she clasps her hands together and asks the lesser spirits to guide her way toward Mr. Lugo. Tiny motes of magical light begin dancing around her fingertips, answering her call for direction. She also asks the low creatures to alert her if any monster shows up and promptly starts following the glowing trail through the woods. Warning to the grove, Lilim thinks to herself that everyone lets their guard down when they are alone, and today she would finally discover the truth about that masked man. Upon reaching an open clearing, she hides behind a bush and spots the mysterious man sitting all by himself right in the middle of the field. The girl watches from afar, trying to figure out if the man is merely taking a nap or getting ready to make a move. But out of nowhere, the guy appears right beside her, calmly saying he sensed a presence approaching, though he did not expect it to be her. Lilim nearly jumps out of her skin in complete panic, screaming in confusion over how he managed to cross the field in a split second. Pointing forward, Lugo calmly explains that what she is still seeing in the distance is merely his fading afterimage. Watching the image vanish into thin air, the girl shouts that no ordinary resident can create afterimages, while the hero simply chuckles. Changing the subject, Lugo locks eyes with her through his helmet's red slit and asks seriously what brought her out all alone to such a dangerous place. Quite embarrassed, Lilim lies and says she got worried upon hearing he went after the black bear, but Lugo counters that using traps makes bringing down the beast fairly easy. The girl is stunned by his answer, noting that not even the royal capital's knights can easily defeat a black bear with basic traps. The masked warrior simply crosses his arms calmly and tells the young apothecary to watch how it is done. He sets down the honey-filled beehive on the ground that he had gathered earlier after taking down the killer bees. Next, our protagonist extends his hand and casts a powerful, concentrated gravity spell right around the bait. Lilim is amazed to see Vanam cast high-tier gravity magic as if it were nothing, but he quickly tells her to hide because the target is already on its way. The two duck behind the bush, leaving only the beehive glowing within the reddish magical zone. Not even a few seconds pass before a massive horned black bear emerges from the woods, sniffing the sweet scent of honey in the air. Completely drawn in by the food, the monster's eyes light up with joy, and it charges drooling straight toward the trap. However, the moment it steps onto the enchanted area, the immense gravity slams the beast's body hard against the ground, leaving Lilim in complete shock. The beast is instantly flattened and knocked out cold, while Lugo coolly remarks that he already senses a second bear heading their way. A short time later, the scene cuts to a massive pile of over 10 defeated black bears, while the masked man is already thinking about dinner stew. Lilim stares at that mountain of beasts in disbelief that he cleared over 10 high-tier monsters in the blink of an eye. With her heart racing and her suspicion peaking, she slowly turns toward that mysterious man. Looking straight into his mask, the girl demands to know once and for all who he truly is beneath that helmet. Lugo simply remains in complete silence, staring back at the young woman with the crimson glow of his visor slits. While the mystery lingers in the air, the story reminds us that 3 months had already passed since the supposed disappearance of the world's sole S-rank adventurer, Lord Luke Othahide. In her room, Lilim writes in her diary that ever since the loss of the great hero, monster raids across the land had been rising at an alarming rate. Without Luke's overwhelming power to hold back the threats, entire crops across the continent were being ruined by the creatures. Herds of livestock were constantly being stolen, leaving the farmers without any livelihood or safety. Trade and goods distribution fell into pure chaos, as traveling the open roads became an almost reckless gamble. And just as expected, the impact of this global crisis did not take long to hit the small village where they lived directly. Azenda's remote location began taking its toll, turning the village's peaceful routine into a string of supply shortages. The following morning, Lilim falls into despair upon learning that one of the region's main supply wagons was attacked on the road. The merchant arrives covered in bruises, explaining that they were surrounded by wild spirits and barely managed to escape with their lives. Eager to restock her pharmacy, the girl rushes over to open the delivery crates, but upon looking inside, she sees that all the medicines are gone and every single medicinal herb was completely ruined in the raid. With no supplies left to work with, the apothecary rests her head against the crate, having no idea how she will take care of the villagers. Amid that distress, a sharp, frantic scream pierces the air of the village square, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. An elderly woman from the village begins weeping in distress, shouting in panic upon finding out that her precious sweet buns were not in the shipment. A bit awkwardly, Villain tries to calm the old woman down, reminding her that the village still has plenty of regular bread for everyone to eat. The elderly woman immediately snaps back, scolding the girl for not understanding the true value of that special treat. Drooling with anticipation, the old woman explains that those sweet buns are considered the absolute S rank of world cuisine, leaving the apothecary curious to try one. While Lilim drifts off imagining the taste of that legendary bread, an imposing voice asks what all the commotion outside is about. She turns around to see Mr. Lugo approaching and immediately explains that the delivery caravan was intercepted by monsters on the road. Just then, a loud thud grabs everyone's attention in the square as Lugo appears carrying a massive stack of wooden crates on his back. The merchant nearly stumbles backward in delight, instantly recognizing that the entire haul was the exact cargo that had just been stolen. Our protagonist explains that he saw some selves causing trouble near the village entrance and decided to bring the crates back to their owner. Lilim gets all excited praising Lugo's efficiency and immediately rushes to open the crates to see if the medicines were recovered. The villagers and the young apothecary start sorting through the retrieved crates, trying to organize whatever products are left. yet Luno remains standing in silence watching the scene, making Lilim wonder about the man's sudden seriousness. In a heavy tone, the masked man warns that the amount of recovered boxes is far too small compared to what should be there. Sizing up the raided wagon, he deduces on the spot that most of the high-value merchandise is still missing, and confirming his suspicion, a desperate cry rings across the village right after. The village elder woman breaks down in tears upon opening her package and seeing that her long-awaited S-rank sweet buns are not inside. A chill runs down Lilim's spine, and she quickly runs to check the rest of her own order. To the girl's utter despair, all the finished and essential medicines she had ordered were also missing from the cargo. The slits of Lugo's helmet begin glowing with an ominous red as he realizes the sheer audacity of those thieving fairies. Overcome with irritation, the warrior clenches his fist so tightly that veins nearly bulge through his skin. The ground begins trembling so violently that the villagers actually think a sudden earthquake has hit the village. Lilim realizes in horror that the intense shaking is simply the overwhelming fury of Lugo's mana leaking through his armor. The young man angrily concludes that the creatures hid the rest of the goods, while the apothecary tries pleading with him to stay calm. Paying no mind, he marches with heavy steps toward the woods, swearing he will recover everything no matter what it takes. Spotting Lilim following him through the grove, Lugo asks what she is doing there, and the girl plays it off by saying she just wanted to tag along. In reality, she was terrified the guy might lose his temper and simply wipe the entire village off the map with his magic. Hidden atop the trees, a blonde sylph watches their approach with a smug, teasing grin. That is the sylph Paisha, who swears payback for the hit she took earlier and brags about scattering traps all across the area. The little fairy is already celebrating victory, thinking she will catch him off guard, but Lugo simply raises his palm toward her. Without nearly a single chance for conversation, a monumental fireball drops from the sky like a meteor and engulfs the poor fairy. Paisha crashes flat onto the ground, completely scorched and covered in bandages before she can even trigger a single trap. Lugo grabs her by the head without the slightest pity and orders her to lead them to the queen, leaving Lilim shocked by the man's intimidation level. Bound and with no way out, the little fairy is forced to guide the pair deep into the perilous great tree forest. Shivering with fear, Paisha hands over a map with all the traps marked and warns that the queen of the sylphs lies right at the heart of the woods. Putting on an adorable teary face, the prisoner asks if the great masked warrior could finally set her free. Our protagonist answers with a loud, dry no, crushing any remaining sliver of hope the little creature had. The fairy falls into dramatic despair, crying out that if the queen finds out she was captured, she will eliminate her without a second thought. She weeps, saying the queen will pluck her wings, burn her up, and throw her to the toads as punishment for failing. Seeing the little fairy's terror, Lilim feels bad and suggests that Lugo let her go, since they now have the map in hand. Paisha cheers happily thinking the kind apothecary saved her, but Lugo remains suspicious of the fairy's behavior. Out of nowhere, the warrior begins searching the fairy by tickling her, while the little creature twists around laughing without understanding a thing. Lilim watches that bizarre scene feeling completely awkward, having no idea what the masked man is trying to do, until the girl notices a small piece of cloth dropping to the floor and bends down to pick the object up. Upon opening her hand, Lilim discovers that the item dropped by the fairy is none other than her own pink lace undergarment. The young apothecary's face turns instantly bright red from embarrassment and shock upon realizing what she is holding. Furious, she demands to know why the fairy took her private clothing, and Lugo explains that sylphs use theft magic to create distractions and escape. With a piercing glare and cheeks flushed with anger, Lilim confronts the fairy, demanding answers about the theft. Caught red-handed, Paisha tries shifting the blame onto Lugo, shamelessly claiming the helmet guy must have placed it there himself. The girl immediately counters, saying Mr. Lugo might be very suspicious, but he would never be a creepy pervert like she tried to imply. Lugo notes that one should never trust a single word spoken by a sylph, making Paisha confess her slip up out of pure panic. Having completely run out of patience for the thief, Lilim takes a step forward radiating a thoroughly terrifying aura. Flashing a dark, menacing smile, the apothecary grabs the fairy and tells her to pick up the pace toward the queen if she does not want to face the music. With a sharp smirk and fangs on display, the queen of the sylphs scoffs at the situation when questioned about her motives. That is the dreaded fairy monarch, who raises her hand declaring with a wild gleam in her eyes that their plan is nothing short of war. And upon hearing that from the other side, Lilim nearly loses her footing in pure dread. Realizing the scale of the danger ahead, the fairy monarch reveals that the recent fall of the legendary S-rank hero, Luke, opened the perfect window for monsters to finally take over everything. With a greedy grin on her face, the creature extends her hand and declares that her plans go far beyond mere looting. She points toward the girl, proudly shouting that she is about to become the new, supreme demon lord of this world. All of a sudden, an intense golden glow begins radiating directly from Lilim's chest, taking the girl by surprise. Seeing that, our protagonist reaches his arm out in desperate reflex, calling out the young apothecary's name. The magical light is forcefully pulled from Lilim's body, causing the young woman to lose consciousness on the spot. Lugo rushes over and manages to catch the unconscious girl in his arms, instantly recognizing the terrible spell that just took place. Hovering in the air, the queen holds the glowing sphere of Lilim's soul in the palm of her hand, mocking the man's shock. the villain bursts into laughter, revealing that her theft magic can steal even human souls, while Pisha flatters her sovereign. Confident in her absolute victory, the monarch prepares to move in and pull Lugo's soul out right after. Dashing forward at high speed, she extends her hand glowing with pure mana to finish off the masked warrior once and for all. But our hero does not even flinch, maintaining an unshakable stance while gathering an absurd amount of power. The creamy thick chest, certain the battle is won and expecting the spell to work the exact same way. Yet to the creature's complete astonishment, the extraction magic has zero effect on the man's body. She recoils in total shock and panic, unable to comprehend why she could not extract that human's soul. The captive little fairy stands with her mouth open, baffled by how her queen's foolproof technique just failed. In a firm voice, Lugo explains that spells like that never work against someone possessing a magical power reserve greater than the caster's. The sovereign refuses to accept that, arguing that it should be impossible for a mere human peasant to possess more raw power than her. That is when our protagonist brings his hands to his helmet and calmly replies that he was definitely never an ordinary man. He removed the iron protection from his head, revealing his striking crimson hair that had been concealed all this time. Upon seeing a face, the Queen of the Sylphs turns pale with pure terror and steps back, paralyzed with fear. Aisha is completely confused by her boss's frantic reaction and asks what could possibly be that serious. The monarch begins trembling, recalling an ancient warning from the previous queen about certain humans who must never be provoked. That man standing right before her was the living legend most feared by all monsters, the legendary S-rank hero. Shaken, she can barely get words out, remembering that everyone across the continent claimed for sure that he was gone. Panic overtakes little Paisha, who finally connects the dots and realizes who they are fighting against. Without the mask hiding his sharp gaze, Luke Uthahide reappears in all his glory and commanding presence. Staring at both of them with his crimson eyes, our warrior coolly states that he will take back Lilim's soul and all the stolen goods. Feeling the crushing pressure of the hero's presence, the atmosphere inside the hideout grows tenser than ever. The queen realizes that her own arrogance has brought her face to face with the worst nightmare any monster could ever encounter. Just before that, in the heart of the great tree forest, the fairy nest had already been swept by flames and sheer chaos. Several sylphs were fleeing in utter panic, screaming in terror that the feared black-helmed demon had invaded their territory. Luke and Lilim were walking with complete composure through the wrecked nest, while a teary-eyed Paisha guided the pair. Arriving before the sanctuary's colossal gates, Lilim asks if that is the royal chamber where the queen is hiding. Being cautious, the young apothecary promptly asks the guide about possible traps set along the way. Paisha assures them there is no danger since it is a sacred area, but lets out a suspicious little chuckle that convinces no one. Lilim catches the prisoner's mocking tone immediately and alerts Lugo, who agrees right away that the little fairy is up to something. Having no rations for hands, the warrior raises his hand and begins channeling colossal flames, making the fairy beg him to stop. With an overwhelming blast of fire, he simply blows the sacred gates wide open, forcing his way into the main hall. The impact is so tremendous that the Queen of the Sylphs is slammed face first to the floor, while Lugo dryly compliments the creature's durability. Coughing through the smoke, the monarch rises, covered in dust and humiliated by the sudden intrusion. Lilim is surprised to see that the monster's leader managed to withstand a direct hit from that powerful fire spell. Trying to keep up her sovereign dignity, Queen Temia boasts that magic of that level would not even tickle her. That is Temia, Queen of the Sylphs, who grinds her teeth in anger after being caught off guard inside her own throne room. But the tough act does not last long, and she nearly chokes in pain right after, making it clear to Lilim that the hit definitely stung. Annoyed at showing weakness, the sovereign stubbornly wipes her mouth and insists she is perfectly fine. Striking a triumphant pose with clenched fists, she shouts that no attack from that warrior could ever truly hurt her. Observing the golden barrier around her, Lugo deduces on the spot that the girl carries the legendary blessing of the Fairy King. Temia gives a confident wink, confirming that the blessing makes her body practically impenetrable against any attacker, and upon realizing her opponent's invulnerability, Lilim's eyes widen, unsure of how they can ever win this confrontation. Little Paisha cheers enthusiastically, singing her queen's praises thinking the warrior has already been bested. The two fairies begin celebrating their victory prematurely, while the masked man approaches from behind like a shadow. Lugo looms right behind the sovereign, coolly announcing that now he is the one with a few questions to ask. With his helmet glowing red, our protagonist demands to know where the goods stolen from the wagon ended up. Temia tries playing dumb with a playful smirk, but on the inside, she is already trembling under the sheer pressure of that human. Seeing that she will not cooperate nicely, the hero decides to switch approaches. The Queen of the Sylphs tilts her head in confusion, having no idea what is about to happen next. Lugo questions why fairies are stealing human weapons and medicines, suspecting a much larger plan behind it. Without waiting for an answer, he channels his gravity magic at full power directly over the two creatures. The monarch's eyes go wide in panic as the weight of the air simply doubles around her body. Unable to withstand the crushing gravity, Temia drops face down to the floor, groaning in pain under the spell. Paisha falls into despair beside her boss, screaming in tears thinking she is about to be flattened alive right then and there. The sovereign tries to resist with all her might, but the floor cracks under the weight of Luke's incredible mana. Standing before her effortlessly, our protagonist coolly asks if she has finally learned her lesson. Even while humiliated and pinned to the floor, the girl grinds her teeth and refuses to lower her head. She thinks to herself that if she accepts defeat and surrenders now, she will fail her true duty as queen. Staring into the warrior's calm eyes, the fairy curses her own luck for crossing paths with such a monster in human form. With tears of frustration running down her face, she cries out desperately that she cannot afford to lose to some random human. Luke watches the little sovereign's determination in silence for a brief moment. He then dispels the gravity magic immediately, allowing the two fairies to breathe a sigh of relief on the floor. Completely bewildered, Timia asks why he spared her life instead of finishing her off, and Luke replies that he just remembered one last question. The queen gulps and asks, still suspicious, what else that warrior wants to know from her. Our hero looks right into the fairy's eyes and asks why on earth she got it in her head to start a war. He points out that they could have continued living peacefully in their forest nest, only stealing sweets once in a while without drawing attention. Timia clenches her fist against the ground and bitterly replies that Luke has no idea what kind of harsh reality they face. The monarch explains that ever since the S-rank hero disappeared, violent monsters multiplied and drove weaker races out of their homes. Desperate, they even reached out to humans for shelter at the city gates, only to be driven away by guards like pests. That was why the queen decided to invade and try to take human territory by force as their only way to survive. Luke grasped the situation instantly, realizing their plan was to use human cities as a shield against the other beasts. Timia confesses that even if the invasion failed, the conflict would force humans to remember the danger of actual monsters. That way, the kingdom's army would be busy fighting the major threats and leave the fairies alone, ending the hunt on weaker creatures. The warrior admits the plan was well thought out, even if it was easily thwarted by him. Lost in thought, Luke reflects on the impact his staged downfall had on the entire balance of the continent. With no cards left to play, Timia bows completely to the ground in total surrender and offers her own life as a sacrifice. She begs that in exchange for her penalty, he show mercy and spare all her nest companions. Luke observes the noble stance of a leader who is willing to give up everything for her people. Instead of attacking her, our hero makes an unexpected offer and invites all the fairies to come live in Azima village. The queen of the sylphs is completely thrown off by the invitation and widens her eyes in disbelief at what she just heard. Kneeling down to her level, Luke genuinely promises that he will protect all of them from here on out. All flushed and confused by so rich kindness, the sovereign's mind spins and she asks for a moment to process the offer. Luke sets only one condition that they stop attacking humans, warning that the capital is full of warriors they could never defeat. Seeing Timia's stunned face as she imagines human monsters in the capital, the young man realizes she had no idea of the kingdom's true power. He maintains a serious expression, confirming that the human threat out there is very real. Being an expert at reading deception, the fairy studies the warrior's gaze and concludes he is telling the absolute truth. Acknowledging her complete defeat, Timia accepts the surrender and swears her people will never lay a finger on any human again. Still a bit shy, she reaches out her tiny hand and holds him to his word, demanding that he fulfill his duty to protect them. With a welcoming smile on his face, Luke shakes his new ally's hand and seals the peace agreement between them. A short while later, the scene returns to the peaceful morning atmosphere of lovely Azima village. At the village store, Lilim finally delivers the medicine order the village chief needed so badly. The old man thanks her for the delivery, but Lilim notes that the real thanks should go to Mr. Lugo, with the elder saying he already does that every single day. Thanks to those efforts, things are finally starting to settle down for Lilim, who takes a breath of relief after all the recent trouble. Looking out the window, she sees that all the medicinal herbs and the rest of the taken cargo were returned in pristine condition. With that, she can safely resume her work as an apothecary, though she still holds a small bit of doubt in her heart about everything that happened. Curious, Lilin decides to ask the village chief how he feels about Azima now, with all these sudden changes. Old Harmel breaks into a satisfied smile and answers without hesitation that, in his view, the village is far better now than it ever was before. Lilim feels a little caught off guard by the chief's easygoing reply as she takes in the warm atmosphere around her. Nearby, one of the elderly women offers sweet buns to Timia, and the little sylph leader savors them, saying she has never tasted anything so soft and delicious. The older lady is charmed by her cuteness, while several other sylphs begin settling down and living alongside everyone in Azima village for good. The little creatures quickly make themselves useful by helping villagers carry heavy loads, winning everyone's fondness and gratitude. They also form small patrol squads around the village outskirts to ensure safety, working side by side with the local watch. The sylphs even give shoulder massages to the seniors, making the village elders feel like they are living in absolute paradise. In no time at all, the wind spirits became fully integrated into the village's everyday life, and the one responsible for this great feat was none other than Lugo. Harmel emphasizes that, just as Lugo predicted, this partnership with the sylphs has everything needed to make the village grow and prosper like never before. Lilim, however, still feels fairly uneasy, remembering that as cute as they seem, they are still monsters who once stole clothing and tried to extract human souls. Since the villagers suffered real losses in the past, she simply cannot place 100% trust in them so easily. But right in the middle of her worried thoughts, she suddenly feels someone tugging at her skirt. Looking down, Lilum sees Timia asking if she is close with Lugo and whether the guy also enjoys eating sweet buns. Lilum thinks for a moment and replies that nobody would turn down sweets, but quickly asks rather suspiciously why the little girl wants to know. Timia flashes a radiant smile and explains that the idea is simply to share the sweet buns and eat together with Lugo. The little sylph's pure, disarming reaction hits Lilum straight in the heart, making it melt with cuteness on the spot. Unable to contain herself before such an adorable smile, Lilum gives in and pulls Timia into a tight hug. The sylphs are fully asking to be let go, while the apothecary apologizes, laughing at her own overreaction. The comical moment is cut short when the village chief draws their attention to a crucial detail regarding today. Harmel asks if they forgot about the appointment scheduled for today, and Lilum immediately composes herself, remembering the situation perfectly. She urgently warns Timea that official inspectors from the capital are on their way to assess the village's conditions. Lilum issues a serious warning. Depending on how the sylphs behave, the officials might consider them a threat and order them cleared out. The chief wishes by saying Lugo already cleared the region's monsters and the inspectors will love the village. But Lilum insists one can never be too careful. She then places all the responsibility in Timia's hands, asking her, as the leader of the sylphs, to ensure nothing gets out of hand. Determined to prove her people's worth in the name of the fairy king, Timia firmly grips a sweet bun and outlines her grand plan. She confidently declares that she will win over the inspectors with sweets and overwhelming cuteness, although Lilum notes that those buns are not even a local specialty. The journey toward Azema village proceeds smoothly at a steady pace, with zero signs of monsters blocking the path thus far. Inside the carriage sits Lu Yule, a guild investigator who normally studies monster ecology, but now finds herself on a rather unusual assignment. The official paperwork she received calls for a thorough assessment of the alleged peaceful coexistence between humans and sylphs in that region. Reviewing the reports, Lu Yule begins seriously suspecting that the residents of Azema might be getting duped by these creatures. Shimin turns to her travel companion and asks why he also holds such a negative view on the matter. That companion is Garam, an experienced guild investigator who stresses that sylphs are tricky, full of deceit, and far more dangerous than they appear. He notes that even rank C adventurers or lower often get defeated by them, so ordinary villagers would not stand a single chance of resisting. Lu Yule agrees and says that was precisely why she made sure to bring a rank B adventurer as an escort, since she needs flawless results to advance to rank A. Garam rests his hand on the hilt of his sword, making it crystal clear that he will not hesitate to act at the first sign of trouble. With a sharp look, the warrior warns that if those sylphs make the slightest step out of line, he will cut them down without hesitation. But right at that moment, a violent tremor shakes the carriage out of nowhere, completely cutting off their conversation. Garam stands up startled by the loud crash, trying to make sense of where that sudden impact on the road came from. In a panic, Lu Yule points out the window and screams for her partner to look at what is happening outside immediately. A thick cloud of dust and a massive silhouette begin rising right between the trees up ahead. The investigator wonders for a second if this is just another self-prank, but quickly realizes the scale of the attack is far too massive to be a joke. Recognizing the colossal creature emerging from the ground, Garam's eyes widen in pure shock and horror. In total panic, the adventurer yells for the driver to whip the horses as fast as possible so they can try to get away. And the reason for the terror is obvious. Looming right behind the carriage is a giant deathworm, ready to swallow everything in its path. While Garam freaks out, realizing they will be crushed if the monster catches the carriage, Lu Yule does the unthinkable and excitedly pulls out her notebook to sketch the creature for the first time. Lu Yule panics and screams for Gartner to take action, but Garam frantically shouts back that not even a rank A adventurer could take down a beast that size all alone. The inside of the carriage plunges into sudden darkness as the monster's shadow completely covers the vehicle, leaving both of them frozen in fear. Shaking from head to toe, they slowly turn their heads toward the window to face the full scale of the danger. Through the glass, the death worm's multiple glowing eyes and massive jaws stare at the two up close, showing that the beast was infinitely larger than they had imagined. The colossal monster encircles the entire carriage with its massive body, cutting off any chance of escape along the road. In absolute panic after realizing there is no way out, Garam clutches his head in despair while Lulu tearfully scrambles to write a will before the end. The colossal beast lunges with everything it has to crush the carriage in a single strike, drawing a desperate scream from the girl. Seeing that sane inside means certain doom, Garam draws his sword and decides to leap outside in a desperate attempt to face the creature. He bravely stands before the giant monster, holding his blade firmly to try and protect the carriage. The monstrous beast locks its glowing eyes directly onto the adventurer and prepares to swallow him whole. Garam lets out a battle cry and charges in to attack with every ounce of strength he has left. But run at that Kurflumsuppen. An armored figure comes dropping from the sky at blazing speed straight onto the creature's head. With a crushing downward blow, the monster is split and brought down in the blink of an eye, before it can even manage to react. Garam is left utterly speechless by the sight, unable to grasp how that colossal strike just occurred right in front of him. Luluel pokes her head out the window impressed, thinking her partner had pulled off an incredible feat, but Garam quickly admits, sheepishly, that he was not the one who did it. Looking at the worm's fallen body, he sees the mysterious masked man calmly walking away after resolving the threat with just one hit. Shortly after, the group arrives safely at the entrance of Azima village, and Luluel bows in gratitude for Lugo's flawless escort. The investigator even nudges her partner to thank him properly, while Garam tries to brush off his frustration with his hands behind his head. Fit teased the young man, remarking that it must have hurt a rank B adventurer's pride to be rescued by a mere village resident. But watching Lugo walk off, Garam is entirely certain that the masked guy is anything but a simple villager. Walking through the quiet village streets, the visitors finally arrive at the residence where the official meeting will take place. Opening the door, they receive a warm welcome to begin the guild's procedures. The village chief and Lil Timia strike an over the top joint pose, introducing themselves enthusiastically as the local leaders. The guest's reaction is pure awkwardness and blank stares, leaving Timia upset that their special welcome failed to impress the big city folks. Clearing her throat to regain composure, the investigator decides to get right down to business. She explains to the hosts that the purpose of the visit is to conduct a detailed inspection throughout the entire village. Luluel stresses but peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters is an exceptionally rare phenomenon, requiring a very rigorous guild report. Chief Harmel readily agrees, beaming with pride as he states that the Sylph's arrival has improved the village in countless ways. Excited, Timia insists on having Lugo join them for the tour, eager to prove her people's worth and skills before everyone. Showing complete trust and affection, the little Sylph gently holds onto Lugo's hand. Beaming with joy, Timia declares everything settled as she walks hand in hand with our masked hero. Garam watches the fairy from a distance and remarks to his partner that, despite appearances, the little girl is very skilled and leaves no openings in her stance. Deep down, however, Lugo quickly realizes she only asked to hold his hand because she was feeling too lazy to walk on her own. Observing the warrior, Luluel begins wondering if Lugo's astonishing strength stems from that very same sharp and flawless posture. Curious to uncover what lies behind the man, the investigator channels a glow in her eyes to perform a magical scan. To start, she aims her ability at the Sylph leader to test out the assessment system. Invoking her special technique, the Blessing of the 100 Planes, Luluel channels energy through her fingertips to reveal the target's stats. Multiple purple holographic displays open around the investigator, rapidly processing Timia's full status. Checking the data on height, weight, and magical power, Luluel confirms the details she needed for the report. She is amazed to find that Timia possesses an authentic divine blessing, proving that the title of Fairy King was no empty boast. Thrilled by the historic discovery, Luluel tells Garam that the trip out to this remote place was already entirely worth it. Chief Harmel puffs out his chest proudly, saying that not even in the royal capital would they find such an amazing and adorable girl. But despite her excitement over the Sylph, Luluel's true objective remains unraveling the mystery behind the masked warrior. She amends for Falpris and points her analysis technique straight at Lugo. Yet in that very instant, the system encounters massive interference and the magical screen suffers a total breakdown, leaving the girl in shock. Desperate as the data glitches out, Luluel tries forcing the scan just to catch the man's name, but nothing responds to her commands. The entire interface is overtaken by static and unreadable symbols, as if something were forcibly blocking the appraisal. The system simply cannot handle the sheer scale of power and begins fracturing from top to bottom right before the investigator. With a cry of alarm, Luluel watches her skill shatter into pieces under the overwhelming pressure radiating from the young man, and through the shattered fragments of the system, Lugo's dark and commanding presence emerges, making it crystal clear that he prefers not to be investigated by anyone. Lugo sends a chilling warning straight into her mind, making it clear that it would be far healthier for her to stop prying where she should not. Completely dazed, the investigator stares at the remnants of her magical interface in total shock. Feeling an excruciating headache from the mana backlash, Luluel drops to her knees, unable to comprehend how her analysis ability failed so miserably. Lugo's intimidating voice echoes once more, firmly suggesting that she keep her nose out of places it does not belong. With wobbly knees and her head spinning, the girl loses her footing and her heels slip across the wooden floor. But before she hits the ground, Lugo himself firmly catches her by the shoulders, stopping her fall just in time. Still shaking and pale from that glimpse of his power, Luluel looks up and asks, her voice trembling, who he truly is. The masked warrior simply stares back at her with glowing red eyes, repeating that it is far better for her own safety not to know the answer. He helps her steady herself onto her own feet, breaking the suffocating tension that hung between them. Garam rushes over worried about his partner's condition, while Luluel plays it off by saying it is just a bad headache from the journey. Timia then steps up with a clever grin, saying she already knows exactly what their first stop in the village should be. Pointing down the street, the little fairy proudly declares they are heading straight to the finest apothecary in the entire region. A short time later, the group arrives at the clinic, and Timia excitedly announces their arrival. Garam notices the plain wooden cottage and grumbles that the place looks like it is falling apart, earning a scolding from Luluel for his poor manners. Even though she scolds her companion, the investigator herself cannot help sizing up the humble exterior of the building. In her thoughts, she admits that a hut like this cannot come close to matching the advanced medical facilities of the royal capital. Lugo gives a few light knocks on the door and calls for Lilim, letting her know they brought a patient in need of urgent care. The door swings open right away, and the pink-haired girl appears ready to lend a hand. Lilim greets Luo with a gentle smile, but the investigator is surprised to see that the supposed healer is just a young girl. Luo sheepishly confirms she is the patient, still hesitant given the girl's youth. Lilim explains that she has already been briefed on everything and invites the patient inside, mentioning that the room is already prepared. Once inside the clinic, Luo lies down on the cot to be examined, while the rest of the group gathers around to watch the checkup. Suspicious, Garam questions whether there is an actual doctor on the premises, implying Lilim is merely an assistant, which infuriates Timea over his nerve. Lilim lets out a sheepish laugh and humbly admits that she does not hold any grand title of a medical doctor. Timea quickly jumps to her friend's defense, asserting that Lilim is a formidable apothecary, while the warrior remains skeptical about her young age. Sensing the tension rising, Luyul asks her partner to calm down and let the young woman do her work in peace. The investigator notes that the scent of medicinal herbs is deeply embedded in Lilim's clothes and skin, a clear sign of someone who works with them daily and has extensive practice. Lilim gently asks the patient to relax her body and take a deep breath so the diagnosis can begin. She then raises her hands glowing with a golden light, calling upon the lesser spirits to pinpoint where the injury lies. Luyul's eyes widen in surprise as she instantly recognizes that sacred energy is yet another divine blessing. Lilim casually confirms that she possesses the blessing of the lesser spirits and works in complete harmony with them to craft medicines. Luyul is left in awe upon realizing this is already the third extraordinary blessing she has encountered in the village, while Lilim diagnoses that the headache is caused by completely disrupted mana flow. Impressed that she uncovered the exact cause so quickly, the investigator praises her precision, and the apothecary replies that the credit goes entirely to the spirit's talents. Lilim then calls out for Pisha, asking her to quickly bring medicines number 6 and 17. Garen is surprised to hear she has an assistant and turns curiously toward the sound of the door opening. To the adventurer's absolute astonishment, the one walking and carrying the medicine vials is a lovely little blonde sylph cheerfully announcing the delivery. Lilim warmly thanks her for the help, leaving Garam completely slack-jawed to see a human and a monster casually addressing each other by name like longtime friends. The apothecary hands over 2 small folded paper envelopes, explaining that one serves to stabilize magical flow while the other clears up headaches. Paisha serves a glass of water while Luyul takes the medicine, surprised that such a remote village keeps such advanced remedies in stock. The investigator remarks that remedies with this theoretical potency are so rare that it would take forever to obtain them even in the royal capital. Lilim smiles brightly and makes sure to give full credit to Paisha and the other sylphs living in the area. She explains that the spirits know every inch of the forest and know precisely where to find the rarest and freshest medicinal plants. Gently outing the little fairy, Lilim elaborates that the sylphs' foraging allowed the village to produce premium remedies that previously had to be imported at great expense. Luyul acknowledges the sound logic behind the explanation, yet her analytical investigator mind still finds it hard to believe that monsters would genuinely help humans out of pure goodwill. Everyone in the room fixes their curious eyes on her, creating a lighthearted, silent pressure to see if the girl will finally take the remedy. Determined to see for herself once and for all, Luyul opens the packet, knowing that a single sip will be enough to reveal the truth. She swallows the medicine with water without hesitation, staying alert for any reaction her body might display. Instantly, a warm, revitalizing wave of energy surges through Luyul's entire body, lighting up her face with relief. The investigator stands stunned as she feels the headache vanish like magic in the blink of an eye, leaving Garam thoroughly bewildered by the treatment's effectiveness. Blown away by how fast it took effect, Luyul remarks that a remedy acting this quickly is virtually unheard of even in the capital's major medical centers. Lilim puffs out her chest with pride, stating that she brewed the remedy herself, while little Paisha cheers beside her for lending a hand. Observing the young woman closely, the investigator realizes that despite her youth, Lilim holds a genuine blessing alongside extraordinary talent and knowledge. Luyul immediately thinks to herself that leaving someone with this much potential tucked away in a remote village would be a real loss for the kingdom. Making a prompt decision, she addresses the young woman in a serious, direct tone. The investigator asks plainly whether Lilim has ever considered moving to work in the royal capital. She reasons that with such an impressive level of skill, the apothecary would see massive demand and be sought after by everyone there. Luyul adds that the guild would provide full financial backing, allowing her to eventually open and manage a much larger clinic. To the visitor's surprise, Lilim simply offers a gentle smile and turns down the offer on the spot, showing zero interest. The investigator nearly starts celebrating by mistake, but stops mid-sentence and asks in disbelief why on earth she would turn down such an opportunity. Luyul presses on, explaining that in the capital she would have top-tier facilities, an astronomical salary, and limitless opportunities to advance her medical career. With an expression full of warmth and sincerity, Lilim simply replies that she genuinely loves Azima village. She acknowledges that she would love to have better equipment, but emphasizes that this wish is solely to care better for the local residents, and leaving would only cause trouble for everyone. Hugging her little assistant, the apothecary stresses that alongside Paisha and the other sylphs, she already has everything she needs to keep improving at her own pace. Lulin showers the spirits with praise, highlighting that they know everything about the forest's herbs and even give her advance notice when guests arrive, just like they did today. The realization hits Lulul, and the investigator understands that her arrival was on the sylph's radar before she even stepped foot in the village. Timea confirms with full pride, laughing that they fly over the area constantly and report any unusual activity right away. Sticking close to the masked warrior, the little fairy declares that she has no interest in the capital either, since Azima is the safest place in the world with Lugo around. Remembering the overwhelming power he witnessed in the forest, Garam gulps at the man's intimidating reputation. The adventurer then decides to break the ice and asks if Lugo could show them what his daily routine looks like in practice, with Lulul admitting she would also love to tag along. Lugo extends his hand and calmly agrees, merely warning that they are welcome as long as they can keep up with his pace. Cut to the forest a short while later, with Lulul completely out of breath and crying out in pure distress. Sprinting as if their very lives depended on it, the two visitors realize all too late the bitter regret of having made that request. The memory of accepting Lugo's invitation so casually comes rushing back to them as the biggest mistake of their lives. The young man's earlier warning about how hard it would be to keep up with him finally makes painful sense. Unable to endure another second of hard running, the investigator weeps from exhaustion and shouts that she cannot take a single step further. But the cause of their panic is very real. Two giant deathworms are chasing the pair, and Garam yells for her to save her breath and run as fast as possible. And as if that were not enough, right behind them looms a colossal creature with a gleaming red gem on its forehead, a legendary giant deathworm. Spotting Lugo, the village chief, and Timea relaxing peacefully in a clearing, Garam screams in terror for the old man to run, warning that the monster is a disaster-level threat. Sitting on a wooden stump and sipping his tea without the slightest worry, Chief Harmel simply chuckles, saying that happens all the time around here. He asks if the two are done shouting and offers a cup of tea, leaving Garam and Lulul utterly baffled by such calm in the middle of chaos. The warrior shakes the old man in panic, insisting that this monster is no ordinary beast and that unless they call for reinforcements from the capital now, the entire village will be wiped out. But looking to the side, a question mark pops up in their minds upon seeing the bodies of the two smaller worms lying on the ground, smoking and defeated. Garam is left completely stunned, trying to figure out what on earth just happened while they were running away. Hovering just ahead, Timea appears with glowing orbs of energy shining around her hands, revealing she used her extraction magic. With a playful wink, the little fairy boasts that bringing down those lesser monsters is nothing special for her. The pair of visitors widen their eyes, recognizing that those glowing spheres are actually the creature's own souls extracted from their bodies. Timea proudly brags that no one escapes her magic, leaving Garam thrilled to see the little fairy's real power in action. Excited, the adventurer points at the colossal beast and asks her to use the same technique to finish off the giant monster once and for all. The sylph, however, glances back sheepishly and admits that a creature of that scale seems completely immune to her soul extraction magic. Timea then turns to Lugo for help, explaining that the beast's core is on its forehead, but its massive size prevents her magic from reaching the mark. The colossal monster roars in fury, showing off the red gem protected beneath the heavy armor atop its head. Garan tries to be practical and warns the masked man that falling back from a beast like that is the wisest move. But Lugo's attention is drawn to another detail, casually complimenting the high-quality sword the warrior carries at his hip. The adventurer is left a bit confused by the random remark right in the middle of a life or death situation. Without showing any hesitation, Lugo points directly at the blade and asks to borrow the sword for a moment. Wielding the heavy weapon with ease, the warrior assumes a flawless combat stance and locks his focus onto the monster. Placing absolute trust to her ally's strength, Timea points at the beast and shouts for Lugo to finish the fight in a single strike. With chilling composure and without batting an eye, our hero simply replies that it will not be an issue at all. The colossal creature lets out a deafening roar and charges with all its might, while Lugo waits for the exact moment to deliver the finishing blow. Lugo adjusts his grip on the sword and thinks to himself that it has been quite a while since he last used that fighting stance. Watching the warrior's stance, Lulul's eyes widen as she instantly recognizes that familiar form. Garam notices the investigator's startled reaction and wonders what brought on so much shock. In her thoughts, Lulul quickly realizes that this is the exact legendary stance mastered by the late hero Luke Othide. In the blink of an eye, Lugo unleashes a colossal vertical slash of energy, cleaving through the air and coming down with full force upon the creature. The blade strikes the glowing core on the monster's forehead squarely, shattering the armored shell as if it were glass. With a single devastating blow, the giant deathworm is sliced in half, spraying green fluid across the clearing while Lugo stands entirely still. Timea jousts for joy and celebrates excitedly, saying she expected nothing less from her beloved Lugo. Old Harmel continues enjoying his tea casually and asks with a smile if the inspector finally managed to understand the situation. The village chief explains with immense pride that the masked man is the true guardian and protector of Azima. Looking upon the fallen monster at the warrior's feet, Lulul smiles in relief and admits that now she fully grasps everything happening here. The scene shifts to sunset, with the carriage departing on its way back while the investigator's official report begins to take shape. In the document, she reports that no sylphs remain in the depths of the nearby Great Forest, as all of them decided to live in harmony with the villagers. The integration was a complete success, as the fairies' understanding of nature revolutionized agriculture and crop farming. The spirits' manual dexterity and precision also boosted craftsmanship, forging, and the manufacture of work tools. Furthermore, the sylphs' incredible mobility and communication created an efficient supply transport and information network across the village. For a modest population with so many elderly residents like Azima, the cooperation of these little creatures turned into an invaluable blessing. The report concludes that the reason the spirits are so friendly is that the village became the safest place in the world, all thanks to one single individual. Inside the carriage heading toward the capital, Lulul taps her pen against her chin, wondering if she should really include details about Lugo in her report. Garum chimes in right away, insisting they must report Lugo's extraordinary strength to the guild, as he is far too valuable an asset to overlook. The investigator lets out a teasing chuckle, amused by her partner's sudden shift in attitude, having gone from scoffing at the young man to speaking of him with deep respect. A bit embarrassed, the adventurer acknowledges Lugo's worth and says he will convince the guild master to recruit him, dreaming that training under him might finally push him to rank A. Luyul agrees with a warm smile, fully understanding her companion's excitement. But deep down, the young woman's thoughts are still lingering on a private conversation she had before heading out. She recalls approaching Lugo alone in the forest to ask if he had any intention of relocating to the capital, only to receive an immediate refusal. The investigator had expressed regret that both Tiemia and Lilim declined the invitation, but Lugo advised her that if she continued reaching out patiently, the two might accept in the future. Luyul had been taken aback by such a warm and understanding reply coming from someone so intimidating. The warrior simply emphasized that everything would depend on her continuous, sincere effort in building a bond of trust with them. Back in the present, the girl wonders whether, by persisting patiently, she might one day convince Lugo himself to accept her help as well. She muses aloud that now that Lukothahide is gone, the world desperately needs a new hero to lean on. Garum gets excited immediately, enthusiastically agreeing that the masked warrior has all the potential to take on that legendary role. With a nostalgic look, Luyul reveals that those were the exact words spoken by her friend Lisha. The adventurer is stunned to hear the name of Lisha Morienti, the kingdom's most powerful holy maiden who once fought alongside hero Luke's party. The investigator nods fondly and resolves that, as soon as she gets back, she will make sure to tell the Holy Maiden all about Lugo's existence. A few weeks pass after the guild member's departure, and a new battle against a terrifying monster begins behind the clinic. Full of determination, little Paisha answers Lilim's call and readies herself for action. But the dreadful monster in question is nothing more than the massive overgrowth taking over the entire clinic backyard. After years of neglect, the weeds grew so tall that they formed a thick, impassable jungle. Holding their harvesting sickles firmly, the pair declares that the time for the final showdown against the tall weeds has come. With a ringing battle cry, the two charge straight into the vegetation with all the energy they have. Cut to 3 hours later, with Lilim collapsed on the ground with an etching back and Paisha utterly exhausted beside her. Barely catching her breath, the little fairy asks why on earth the apothecary decided to clear the overgrowth out of nowhere, and Lilim explains she wanted to make room for a herb garden. The young woman says with a sweet smile that she intended to grow her own medicinal herbs right there to make everyone's work easier. Paisha looks puzzled and reminds her that the sylphs can simply harvest as many herbs as they need straight from the forest with no effort. Lilin then shares her true concern, explaining that the forest is dangerous and it would break her heart if any of the spirits were harmed by monsters during the harvest. Moved almost to tears seeing how much the girl truly cares for the sylphs' well-being, Paisha is deeply touched. Overcome with gratitude, the little fairy stands up, determined to resolve her friend's dilemma immediately. She asks Lilin to wait a moment and zooms away in a hurry, promising to bring back the strongest helper of all time. The apothecary sits on the grass looking thoroughly confused, having no clue whom the little one plans to recruit for the job. Sure enough, Lugo appears imposing, carrying a massive scythe, ready to handle the rest of the clearing while Paisha cheers proudly by his side. Lilim looks at the young man's back and thinks to herself that while he is undoubtedly the strongest man in the village, clearing an entire field of weeds is an entirely different story. Holding the sign with both hands, Lugo takes an intimidating combat stance and warns the two to step back because things are about to get intense. The apothecary even tries to let out a little chuckle, finding it amusing how he treats simple yard work as if it were a high-stakes battle. But she does not even have time to finish her thought. Lugo swings the scythe with incredible force, generating a devastating whirlwind of wind blades that rips all the weeds clean into the air. The gale hits Lilim and Paisha head-on, leaving them with their hair flying and their eyes wide open at the surreal sight. In just a few sightings, the entire yard is left spotless and shining, with Paisha praising the warrior's absurd efficiency while Lilim can hardly process what she just saw. Putting the tool away, Lugo asks what they plan to do with the space, and the little fairy cheerfully explains that the plan is to build a medicinal herb garden. Curious about their plans, the young man asks what kind of seeds the apothecary is planning to cultivate there. Lilim extends her hand and displays the roca seeds, explaining that they are the primary ingredient used to craft mana restoration potions. Lugo examines one of the seeds up close and compliments her knowledge, leaving the young woman thoroughly flustered and blushing at the praise. He then asks if there are any other plants she would like to grow in the newly cleared plot. As Lilim lists seed for healing and vigor potions, Lugo kneels down in the soil and begins preparing the garden beds with his own hands, finding the activity quite relaxing. Sitting beside him to help, the apothecary warmly thanks him for the assistance, a radiant smile across her face. From a distance, Paisha watches the chemistry between the two with a knowing smirk, delighted to see the pleasant vibe forming between them. A short time later, the yard turns into a neat, organized garden, featuring clearly marked plots and signs identifying each type of herb. With the work done, Lilim clasps her hands and offers her heartfelt thanks for the help, promising to return the favor whenever he needs it. Lugo casually tells her not to worry about it, letting her know that whenever she needs heavy lifting done, she can count on him. Beyond Nan's gentle, protective words catch the young apothecary off guard, making her heart beat a little faster. She remembers the dark rumors from the past, when she was dead sure that the masked man was a dangerous outlaw running from the law. Looking at him now, Lilim realizes that although the black helmet looks intimidating at first glance, Lugo never lifted a finger against her or anyone in the village, always stepping in to keep them safe from any danger. Feeling her cheeks flush, the girl begins accepting in her heart that she can probably truly trust him. She then breaks into a genuine smile and takes him up on the offer, saying she will not hesitate to ask for his help next time. Lugo tells her not to be shy, and Lilim happily agrees to the newfound bond of companionship between them. She further emphasizes that if there is anything within her power to return the favor, he only needs to ask. The masked man nods, saying he will hold her to that promise when the right time comes. Little did our hero know that he would come to regret those words the very next day. The following morning, a frantic shout of shock and outrage echoes from inside Lilim's clinic. Drawn by the commotion, Paisha comes flying through the door, frantically asking what on earth happened to leave the apothecary in such a state. Looking thoroughly pale and overwhelmed, Lilim points to the reception desk with trembling hands. Sitting on the desk is a massive stack of letters, turning out to be dozens of urgent requests for custom medicines sent from out of town. Paisha looks through the envelopes, and is stunned to notice that nearly all the orders are for rare, delicate formulas that would take forever to brew. Lilim is outraged as she reads absurd requests for poisons, lethal sleeping draughts, and even potent passion elixirs, angrily declaring that she will report those clients to the guild right away. Exhausted just from looking at that mountain of work, the two drop their heads onto the desk, unable to understand how all that sudden fame landed in their laps. Just then, the door opens and Lugo walks in, calmly greeting the pair, catching the apothecary's attention. Seeing the accumulated paperwork, the warrior quickly deduces that Lilim was also buried in request letters, revealing that he is going through the exact same headache. He notes that the investigator Luyul must have spread their names across the capital, making it clear he is not the least bit happy with all the unwanted attention. Lugo then pulls out an elegant envelope sealed with fine red wax and mentions that one letter in particular is the most troublesome of all. Lilim and Paisha fix their eyes on the paper and read the official sender, the Holy Church of Eret. The two jump with excitement at the revelation, saying that receiving a letter from the Holy Church is a massive honor, while Lugo simply questions whether it is truly that big of a deal. Lilim eagerly explains that the church is the organization of the legendary holy maiden Lisha Morienti, the very one who fought alongside hero Luke, and grows intensely curious about what the request says. Showing no emotion, Lugo reveals bluntly that the holy maiden invited him directly to form an adventuring party with her, and to make matters worse for the young man. The letter also mentions that the woman is already on her way to Azima village, leaving Lilim and Paisha completely flabbergasted by the bombshell news. The two check the parchment together and confirm in amazement that the most famous woman in the kingdom is truly coming to see him. The apothecary cheers, saying this is the golden opportunity of his life, but Lugo instantly shuts it down, coldly replying that he would never accept. Shocked by the refusal, Lilim asks why, and the warrior admits he had terrible experiences with Lisha in the past and worries she might do something awful to him again if she tracks him down. Lilim's expression changes immediately, sensing a hidden secret the moment she hears the words, bad experience. With sly smiles spreading across their faces, she and Paisha begin teasing the young man, asking if that past trouble was not some dramatic, unresolved romance. Somewhat flustered, Lugo brushes it off and restates that he simply does not want to see her under any circumstances, while the girl concludes he definitely has a past full of mystery. Taking advantage of the moment, the masked man looks at the apothecary and reminds her of the promise she made to return any favor he asked. Reaching the heart of the conversation, Lugo looks straight at Lilim and lets her know that the time to call in his favor has finally arrived. Without beating around the bush, he asks her to go meet Holy Maiden Lisha in his place, making it crystal clear that her mission is to decline the invitation to head to the capital. Lilum is left completely bewildered by what she just heard, struggling to understand why such a massive responsibility fell into her lap, but Luvo stands his ground firmly, reiterating that this is precisely the favor he needs her to carry out. Thinking back on it a little later, the girl admits to herself that she really did promise to help the masked man with whatever he needed, and only she never imagined she would have to face something so overwhelming and intimidating right off the bat. Trembling from head to toe as she carries the tea tray, trying to keep her composure at all costs, she sets the teacups down on the table with as much grace as possible. The figure across from her offers thanks with a warm smile, closely flanked by an imposing knight who keeps her eyes locked on the surroundings. Lilum sits beside Femia on the couch, but cannot help feeling both fascinated and tense in the presence of that woman. She cannot help but notice the visitor's striking beauty, with her long golden hair as soft as silk. The guest's entire posture radiates an elegance and poise that leaves anyone spellbound. In addition, the holy knight escorting her gives off an overwhelming aura of authority, making it very clear she is not here to play around. That radiant woman is none other than Lisha Marianti, the distinguished holy maiden of the Holy Church of Eret. Sensing the nervousness in the air, the holy maiden gently invites Lilum to relax, while the girl tries to make small talk by asking what brought her all the way out here. Deep down, the young apothecary already knows the answer full well, but tries to hide the dread she is experiencing right now. Seeing her friend's distress, Temia hops onto the couch trying to cheer her on, saying there is no reason at all to panic. Full of attitude, the little fairy puffs out her chest and reminds her that Lilum already has the recognition of the fairy king himself, so she should hold her head high. The holy maiden cheerfully agrees with the comment, taking the opening to compliment Lilum's exceptional talent as an apothecary. Lisha adds that she has also heard plenty about Temia's reputation, leaving the little fairy feeling very smug while Lilum thanks her for the compliment, thoroughly embarrassed. But right after the compliments, the holy maiden folds her hands with a gentle look and decides to get straight to the main point. She reiterates the invitation for the two of them to accompany her to the capital to serve her, while also asking about Lugo's whereabouts. At that very moment, Lilum and Temia freeze up completely, realizing the conversation has taken the exact turn they dreaded most. The two immediately start protesting together, reminding her that they had already turned down this proposal before, and that they love living in Azuma village. But their pushback is short-lived, because a heavy, sudden tension grips the room in the blink of an eye. In an intimidating reflex, the holy knight rests her hand on her sword and unleashes a frightening pressure, leaving the two terrified on the couch. With complete composure, the holy maiden intervenes right away and tells her bodyguard to stand down, saying that is quite enough. The knight obeys and steps back, while Lisha takes a sip of tea and casually remarks on how impulsive knights can be. Yet between the lines, the holy maiden drops a subtle warning. It would not be good for anyone if the future candidate for holy maiden were to get hurt. Hearing the words, holy maiden, Lilum widens her eyes in utter shock, unable to believe that title was just directed at her. Lisha confirms it with a radiant smile on her face, acting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She begins listing all of the girl's qualities, highlighting her sharpness in running a clinic at such a young age, her ability to impress investigators, and the immense trust of the village. And to top it off, the holy maiden states that Lilum's welcoming, restorative presence is a rare divine gift, leaving the young woman completely speechless. Giving her no time to process anything, the holy maiden claps her hands decisively and declares the matter settled. With eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Lisha states that she will shape her into a holy maiden to lead the Holy Church of Eret to even greater glory. That is when the realization hits, and Lilum falls into complete panic, silently screaming inside that she cannot make sense of any of this madness. Looking at that woman's relentless smile and resolute posture, the young lady clearly remembers Lugo's earlier warning. In a recent conversation, the masked man had warned that the holy maiden would certainly take a very aggressive approach right from the first minute. He explained that if Lilum allowed Lisha to control the pace of the conversation, she would be walking straight into her trap. At the time, Lilum doubted the advice, thinking that a holy figure so renowned for her kindness and grace would never act in such a calculating manner. But Lugo insisted on the gravity of the situation, assuring her that this sweet demeanor was precisely the tactic the holy maiden used. The masked man explained that she uses that serene image to lower anyone's guard and take control of everything, demanding that Lilum be firm and direct if she wanted to get away. Back in the present, Lilum swallows hard, realizing that unless she turns things around right this second, exactly what Lugo predicted will happen. Mustering all the courage she has left, the girl takes the initiative and interrupts the conversation to stand her ground firmly. The holy maiden looks surprised by the sudden interruption, and Lilum knows this is her only chance to make her stance clear. With conviction, she declares that the proposal to move to the capital was turned down by all of them, including herself, Temia, and Lugo, and politely asks Lisha to take her leave. The Hordemary his mouth more entirely speechless, letting out only a small murmur of surprise at such a direct refusal. Fen, Lisha lets out a calm sigh and says she finally understands, making it seem as though everything was just a simple misunderstanding. Relieved for a brief second, Lilum barely has time to catch her breath before she sees the woman raise a single finger into the air. Out of nowhere, a massive magical teleportation circle lights up beneath the entire room, and while Lilum panics, the Holy Maiden calmly explains that the spell will take them straight to the capital. Holding the girl's hand with an unwavering smile, Lisha quietly adds that once Lilum is officially welcomed into the church, everything will be settled. A Holy Maiden states with absolute serenity that all of this confusion will be resolved as soon as they arrive there. Seeing the imminent danger, Timia falls into panic and screams with all her might for Lilum to run away as fast as she can. But it is already too late, as the Holy Maiden holds Lilum's hand firmly while letting out a gentle laugh. Lisha then turns to the little fairy with a frighteningly sweet look, saying how glad she is that she will also be joining the trip. Timia is left in complete shock, unable to believe the nerve and composure of that woman in the middle of a blatant kidnapping. Wasting no time, the Holy Maiden simply gives the command for her knight Liz to get ready, announcing that they are departing. Watching the magic circle shine even brighter, Lilum starts spinning out, realizing the situation has slipped entirely out of control. In that moment of panic, she remembers the conversation she had with Lugo, when she thought he was merely exaggerating about the Holy Maiden's danger. At the time, the masked man had held her firmly by the shoulders, warning that she only thought that way because she had not yet met the real Lisha. He had been very clear, if things went off track, she only had to call out for him, and he would appear in the blink of an eye to get her out. Remembering that agreement, Lilum wastes not another second and screams Lugo's name at the top of her lungs. Right then, the window shatters into pieces, and our masked warrior bursts inside in a triumphant, commanding entrance. He lands heavily amid the shards of glass, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Lugo explains that he had been keeping watch from outside just in case, but admits he did not expect the Holy Maiden to whip out a teleportation circle right off the bat. Desperate, Lilum holds on to Timia and begs him to get the two of them out of there immediately. The warrior steps up without hesitation, reaching out his hand to pull the girl out of the spell's radius. But the Holy Maid is hardly fazed by the intrusion, merely noting how convenient it was that all three of them ended up in the very same spot. With a triumphant smile on her face, she celebrates, saying this will save plenty of time since she can take everyone along at once. Lilum and Timia widen their eyes in shock as the reality finally sets in, and Lugo himself freezes in dismay as he realizes he made a terrible blunder and stepped right into the trap's range. In a blinding flash, the teleportation magic triggers, swallowing the entire room in a brilliant light. Seconds later, the light fades away entirely, leaving the room completely empty and quiet. A short while later, the little elf happily enters the room, carrying freshly made pancakes she just brought for the guests, but her smile instantly disappears upon finding the place completely deserted. Looking rather puzzled, the little girl rests her finger on her chin and wonders where on earth everyone went. The scene then cuts straight to the grand and imposing headquarters of the Holy Church of Arad in the capital. Now inside the temple chambers, Lilum begins adjusting the clothes that were laid out for her. Holding the holy attire in her hands, she realizes these are the church's official robes prepared by the Holy Maiden. Feeling quite self-conscious, the girl admires the fine fabric, wondering whether a simple apothecary like her should really be wearing something so lavish. At the same time, she acknowledges that going without changing in this unfamiliar place would feel even more awkward. While changing, she recalls the final moments before the teleportation took full effect. In that moment of pure distress, Lilum had begged Lugo to dispel the magic, but the warrior explained that not even he could stop the spell once activated. The masked man had then advised her to stay calm from that point on, reminding her that they were in unfamiliar territory and needed to act cautiously to avoid stirring up trouble. But in a firm, protective tone, he promised he would look after her safety no matter what happened. Remembering his words of reassurance, the young woman takes a deep breath, gathers her courage, and decides to put on the holy uniform once and for all. A few minutes later, Lilum appears fully dressed in clerical attire and cannot hide her amazement at how well it actually suits her. She starts checking herself out from the side in the mirror, admiring every single detail of the outfit's impeccable tailoring. Impressed by the quality, the girl realizes she would never have the funds to purchase such a sophisticated outfit, especially noticing that the golden accents look like genuine gold. Touching the gold ornament at her neck, she reflects on how the position of Holy Maiden truly carries an impressive weight and luxury. All of a sudden, Lilum clears her throat to get into character and decides to strike a small pose before the mirror. Pointing her finger forward with playful attitude, she starts joking around, proclaiming that she is now Holy Maiden Lilum and everyone must follow her orders. But right in the middle of her act, the door is thrown wide open by Timia, who barges in shouting to ask how much longer the girl is going to take, making Lilum freak out from sheer embarrassment. Burning with embarrassment, she ducks to the floor trying to hide it, but quickly notices that the little fairy is also wearing something completely unexpected. Full of pride, Timia does a mid-air spin and officially introduces herself as the new Sister Timia. Seeing all that cuteness wrapped in a religious habit, Lilum's eyes light up with pure adoration. The girl showers her with compliments and gushes over her friend, while the little fairy acts completely smug, soaking up her moment in the spotlight. But soon the little one remembers the real reason she came running over in the first place. Taking Lilim by the hands with excitement, Timia tells her she has something she simply must see. And when they step into the hallway, Lilim comes face to face with Lugo wearing the church's full holy armor, while still keeping on his intimidating black helmet. The fairy cannot hold it in and bursts out laughing at the bizarre contrast, while the warrior awkwardly explains that this ridiculous getup is part of the mandatory trial period for new recruits. Shortly after, the holy maiden appears in the hallway with a welcoming smile, noticing that everyone has finished putting on their clerical robes. She clasps her hands in delight, praising everyone and saying the new outfits suit them wonderfully. Wasting no time, Lisha takes the lead and invites the group to tour the main chapel first. Upon stepping inside, they are greeted by a colossal and majestic sanctuary, filled with divine stained glass and a grand organ in the background. Lilim and Timia are left slack-jawed by such beauty, marveling at the sheer size and grandeur of that temple. Looking around with sparkling eyes, the girl comments that she had never set foot inside such a massive chapel in all her life. That is when the group's attention is drawn to a massive sacred painting on the wall, depicting a blonde warrior woman standing before a blazing bird. The figure portrayed in the artwork is none other than Arit, the legendary goddess from whom the church takes its name. Looking at the painting, Timia and Lilim ask about the deity and soon want to know the identity of that flaming bird beside her. The holy maiden begins explaining with great pride, but before she can finish her sentence, our masked warrior cuts in with pinpoint accuracy, revealing right away that the creature is the Phoenix Venix. Impressed, Lilim remarks excitedly on how incredible a legendary phoenix must be, capable of mending any kind of wound. She even makes a lighthearted joke, saying that if a creature like that lived nearby, apothecaries would be out of a job. But Lugo instantly dampens the mood, explaining in a serious tone that there is nothing wonderful about that bird, since it revives every time it falls and returns seeking retribution. The warrior adds coldly, stating from personal experience that the bird is an endless headache. Surprised by so much detail, Lisha comments on how well informed he seems on the subject, but Lugo simply brushes it off, saying it is common knowledge. Lilim and the little fairy stand there with blank looks, unable to understand where on earth he got the idea that such obscure lore was common knowledge. Fascinated by the quality of the artwork, Timia immediately gets excited and says she also wants to be painted by that incredible artist someday. Seizing the moment, Lugo explains that figures like Arit and Venix became legends and bestow blessings, reminding her that since Timia carries the blessing of the Fairy King, she too could go down in history if she keeps putting in the effort. Hearing that, the little fairy's eyes sparkle with pure admiration and resolve. Utterly smitten, she jumps onto Lugo's arm and gives him a warm hug, promising to do her absolute best from here on out. Lilim looks on, feeling a bit awkward at how close the two are, while the holy maiden rests her hand on her chin and begins eyeing Lugo with suspicious interest. Next, Lee stops closer to Durastman and asks him directly if he has any interest in pursuing that very same path of glory. She presses on, stating that with all the knowledge and strength that even the investigator praised, he could easily become a living legend. Lugo quickly tries to brush off the conversation bluntly, stating that he has zero interest in that sort of thing. But the Saintess doesn't take no for an answer that easily and grabs his hand firmly, catching him completely off guard. Bursting with excitement, she practically begs him to become a holy knight to build his own legend. Brushing off his attempts to pull away, she steps closer and closer, insisting that he needs to join the church's order as soon as possible. She points at the painting and gets lost in her imagination, saying that one day the two of them will stand side by side in an official portrait of the Saintess and her knight. Watching that over-the-top scene, Lilim blushes and gets lost in thought, picturing the idea of Lugo becoming a legendary figure of the church. Clearly uncomfortable with her persistence, the warrior makes it clear he wants no part of it, but Lisha cheerfully shoots back that he can start getting interested right now. She keeps pushing, claiming that the white armor looks perfect on him. She even shamelessly suggests that if he likes that black helmet so much, they could forge a white one just to match. Realizing the conversation is going nowhere, Lugo loses his patience and pushes the Saintess away with a firm, direct gesture. He yells loud and clear that he already said no before, formally refusing and making it clear he will never become a holy knight. Lisha freezes on the spot, utterly confused, wondering why he spoke as if he had already turned it down in the past. Feeling a bit lost, she mentions that this is the first time she has ever invited him, questioning his strange reaction. Lilim and Timia also find the comment suspicious, remembering that during the Saintess's first visit, he hadn't even refused it outright. Realizing he said too much, our masked warrior swallows hard and cuts the conversation short, repeating that there is no way he is joining the church. To escape the awkward atmosphere, he marches down the hallway and tells the Saintess to lead the way to the next part of the temple. In a panic, Lisha runs after him, calling out that the path to the initiation ritual is actually in the opposite direction, while the girls just watch the embarrassing spectacle. Lagging a bit behind, Lilim and Timia lean in to whisper, realizing that something very strange is going on. Lilim points out that Lugo acted like he has known Lisha for a long time, while the Saintess treats him like a complete stranger. She places a hand on her chin, trying to figure out what is really behind this weird behavior. Timia sums up the mystery basically. Lugo knows the Saintess's past, but she has no clue who he actually is. Suddenly, Lilim has a realization and suggests that she might not recognize him simply because of that full helmet hiding his face. But then she points out that Lugo's voice and mannerisms are far too distinct to miss, leading the little fairy to a conclusion. With sparkling eyes, Timia snaps her fingers, confident that the answer lies in that mysterious helmet. The little fairy explains that certain enchanted armor has recognition, blocking spells, completely masking the wearer's true identity from anyone looking on. The two whisper back and forth, concluding that Lugo must be wearing that helmet on purpose to stay off the Saintess's radar, since she is so pushy that anyone would try to dodge her. Lilim and Timia share knowing glances, whispering to each other about how clever Lugo was to plan ahead and throw her off his trail. But their detective act falls apart the very next second when they run into a totally unbelievable scene. Out of nowhere, a bunch of church sisters surround our masked guy, feeling his armor and complimenting how respectable of a knight he looks. The novices waste no time and start admiring his strong, sturdy build. In a matter of seconds, Lugo finds himself surrounded by a crowd of eager devotees, all inviting him for a meal and wanting to hear his battle stories. Seeing his popularity, the Saintess giggles at the situation, while Lilim and Timia fume with jealousy and irritation in the background. The little fairy hits furious at the sight, complaining that back in Azima village nobody gave him a second look, yet here he became the center of attention in the blink of an eye. The Saintess then explains that the church is full of young women and opportunities to talk to men are rare, leaving Lilim even more flustered by all the close contact. Lisha takes the chance to explain the local rules. While men must remain devoted to the goddess, women have total freedom to pursue romance however they like. But for Timia, that crosses the line, seeing that Lugo is practically being swallowed up by that sea of overly eager girls. Overcome with irritation, the little fairy cracks her knuckles and gets ready to pull the novices off him by force, but the Saintess assures her it won't be necessary. Showing he has class even under pressure, the warrior gently holds the hands of the young ladies crowding around him. With a swift, calculated move, he slips away from all of them at once, leaving the devotees completely baffled by what just happened. Lisha smiles proudly at his flawless poise, while Lilim and Timia watch with their jaws dropped. With the utmost elegance, Lugo goes and apologizes to the ladies, explaining that he is currently on guard duty and asking for their understanding. His jovial demeanor charms the sisters even more, making them swoon over how he is not only strong, but also polite and refined. The girls practically beg him to promise he will come visit later, while the Saintess watches with an amused smile. After smoothly slipping away from the crowd, Lugo walks calmly over to Lilim, catching her eye. Noticing the busy hallway, he steps up to her and points out that the area is getting way too crowded. In an unexpected and charming gesture, the warrior holds out his hand, gently asking her to stay close and hold on to him. The Sun Tev's turn takes Loam Bosch furiously and takes Timia by surprise, but Lugo sternly reminds them that he needs to keep her close to protect her properly. Feeling flustered, the girl fidgets with her fingers, embarrassed by all the curious eyes locked on them. In the background, the novices are green with envy over their closeness, admiring the warrior's steady loyalty as he doesn't even glance elsewhere. Behind the mask, our main character reflects calmly he feels a bit bad for the girls, but in unfamiliar territory. There is no telling where spies might be lurking. Looking into her eyes, he gently asks her to take his hand and help him keep everyone safe in this place. Completely won over by his request, Lilim shyly takes his hand, while the sisters in the background practically swoon over the romantic scene. But Timia won't let it slide and pouts jealously, demanding to know why the masked warrior isn't holding her hand too. In his usual calm, commanding voice, Lugo looks at the little fairy and gives an answer that shuts down any argument. He explains that if both of his hands are full, he won't be able to draw his weapon and defend everyone if danger strikes. The comment hits home, leaving the fairy completely speechless, while the Saintess steers the conversation back to keep the initiation tour going. From that point on, the walk through the temple goes much more smoothly, with Lisha showcasing the statues and historical value of the great cathedral. Shortly after, they pass by the sacred altar, where the Saintess points out the massive, glowing crystal used for the church's most important ceremonies. Next, the group visits the choir room, where Saintess candidates gather to sing sacred hymns, filling Lilim and Timia's eyes with excitement. Delighted by everything she sees, Lilim remarks that the church headquarters feels like a real sacred theme park, drawing a satisfied smile from Lisha. Timia shoots her friend a priceless look of judgment, amused by how naive the girl is before such an imposing place. Lugo, on the other hand, observes everything like a seasoned veteran, instantly realizing the complex is no amusement park, but rather an impenetrable military fortress. He notices that the outer courtyard is packed with holy knights patrolling the grounds day and night. The Saintess agrees with his observation, noting with a calm smile that to protect the novices and Saintesses, raw strength is sometimes essential. Reaching the end of the hallway, Lisha stops before a pair of colossal golden doors and announces that they have finally arrived at their main destination. With a grand expression, she introduces the area as the most sacred place of all, the holy sanctuary of Ladilna. The heavy doors open slowly, revealing an enormous, completely empty hall enveloped in endless white from floor to ceiling. Lilim and Timia peer inside with curiosity, finding the place rather lonely and devoid of any furniture aside from a grand grand staircase in the back, but the saintess assures them that this is the most crucial room in the entire cathedral, kept under heavy lock and key by the temple. Pointing to the top of the stairs, Lisha reveals that right up there is where the sacred scripture of the goddess Arid is kept. Lilin repeats the artifact's name with curiosity, having no idea what truly awaits her at the top of that altar. Welcoming the young woman with a warm gesture, the saintess invites her to follow and begin the ritual. Feeling the gravity of the moment, Lilin takes her first steps into the sanctuary, glancing back to make sure Lugo is still close by. She tries to reassure herself that everything will be fine, placing full trust in our masked hero to protect her no matter what. Outside the room, Timia asks suspiciously if the artifact is safe, while Lugo scans the surroundings and says he senses no immediate danger for now. Even so, our hero clenches his fist on high alert, determined not to let his guard down for even a single second during the test. Arriving at the altar at the top of the stairs, the saintess gently asks Lilin to take a step forward. She leans him with a soft tone, whispering into her ear to explain the ritual's instructions. Lisha places her hands on Lilin's shoulders from behind, asking her to pray together before the goddess Arid. Lilin tries to stay calm, but the tension of the moment makes her heart race. Looking at the open sacred book on the pedestal, the apothecary notices in confusion that the pages are completely blank. That's when the saintess explains that the goddess's prophecy is only written down when someone with the true qualities of a saintess offers a prayer. Folding her hands in prayer above the altar, she states that the divine words reveal themselves only to a true chosen one. Lilin realizes that this must be how Lisha received the divine revelation she mentioned back in the village, and the saintess simply tells her not to worry and touch the scriptures. With a serene smile, the woman confirms that that was exactly how it all happened. Lisha begins sharing the 3 prophecies she received. The first said that a girl born among monsters in Azima village would bring salvation to the kingdom. The second foresaw the arrival of a long-awaited figure, which she linked directly to Lugo because of his immense strength against the beasts. Next, the saintess gently slides her hands over Lilim's, keeping an air of mystery. The same Hosus fetches Lilim off guard, making her uneasy with such physical contact, but suddenly, Lisha's sweet expression turns cold and unsettling as she mentions that the third prophecy is the most troublesome one. Lilim freezes on the spot, feeling a chill of pure dread at the sudden shift. The saintess whispers that the true chosen one must be a beautiful human of extraordinary talent. Looking deep into the girl's eyes with a cold stare, she admits that even though they haven't spoken much, the girl's charm and brilliance completely caught her attention. Gripping Lilim's hand tighter, she says how fascinated she became. Sensing immediate danger, Lilim pulls her arm back in panic and begs her to stop right away, but the saintess corners her completely, revealing that the title of saintess is an exclusive blessing and only human girls can take on that role. Hearing that, Lilim's eyes widen in sheer horror, realizing where this conversation is heading. Meanwhile, down at the entrance of the hall, Timia watches them at the top of the stairs and tells Lugo how suspicious that closeness looks. The little fairy finds their sudden intimacy strange, and the warrior agrees, sensing that something is very wrong. At the top of the altar, Lisha finally reveals the third prophesied the girl from Azima village visiting the sanctuary today would actually be a monster in disguise. With a chilling, sinister smile, she whispers in her ear, asking who that human-only rule would be a problem for. Overcome with absolute dread, it dawns on Lilim that she walks straight into a deadly trap. In a desperate reflex, the girl turns around, trying to run away at all costs, but the saintess blocks her path with a ruthless look, warning her not to move since it would take Lugo and Timia too long to run up the stairs. She conjures a golden magic circle in her palm, threatening that if the girl tries to run, she will be deemed a monster and struck down on the spot. Lilim screams in terror as she sees the destructive spell just inches from her body. With a dangerous glare, Lisha demands that she pray if she wants to make it out of there in one piece. Grabbing the young woman's wrist with raw force, she orders her to prove her innocence and humanity before the goddess. Showing no mercy at all, the saintess pushes and forces Lilim's hand down onto the sacred book. She presses the trembling girl's fingers against the pages, shouting at her to recite the prayer immediately. Trapped and in tears, Lilim squeezes her eyes shut and begins pleading to the goddess, fearing the worst. At that very moment, a blinding burst of golden light erupts from the altar, illuminating the entire hall. Across the hall, Timia shields her eyes from the sudden flash, while Lugo senses the danger and charges forward at full speed. The pages of the sacred scripture glow brilliantly, sending magical particles into the air. Seeing the divine revelation's outcome, Lisha's face hardens with utter contempt as her suspicions are confirmed. Without hesitation, she points a destructive spell right at Lilim's face, coldly ordering the monster of calamity to be eliminated. Resigned and in tears, the young woman closes her eyes, bracing for the divine strike. A deafening roar echoes through the hall as the attack collides with violent force. As the smoke clears, the saintess lowers her arm in confusion, wondering why her spell missed its target. In a split second, our hero emerges from the dust, scooping Lilim into his arms like an unbreakable shield. Looking at the trembling girl in his arms, Lugo apologizes for being late and regrets that she had to endure such terror. In distress, Lilim notices that his arm was badly hurt while blocking the blast, but he simply brushes it off, saying it is just a scratch. Furious at the interference, the saintess steps forward and coldly commands the warrior to step aside. Charging multiple golden magic circles around herself, Lisha shouts that the creature is a monster pretending to be human and must be eliminated before harming anyone. Hearing that awful accusation against the girl he swore to protect, Lugo glares from behind his mask and asks in a menacing tone what she just said. In tears in Lugo's arms, Lilim cries hysterically, denying with all her might the terrible accusation that she is a monster. Shaking non-stop, she sobs and apologizes while our hero comforts her with the calmest voice possible. The masked warrior takes the blame, apologizing for not getting everyone out of that place much sooner. But the saintess has no intention of letting them go, floating in the air with multiple golden magic circles and arrogantly asking if they really think they can escape. Without hesitating for a single second, Lugo calls out to Timia, who swoops down from above at top speed to support the group. In perfect sync, the little fairy catches up to them mid-air, building up the momentum they need to break away. Lisha just watches the move with a chilling stare, maintaining absolute control over the cathedral. Lilim tries to apologize to the fairy for putting them in danger, but Timia cuts her off, angrily declaring that the only one at fault is that crazy saintess and telling everyone to make a run for it. The little fairy shoots in a straight line toward the massive golden exit doors. But right in front of the exit, colossal magic circles materialize out of nowhere, blocking the way with a blinding light. Timia's eyes go wide in complete shock, not understanding where that sudden magical barrier came from. An entire battalion of holy knights led by Liz steps through the teleportation spell, forming an impenetrable blockade at the door. From the top of the sanctuary, the saintess raises her hand smugly and presents her elite guard. With a ruthless smile, Lisha warns that her knights will never let anyone leave this place. Trapped mid-air between the saintess and the army guarding the door, our hero's situation seems completely hopeless. The soldiers draw their blades in unison, cutting off any escape from the front and the back. In Livo's arms, Lilim looks down and notices the severe injury on the warrior's right arm. That is the first time she has ever seen our hero truly hurt, with his armor cracked and damaged. An overwhelming wave of guilt washes over her, feeling that he took the blow solely to protect her. Sensing her distress, Lugo speaks calmly and firmly asks her to raise both of her arms. Lilim obeys immediately, and Timia grabs her hands tightly to hold her up in the air. The masked hero entrusts the apothecary to the little fairy, telling her to take care of Lilim while he handles the army. Looking at the wall of armed knights below, Timia admits she has no idea how things got this out of hand, but firmly promises that she knows exactly what must be done to save her friend. With a powerful throw, Lugo launches both of them over the blockade, while the fairy screams for him not to dare fall in battle. The warrior lands heavily on the ground alone, standing right before the entire enemy regiment. With his red eyes glowing dangerously behind the helmet, he coldly replies that he has no intention of going down. The holy knights rush at him aggressively, raising their swords to take him down. Suddenly, our main character raises both hands in the air, making it look like he is about to surrender. The guards mock him, thinking he is begging for mercy and declaring that none will be given. But it was all a trap, and Lugo chants the gravity spell out loud, opening a massive gravitational vortex in the center of the hall. The saint's panic took on recognizing the spell, in disbelief that he can wield forbidden magic of that scale. The giant gravitational sphere warps the surrounding space, pulling everything in with overwhelming power. Lilim and Timia get caught in the sudden shockwave, feeling gravity distort entirely. The two scream in total panic as they are flung at high speed by the vacuum created by the spell. Lisha yells in outrage at his audacity, demanding to know if he has lost his mind by attacking his own allies. But the launch was calculated down to the millimeter, and Timia rides the insane momentum to shoot like a rocket toward the exit, telling the guards to get out of the way. The knights panic seeing that living missile flying right at them, desperately trying to hold their ground. From a distance, Zuba watches the charge, placing full confidence in the little fairy to break through by force. Timia flashes a confident smirk and activates her ancient magic, jokingly grumbling that Lugo treats her like a fairy king engine instead of a companion. Calling upon the power of the winds, the fairy releases a devastating gust that blows the front line of knights away. Flying at top speed with Lilim in her arms, she tells the girl to hold on tight so she doesn't slip. Driven by pure adrenaline, the tiny fairy speeds up as fast as she can toward the exit. The two blast through the enemy blockade like a whirlwind, leaving the holy knights dazed in their wake. That's when Timia spots the active teleportation circle still glowing right by the doorway. The saintess catches on immediately and panics, realizing they plan to use her own portal to escape. Lugo's plan was brilliant since teleportation circles aren't one way. Touching it before it fades will send them straight back to where it came from. Shouting at the top of her lungs, Lisha orders all the knights to use their spells and catch them before they cross the gate. But it is already too late, and with a triumphant grin, Timia celebrates that their escape actually worked. In one final push, the fairy reaches out and touches the golden energy of the magic circle, triggering the teleportation back home. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, the young girl cries out for Lugo in worry, fearing what might happen to him. But our protagonist stands his ground before all the holy knights guarding the sanctuary's entrance. He simply gives a calm wave behind him, telling his companions to leave the rest to him. Getting the message, Timia uses her magic to put up a protective barrier around herself and Lilim. With their magic activated, the girls manage to pull back safely, clearing the battlefield so he can go all out. Now completely alone, Lugo faces Saintess Lisha herself, who looks down from the top of the stairs. Livid at his boldness, Lisha demands to know if he realizes what he has done, warning that he has just made an enemy of her and the entire Holy Church of Eret. But our hero isn't fazed by the threat at all and coldly asks what the big deal is. Infuriated by his attitude, attitude, the saintess claims to have no clue just how terrifying she truly is. She begins channeling her sacred power, reminding him that on top of being a saintess, she once fought alongside hero Luke's party in the past. Gripping her sword with resolve, she makes it clear she isn't here to play around. Alicia proclaims herself the guardian of this world, tasked with stopping anyone who brings harm to others. Hearing that, Lugo thinks to himself that he knows very well what she is capable of, recalling her ruthless reputation against her foes. He takes his combat stance, carrying a visible wound on one of his arms. But to the surprise of anyone watching, the wound on his arm begins closing and healing entirely on its own. Seeing this insane regeneration, Alicia notices that he can heal without using any spells and calls him a monster. She gets furious that she allowed 3 supposed monsters to set foot inside the sacred sanctuary, but Lugo hits back immediately, stating clearly that he is no monster. He goes on to say that even if Lilim and Timia belong to different races, they help people and value peace, earning the right to live alongside humans. Alicia completely loses her Chemgrega's speech and yells that coexistence is nonsense, claiming that anyone who sides with monsters is no different from them. She charges in with everything she has, unleashing an overwhelming blast of divine energy to finish him off. A burst of golden light fills the room as the attack sweeps across the air. Nahorwoid slices through the air and creates a massive beam across the staircase, but Lugo moves at surreal speed and dodges at the very last second. Stunned by his agility, Alicia realizes he commands gravity magic, rapid healing, and dodges her sword like it is nothing, marking him as a genuine threat. Dodging the remnants of the attack, our hero mutters under his breath after being called a monster once again. Looking at her from behind the mask, he remarks that she called him that exact same thing in the past. But the saintess snaps back instantly, telling him to stop making things up since she doesn't even know him. Wasting no time, she keeps attacking with rapid bursts of divine light, landing firmly on the ground. Lugo asks in surprise if she truly doesn't remember him. Completely uncompromising, Alicia prepares another spell and shouts that a creature like him should never be allowed to live. She drives her sword into the ground, unleashing a destructive shockwave of sacred energy. The golden light completely engulfs our hero's body. With a relentless glare, Alicia declares that she has always made sure to take down every single monster she came across. Pillars of divine energy erupt to surround and crush Lugo in the center of the hall. Seizing the moment, the saintess gives the direct order for her knights to move in and strike down the enemy. Hesitant yet obedient, the holy knights acknowledge the command and move in for a coordinated assault. Lugo braces himself as he says as the guards closing in. The knights sprint forward, attempting to surround our hero on all sides. But with his red eyes glowing brightly through the mask, he warns them not to interfere. At that very moment, a crushing crimson aura appears beneath the soldiers' feet. Lugo activates gravity magic so heavy that it slams the knight's face first to the ground instantly, leaving them unable to move. Seeing how effortlessly he neutralized the entire squad, Alicia is left stunned by his absolute mastery over such magic. Suddenly changing her tone, the saintess makes a direct offer and asks once more if he wants to form a party with her, but our hero rejects the offer on the spot without a second thought. Anticipating the refusal, Alicia uses the momentum to deliver a devastating close-range slash, and giant Ori flies straight toward Lugo to cleave everything in its path. The strike hits the spot dead on, creating an immense flash that lights up the whole hall. When the dust settles, only a scorch mark remains on the floor with no sign of our hero. Panicking when she sees the blow hit nothing, Alicia realizes he simply vanished from her sight. That's when one of the fallen knights shouts in a panic, warning the saintess to watch out because Lugo just reappeared right behind her. Startled by the warning, Alicia looks back immediately, shocked to find her opponent right behind her. Without giving her time to react, Lugo launches a straight punch at her in close quarters combat. In a frenzy, the saintess quickly casts a defensive magic circle in front of her face to shield herself. Orneroska swings full force against the sacred barrier, triggering an intense blast of energy. Lugo doesn't slow down, driving his punch forward and pressing the barrier until its defenses shatter. Alicia barely withstands the barrage of strikes as cracks form in the ground beneath her feet, while Lugo remarks that she has learned how to block attacks like that. Even while gasping for air and exhausted, the saintess refuses to give up, telling herself there is no way she can lose. Filled with the resolve to protect everyone, she yells that she will fight for humanity and wins up a full power strike. Alicia turns into an arc of holy light slicing through the air toward our hero, but Lugo calmly analyzes the motion, immediately recognizing that classic holy sword technique called Seiku. Shocked that he knows the ability's name, Alicia listens as Lugo explains that the requirement to trigger the strike is tracing a seal in the air with the blade. The girl is left speechless upon realizing just how thoroughly he understands every detail of her magic. Taking a quick step forward, Lugo continues his breakdown without a hint of hesitation. He shoots in coarse quarters fighting stance and explains that this technique is vulnerable to close range attacks. At that instant, Lugo presses forward and unleashes an overwhelming flurry of direct strikes against her guard. He thinks to himself that he knows this flaw all too well, which is precisely why he mastered close combat and defensive magic. Unable to fight back, Alicia realizes he is far too strong as the impact of his strikes pushes her back. Keeping up the relentless pressure, Lugo asks why she is only defending without trying to strike back. The saintess snaps back, but the saintess's duty is to be the people's shield, and she won't fall for his Lisha's taunts. Hearing that, our hero simply lets out a scoff from behind his mask. Lisha then thinks of Lilim, convincing herself that a monster hiding its identity to live among humans is a real threat. To her, anyone protecting such a creature becomes even more dangerous to the world. Spotting an opening in her guard, Lugo dodges flawlessly at the exact right moment. Lisha tries to land a final blow and raises her holy sword to strike the hero down. She brings the blade down with full force, sending a crescent of golden light through the air. But she realizes too late that he evaded the attack with effortless grace. Moving at a speed her eyes can barely track, Lugo appears right at her side. Lisha only has time to widen her eyes as she sees his fist heading straight for her head. Arpitarius lands a clean strike and knocks the Saintess out, sending her straight to the ground in defeat. Fallen and powerless, Lisha lies in disbelief, wondering where she went so wrong. Memories of the past flood her mind, back when she was part of the hero's party and fought by his side. She remembers wielding the holy sword to defeat every kind of monster threatening the kingdom. She even recalls that dark moment when she obeyed the kingdom's orders and took down hero Luke himself. Yet that decision only caused monsters around the world to become more aggressive and active. Accepting defeat at Lugo's feet, Lisha thinks she was the one in the wrong all along and deserves her punishment. Raising his hand over her threateningly, Lugo says her fate is to be crushed by gravity magic. Resigned to her end, the Saintess closes her eyes, accepting that this is fair payback for everything she did. But instead of attacking, our hero pulls a potion vial from his pocket and pours the liquid directly over her head. Lisha opens her eyes in complete confusion, realizing immediately that the liquid poured on her is a healing potion. Lugo looks down at her and remarks that whenever she gets too agitated, her movements lose all their precision. He keeps lecturing her, pointing out that she loses focus the moment she thinks she has the upper hand in a fight. Trembling in shock at that all too familiar tone, Lisha demands to know who he really is. At that moment, Lugo grabs his helmet and mentions he is tired of giving her this advice without seeing any improvement. The Saintess's eyes widen in utter disbelief as he begins removing his mask. The helmet comes off, revealing our protagonist's striking crimson hair. Looking at her seriously, he reminds her that he told her never to forget those lessons. That's when Lugo reveals himself as Luke, greeting Lisha and saying it has been a long time, leaving the girl completely frozen with emotion. Unable to hold back her shock and tears, the Saintess collapses to her knees before her former companion. Right after, Luke walks over to the fallen knights and pours healing potion over them too, apologizing for being a bit rough and mentioning that his village's medicine is very effective. Recognizing the hero, the knights rejoice upon seeing that Luke is alive, celebrating the surprise alongside the Saintess. Lisha goes into total denial, thinking this must be a trick and that the real Luke couldn't possibly be standing there. But deep down, she knows that absurd strength couldn't belong to anyone else. Overwhelmed by mental turmoil, the girl clutches her head, clearly remembering striking down the hero with her own hands. Meanwhile, our protagonist stands tall, looking down at her with a calm, commanding gaze. Realizing the man before her is real, Lisha begins to sob, unable to carry the crushing weight of her guilt. Seeing her broken on the floor, Luke calmly asks what she thinks she is doing. The Saintess bows down completely in plea for forgiveness, desperately begging for a chance to explain herself. Our hero stays silent for a moment, while Lisha is consumed by the memories of that fateful day. She can still feel the awful sensation of wielding her sword against Luke that day. The image of his fall remained etched into her mind in a way she could never forget. Lisha remembers vividly how she struck down her defenseless, bound companion without giving him any chance to resist, and as if that weren't enough, she even had to reduce his remains to ash. Weeping on the floor, she tries to justify her actions, saying she only did it under direct orders from the kingdom. But Luke coldly cuts her off, saying he already knows all of that. He begins turning away to leave, while the Saintess looks up in complete despair. The hero turns his back on her, simply stating that all of that is in the past now. Terrified by his cold demeanor, Lisha cries out Luke's name over and over. She crawls across the floor in desperation, begging him not to walk away and explaining how frightened she was back then. In tears, the girl can only plead for forgiveness repeatedly for everything she caused. Just then, Liz Orc comes running in and is shocked to see the Saintess in such a broken state. Liz rushes to comfort Lisha, but the girl just keeps sobbing and repeating apologies non-stop. Confused by what is happening, the knight looks at Luke and asks what on earth happened here. Our protagonist looks at the newcomer and asks if she isn't that holy knight from before. The woman forward introduces herself as Liz Orc, personal bodyguard to Saintess Lisha herself. Luke there asks if she was listening to the conversation, openly revealing that he was taken down by Lisha in the past. Liz is stunned, but steps in to defend her master, explaining that after his loss, Lisha suffered deeply and went into mourning. Our hero simply watches and replies with a calm, "See." Liz explains that after the hero's disappearance, the Saintess gathered forces to hold back the monsters that began spreading everywhere. She shares that Lisha did everything she could to shelter and protect the orphan children who lost their families in those attacks. On top of that, she traveled the entire world searching for strong fighters to fill the void left by fallen heroes. The knight firmly states that it was for this exact noble reason that she tried to recruit Lugo, Lilim, and Timea. Luke listens closely and Suku remarks in a neutral tone how grand and splendid that all sounds. Liz finds his reaction odd, puzzled by the hero's tone, not quite understanding. She asks if he is implying that all of the Saintess's good deeds were just a complete act. With a serious look, our protagonist suggests she ask Lisha that directly instead of asking him. With her head hanging low, Lisha remains in dead silence, visibly weighed down by remorse. She then kneels once more and presses her forehead to the floor, leaving Liz completely unsettled beside her. Stunned by the guilty posture, Liz asks with a trembling voice if this silence is her final answer. Unable to look anyone in the eye, the Saintess merely whispers a heartfelt apology. Outraged by the confirmation, Liz grabs her master by the shoulders, reminding her that all the holy knights placed blind faith in her. She points out that the spread of monsters created countless orphans and that many comrades fell trying to make up for the hero's absence, all because of her single decision. With tears of hurt and betrayal in her eyes, Liz cannot hide the deep disappointment crushing her. Desperate, she demands that the Saintess look her in the eyes and face the reality of that burden. Lisha, with her streaked face and completely broken inside, repeats how truly sorry she is. Seeing the Saintess in such a state, the knight feels the ground slip beneath her at that sad confirmation. The woman simply stays curled up, repeating her apologies while crying uncontrollably. Liz grinds her teeth, torn between anger over her comrade's sacrifice and the sorrow of watching her leader crumble. She drops defeated beside Lisha, admitting that the truth is far too heavy to bear. Seeing where things are heading, Luke calmly steps in and asks Liz not to be too hard on her. Still shaking with a heavy heart, Liz looks up at the hero, unsure of what to say. Luke explains that the order came straight from the kingdom and that Lisha isn't the only one to blame for what happened. Liz is shaken even further upon hearing that, realizing the crown was the true root of evil and wondering what the holy knights should even do now. The hero immediately advises her to do nothing, warning that challenging the kingdom is futile and could end up getting them wiped out. He recalls his own fate with a grave look, emphasizing that this was the exact way he was taken down. Dread washes over Liz as she realizes that even someone as powerful as Luke fell victim to that deadly scheme. Beginning to put his helmet back on, Luke calls out to the knight, who snaps to attention right away. Our protagonist makes it crystal clear that from now on, he is merely the adventurer Lugo from Azima village and nothing more. Grasping the gravity of the situation, Liz immediately agrees to the hero's command. He then turns back toward the Saintess, making the girl flinch upon hearing her name. In a firm tone, Luke orders her never to lay a finger on Lilim or Timia again, and Lisha accepts the condition without hesitation. Next, he addresses all the other holy knights present, commanding them to completely forget everything they witnessed today. With his red eyes gleaming through the helmet, he warns that he won't go easy on anyone who dares leak his true identity. Terrified by the warrior's intimidating presence, the knights confirm the order without a second thought. Liz thinks to herself that even without any threat, no one in this guard would be crazy enough to cross Luke off the hide. Just as he seems ready to leave, our protagonist remembers one more detail and calls out to Lisha again. He calmly asks her to open the sanctuary's great gate, taking the girl by surprise with the sudden request. Pointing to the sealed entrance, Luke reminds her that only she, as an official Saintess, holds the magical clearance to open that door. Without thinking twice, Lisha hurries to her feet to fulfill the request and guides the hero to the passage. As she walks, she gets lost in her thoughts, remembering the days when they fought side by side and wondering how she could have betrayed the man she respected most in the world. The Saintess unlocks the sacred entrance and watches her old companion step right past her. Crossing through the illuminated doorway, Luke gives a gentle wave and apologizes for the trouble before heading out. Lisha stands there frozen, watching his silhouette against the divine light with an expression overflowing with emotion. The colossal doors shut right after with a heavy thud, sealing Luke's path behind him. Left alone with her guilt once more, the Saintess falls to her knees before the gate, questioning herself over why she took that path in the past. Silence fills the grand hall as the two women remain on the floor, surrounded by the kneeling knights. Seeing her master's anguish, Liz gently tries to comfort her. The knight says she won't force her to reveal every secret to someone of her rank, but admits how painful it is to see her in that state. She tries to reassure Lisha, saying that if her remorse is genuine, she can still move forward and do things right from now on. But the shameless one stays curled up in silence, gripped by a sorrow too heavy to hold. Liz clenches her fist tightly, feeling departage over her leader's pain. She acknowledges that Lisha has already pushed herself more than enough to make amends for everything that occurred. Bowing her head, the personal guard apologizes for being so harsh earlier. Liz then decides to step away for a bit to clear her head and give the Saintess a moment of privacy. Alone, Lisha presses her hands against the cold floor, whispering to herself that she had no other choice that day. Her mind drifts back in time, recalling the true reason behind it all, the divine revelation she received. Back then, upon the church's sacred altar, rested the goddess's holy scripture. Lisha would place her hand over the glowing pages and begin her usual prayer. Praying for the deity's blessing and guidance, she asked for a divine answer to guide her steps. That was when golden letters appeared in the air with a chilling message: eliminate Luke off cloth hide. The young saintess was left completely stunned, unable to believe what she was reading with her own eyes. The divine revelation continued glowing in bright gold, warning that if they failed to do so, the entire nation would be completely ruined and lost forever. In panic, Lisha took the prophetic message straight to High Priest Ortram in his chambers. The girl insisted with all her might that this had to be some terrible mistake in the prophecy, but the old priest rested his chin on his hands with chilling composure and dismissed any possibility of error. Without showing a shred of doubt, Ortram declared outright that they would eliminate Luke. Lisha went into shock and protested immediately, reminding him that Luke was a party member and Ortram's own top disciple. The man remained unwavering, asserting that the revelations of Goddess Aerith had never once failed in history. He looked the saintess in the eyes and retorted that she knew that better than anyone else. Pressured by her master's authority, Lisha hesitated, while Ortram coldly added that Luke always had the suspicious habit of hiding the true extent of his power even from them. Ortram admits that not even he knows the true nature of all that power. Lisha refuses to accept that excuse so easily. Driven by desperation, the saintess begins releasing her magical aura ready to stand up to the priest, but the old man doesn't even flinch and tells her not to waste her time trying to challenge him. With a cold, commanding glare, he reminds her that she knows full well she could never defeat him. Ending the conversation, Ortram says he will report everything directly to the king. As he leaves the room, he delivers one final, clear command regarding the divine revelation. The priest strictly forbids her from ever speaking of this to anyone. Left all alone and feeling helpless, the girl collapses to her knees on the empty hall floor. She slams her fist against the ground, feeling the crushing weight of the entire conspiracy. Unable to bear the agony of being an accomplice to it all, Lisha begins weeping in despair. Back in the present, the saintess remains leaning against the sanctuary doors, breaking down in tears as she relives all that pain. Meanwhile, the city shoots to Luke, who is running through the city streets under his identity as Lugo. Our protagonist moves at high speed, focused on his next objective. He thinks to himself that all that remains now is to handle Lilim's situation and make sure she stays safe. Over in another busy part of town, people carry on with their normal lives without noticing the rush. Suddenly, we see Timia hurriedly pulling Lilim through the crowd. Completely out of breath, Lilim complains that the knights aren't even chasing them, but Timia shoots back that you never know where the church might have informants. The pink-haired girl panics, having no idea where they should run to. Timia quickly answers that the plan is to head to the only neutral ground found in any city. Lilin asks what kind of place that could be, and the sister quickly spots their destination right ahead. They arrive running right at the grand entrance of the Adventurers Guild. That is the famous neutral haven where the church's authority cannot freely interfere. Wasting no time, the tingsha of the guild door is wide open, drawing the attention of everyone inside. The adventurers in the hall are surprised to see a novice and a supposed saintess collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. Regaining her composure, Timia jumps to her feet and introduces herself as a church sister, announcing Lilim as the saintess. She looks around demanding to speak with a guild big shot, while the men nearby only notice how cute they are and the hefty reward they might bring. That's when two familiar figures walk up with a sarcastic tone after witnessing the scene. Luluel and Garam appear right in front of them, telling the girl to cut out the phony little act. Timmy is horrified to have her cover blown so quickly and effortlessly. She immediately starts wondering if she should grab Lilim and make a run for it before things get worse. But to her surprise, Lilim lets out a sigh of relief instead of panicking. The little sister is confused until she takes a good look at the faces of the two people standing before them. Recognizing Luluel and Garam, Timmy breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing familiar faces. Shortly after, everyone sits down at a table to discuss the mess involving Saintess Lisha and the Holy Church of Aerith. Luluel offers a sincere apology for all the trouble they went through because of it. Garam, quite excited, assumes right away that they came to the guild to register as real adventurers, but Tinia shoots him down on the spot, pointing a finger and saying his only interest is recruiting Lugo. Caught red-handed, Garam plays it off, and the girl explains that the reason for their visit is entirely different. She unwrites his mysterious letter on the table, and Luluel instantly recognizes Lugo's official wax seal. Timia shares that Lugo handed her that letter before Lisha arrived in the village, instructing her to deliver it to the guild leader in case of an emergency. The girl asks if Luluel might be the boss, but the receptionist clarifies that while she isn't in charge, she can pass the message to the one who truly runs the place. She mentions that she owes Lugo a debt of gratitude, so she is more than happy to help. Thinking to herself, Luluel concludes that a request coming from someone as strong as Lugo is above her pay grade and demands attention from the top. The receptionist then stands up and invites both girls to follow her to the guildmaster's office. But as soon as they near the hallway, Lilim and Timia immediately cover their noses, feeling sick. That awful stench smells like a bizarre mix of raw meat boiled in cheap perfume, making the girls nearly gag. Garam just laughs at their reaction, warning them that the smell is pretty intense until you get used to it. With a confident grin, the adventurer grabs the doorknob and warns that they have no choice, since that is the boss's door. He pushes the doors wide open without hesitation, releasing a thick, scary plume of smoke while Timia tries to stop him in vain. As soon as the door swings open, a full-smelling purple smoke floods the hallway, sending everyone coughing and covering their noses instantly. Completely choked by the stench, Timia shoves Lilin to go in first, while the girl tries to push her back instead, but Garan no go time push both girls girls inside at once with zero ceremony. Stepping into the room filled with potions and haze, they spot a petite silver-haired girl standing on a stool, stirring a massive cauldron. The cauldron bubbles with a strange purple liquid, looking like the brew of some bizarre concoction. Lilim looks at her from behind, surprised to see someone so young seemingly in charge. Luluel then announces their arrival, letting the master know that she has important visitors to see. The young alchemist pauses what she is doing and turns her head slightly, curious about the interruption. She notices Garam and Luluel bringing two unfamiliar girls into the office, with a slight smirk showing off a sharp little fang. She figures right away that this is going to be one huge headache. With a nimble leap, she hops down from the stool and lands firmly on the floor in front of the group. Letting out a relaxed chuckle, she tells them to unwind and not look so tense. The girl strikes an energetic pose and welcomes them to the Adventurers Guild, introducing herself formally as Lara Ledok, Guildmaster and resident alchemist. Sporting a noticeable facial scar and a sharp gaze, she greets the girls with plenty of enthusiasm. Lilim and Timia are instantly stunned, unable to believe that a girl of that size is the great guild leader. Lara reinforces her welcome, displaying a commanding leadership presence in the middle of the room. She repeats her name with a confident smile, making her position as the top authority crystal clear. Lilim still can't believe her eyes, completely amazed by the fact that this young girl is the guildmaster. She notices the girl is even shorter than she is and looks remarkably young for the role. But glancing to the side, Lilim notices Timia standing completely serious and on guard, which piques her curiosity. The little sister studies the leer calmly and remarks that she couldn't have become guildmaster by pure chance. Tuning into Lara's face and deduces that the scar over her eye was earned in actual life or death combat. Lara traces a finger over the mark with a playful grin and casually confirms that it is what people call a battle scar. Seeing the imposing stance, Lilim realizes her calm demeanor stems from genuine power, belonging to someone used to fighting daily. Yet at the same time, the girl feels an odd sense of familiarity, thinking she reminds her a lot of someone she knows. That's when it clicks. Lara's confident, commanding vibe instantly brings Lugo to mind. Shifting focus to what matters, the guild leader announces that it is time to get down to business and sort out their situation. Shortly after, everyone sits on the office sofas while Lara opens the letter and begins reading the contents carefully. Resting her chin on her hand, the alchemist takes in every line and murmurs that she finally understands the whole picture. Lowen grows super curious to know what is written in that confidential document. Lara then looks up and reveals directly that Lugo asked her to protect both of them with her life. She even lets out a funny sigh, remarking on how much that guy loves putting others to hard work. Surprised by their closeness, Timia asks straight up if she has known Lugo for a long time. Holding the letter with a proud little grin, Lara reveals that he is none other than her very own swordsmanship master. The revelation leaves both of them jaw-dropped upon discovering that the armored man took an apprentice in the past. Laughing at their shocked expressions, the young woman admits he really doesn't look like the teaching type. She explains that she had zero talent for magic and struggled as an adventurer until she met Lugo and learned the true essence of the blade from him. Thanks to that rigorous training, she managed to climb all the way to A rank, but ended up getting pushed into the guildmaster seat before she even realized it. Lulum did thoughtful Sium Soon Soyum reach such a high rank and wonders to herself how old she might be, only to be caught off guard when Lara casually answers that she is 25 years old. The pink-haired girl jumps in surprise, while Lara playfully asks if she looks younger or older than that. Totally embarrassed, Lilum stammers an excuse and asks in panic how the alchemist was able to read her mind so easily. Lara winks back, saying she just has a natural knack for reading people, prompting Lilum to ask if she also has some special divine blessing. Caught by her own slip of the word also, Lilum realizes she gave away her own secret for free, earning a laugh from Lara and a look of pure dread from Timia. Timia watches it all closely, acknowledging that Lara's cunning and sharp wit are exactly what you would expect from a respectable guildmaster. Lara's street that since this is a direct request from her master, she will personally oversee their protection until they return safely to Azima village. She makes the commitment firmly, promising to protect them even if their enemy is the Holy Church of Erid itself. Impressed by her sharp deduction, Timia asks if she figured out the church pursuit using some special skill. Lara gives an awkward little chuckle, but before she can invent a clever excuse, Garam cuts in and points out the obvious, saying anyone could guess that just by seeing two panicked novices rush into the guild wearing sacred vestments. Turning serious all of a sudden, the adventurer asks where on earth Lugo is, since leaving two girls unprotected on their own is totally unlike him. Lilum agrees right away, confirming that that was indeed the situation. The girl explains that to ensure everyone's escape, Lugo stayed behind to face the Holy Knights all on his own, prompting the warrior beside them to remark that that sounds just like him. But Timia doesn't like his calm attitude one bit and snaps, saying not even Lugo could take on so many enemies at once and that they need to go back and help him right now. The guildmaster, however, tells her to relax, reminding them that her master is far stronger than he looks. Even so, worry gets the better of Lilum, who still feels anxious about the danger he faced. With a slight smirk, the silver-haired girl simply points behind the couch and tells them to look. Confused, everyone suddenly turns around to see what she is pointing at. And right there, standing with arms crossed as if nothing happened, is our hero, leaving the two girls stunned and overflowing with relief. Seeing that everything worked out, Lugo walks over and says he is glad to see they managed to escape unharmed. Lilin rushes to him in distress, immediately asking about the severe injury he had just suffered. Our protagonist raises his arm as casually as possible and replies that it is already completely healed, leaving her wide-eyed upon seeing the wound truly gone. He even gives a thumbs up, mentioning that the potion she gave him did all the heavy lifting. Lilin breathes a sigh of relief, but deep down she can't help feeling puzzled, since even for a top-tier potion, healing such a deep wound that fast is anything but normal. The guildmaster takes the opportunity to tease him, playfully commenting that it is bad manners to make such a sweet girl worry herself sick over him. She looks at him with a mischievous expression, noting that Lugo has changed a tiny bit since they last saw each other. The warrior admits, feeling a little sheepish, that he did end up causing unnecessary worry for everyone. He even scratches his head, promising he will try not to be late next time, making his companion burst out laughing and say he is still the same old guy. Shifting the mood, the guild leader claps her hands to grab everyone's attention. Bursting with energy, she spreads her arms and announces that since the group is finally together, it is time to eat. Hearing the word food, Lilim realizes she hasn't had a single bite to eat since they arrived here. Soon a table packed with hearty dishes, meats, salads, and fresh bread is set before them. The food is so malicious that Lilin can't handle the mix of relief and hunger, bursting into tears while chewing on a slice of tomato. Seeing the drama at the table, Timia grumbles, telling her to pick whether she wants to eat or cry, while the poor girl tries to explain through sniffling that she was starving and terrified of losing Lugo. The bespectacled assistant rushes over with a cloth to wipe her face, while the others watch the scene somewhat speechless at the dramatic reaction. Dying of embarrassment, Lilin tries to wipe away her tears, but the crying of relief simply won't stop. The girl keeps venting and sobbing happily upon seeing Lugo safe, while our hero tries to calm her down, taking the blame for making her worry so much. After pulling herself together, Lilim apologizes for making a scene, while Timia praises the feast on a full stomach and the guildmaster smiles, happy to see everyone satisfied. With the funny moment past, the leader puts on a serious face and guarantees that from now on, all three of them have the full protection of her guild. The group expresses heartfelt thanks for the support, but the master quickly cuts the gratitude short to ask an important question. With a much sharper and direct look, she demands the truth regarding a delicate matter. The leader rests her chin in her hands and asks straightforwardly what really went down at the Holy Church of Arid. She wants to understand the exact reason why the Holy Church is treating Lugo's group as mortal enemies. Sitting on the couch with a thoughtful, serious look, the guildmaster presses on about the events at the church. She looks at the group firmly, waiting for a clear explanation as to why they became the targets of such a heavy hunt. Furious just thinking about it, Timia knits her brows, the answer right on the tip of her tongue. The little fairy stands up angrily on the couch and points her finger, shouting that everything was the fault of that awful saintess. Lugo then steps up and gets straight to the point, revealing that Lisha tried to attack Lilim without a second thought, and that was the exact reason our protagonist was forced to fight her. Upon hearing Lisha's name, the guild leader clasps her hands and looks down, showing the heavy weight of everything that happened between them. She then bows formally an apology, explaining that the saintess is also an adventurer and that it falls upon her, as guildmaster, to apologize on Lisha's behalf. Lilim is surprised by the gesture and asks her not to do that, since she holds no blame for the girl's reckless actions. But with a somber look of concern, the leader asks Lugo if fighting her didn't prove too difficult for him. Our hero simply takes the situation in stride and quietly admits it was a bit tricky. Watching the heavy air between the two, Lilim notices that despite claiming to be master and student, there is a deep bond and history between them that no outsider can truly grasp. Trying to ease the tension, the leader says what matters most is that Lugo is still alive, even though she acknowledges Lisha's actions were unforgivable. But our hero coldly replies that it makes no difference now, since he settled things with her personally. He turns to Lilim and Timea to reassure them, promising that neither of them will ever be hunted by the church again. The guildmaster watches him with curiosity, asking if he is truly satisfied letting the matter end like this. Lugo explains his reasoning calmly, taking extreme measures against Lisha would only bring chaos and trouble to other humans, as she holds a crucial role that must be maintained. Touched by his maturity and kindness, the master smiles warmly, remarking on how big his heart is and thanking him for saving everyone once again. Lilin clasps her hands thoughtfully, unable to stop thinking about the connection between Lugo and the saintess, realizing that despite spending so much time with him, she barely knows who he truly is. She feels the urge to learn more about our hero's past, but the fear of asking and accidentally revealing her own secrets holds her back. Breaking the silence, the guildmaster admits she still has one lingering question on her mind. She looks at the young woman and asks directly why Lisha attacked Lilim out of nowhere, especially when the saintess had personally brought her there. After all, Lisha herself offered those sacred robes and handpicked her to become a saintess candidate. Facing the question, Lilim merely lowers her head in silence, while Lugo remains quiet beside her. Seeing her friend freeze up, Timea steps in and confirms that that was exactly how it went. The fairy explains that the saintess treated Lilim with nothing but warmth, but the moment they stepped onto the sacred altar, she turned completely cold in a terrifying way. But Lilim quickly interrupts with a shaky voice, saying things didn't happen quite like that. With a heavy weight on her chest, the girl hangs her head and confesses that she is the true culprit and the one who should be feared. The revelation takes everyone in the room by complete surprise, unable to understand how someone so gentle could say such a thing. Lilum begins to tremble, feeling that the time has finally come to let out the secret she had kept locked away. She admits she always harbored so much fear and distrust toward Lugo because her own conscience was weighing on her, terrified that her dark secret would come to light. The guildmaster watches her with curiosity, asking how such a sweet girl, who looks entirely human, could be dangerous. Overcome with desperation, Lilum can no longer keep it in and blurts out through her tears that she is actually a monster. The shock is instantaneous, and everyone in the room widens their eyes, unable to believe what they just heard. Lugo, however, simply brings a hand to his mask and stays silent, understanding the heavy burden the girl is carrying. Weeping, Lilum remembers the exact moment at the altar when the magical words revealed the truth and Lisha realized she wasn't human. Clutching her dress tightly, the young woman tries to hold back her tears as she looks at our hero and the guild leader. Completely distraught, she cries, saying she is not the kind of creature they should be protecting. But Timia won't let her friend drown in sorrow and immediately rushes to hug her, telling her she has nothing to be afraid of. The little fairy made sure to remind her that she is a monster too, praising Lilum's incredible talent as an apothecary, with Lugo nodding right along. The guild leader speaks up, emphasizing that as a master, she never goes back on an escort mission once accepted. However, she explains that the guild must record the details of whoever they protect, and calmly asks Lilum to share what kind of monster she truly is. A tense silence fills the room as everyone waits for the girl's answer. Taking a deep breath and gathering all the courage she has, Lilum finally reveals that she is an Empusa. Hearing that race, the adventurer and the receptionist nearly fall over in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains unbothered, carefully observing the reactions of everyone around him. The bespectacled assistant places a hand on her chin, asking if she means the legendary Empusa fiend. The guildmaster explains that in the past, those creatures caused massive trouble for humanity, to the point where the guild placed a bounty on their kind. With a guilty, downcast look, Lilum simply confirms that she is indeed that dangerous creature, but the assistant finds the situation puzzling, recalling that when she had a terrible headache, Lilum treated her perfectly and nothing bad happened. The warrior beside them remarks that if she was treated, of course she would be fine, but the assistant insists there is something very odd about it. She explains that an Empusa's specialty is mana drain, a dangerous ability to take people's magical energy through physical contact, and since Lilum had plenty of physical contact with her during treatment, it would be normal for her to end up completely drained. Lilum clarifies that mana drain is indeed her race's method of feeding an offense, but that brief contact while applying medicine wasn't enough to trigger the power. The guild leader understands the explanation and notes that on the western continent, such creatures are often known as incubi or succubi. The adventurer rubs his cheek sheepishly, remembering how veterans always warned him that guys like him would easily fall for such a creature's tricks. He ends up glancing over at Lilum and blurts out that any man would fall for a woman so pretty and human looking. Right away, Timia catches on and delivers a sharp pinch to his leg, making him howl in pain as she calls him a total creep. The guildmaster even jokes that the species' decline might have been fueled by jealousy from other women, but quickly returns to the topic, asking if Lilum can choose when to drain someone. Lilum shyly answers that she can choose, but in truth, she has never once made that choice, leaving the fairy puzzled by what she means. With her face burning red with embarrassment, the girl makes a shocking confession, admitting that since the day she was born, she has never drained anyone's mana. The scene cuts abreast, showing the peaceful Azima village. There stood the humble home and clinic where Lilum worked, caring for the sick with complete devotion. While she lay on the examination bed, the guildmaster and her assistant followed the case closely. Back in the present, the girl repeats, thoroughly embarrassed, that she went her whole life without absorbing a single drop of magical energy from another person. The news lands like a bomb, leaving everyone on the couch jaw dropped, unable to believe the crazy truth they just heard. The warrior jumps up in shock, asking how on earth an Empusa could survive without ever feeding. The assistant entrusts her glasses, thrilled by the medical breakthrough, while the guildmaster flashes an intrigued smile, finding the whole thing fascinating. Lilum feels totally awkward and slightly intimidated as the two lean in close, wanting to know what this examination will entail. The scene returns to the examination in the village, with Lara lifting Lilum's chin and noticing her appearance is 100% human. The assistant uses a blessing ability to analyze the girl's status, confirming with O that she found 0 anomalies. Lying on the clinic bed, Lilum apologizes for making them travel all the way to Azima village just to examine her, but Lara explains that an Empusa is a legendary creature, and if word got out, it would spark total chaos in the capital. The assistant agrees, pointing out that right here in the village clinic, with her own tools, Lilum would feel far more at ease for the checkup. The young apothecary nods in relief, touched by how considerate and caring they are being toward her. With a confident grin, the guildmaster picks up the stethoscope and announces she is ready to begin the medical check. She approaches with the gleaming tool in hand, excited to discover more about this rare species. When the cold nail touches Lilum's chest to check her heartbeat, the girl lets out a startled squeak and turns bright red with embarrassment. After listening carefully, Lara confirms her body is in perfect shape and her health is flawless. Curious, the leader asks if Lilum has ever felt any strange physical discomfort throughout her life. Lilin thanks for enrollment and shares that now and then, she would still feel an empty stomach even after eating plenty, prompting the assistant to ask what she did about it. The girl gets up from the bed and heads to the medicine cabinet to show the solution she came up with. She returns with a jar filled with small brown pellets and proudly explains that this is what she eats to satisfy that magical hunger. Lilin hands the jar to Lara, who studies the contents with curiosity and asks what the medicine is made of. Sniffing the pills, Lara instantly recognizes the scent of the roca fruit, famous for restoring mana, and the assistant gasps, having never seen anything like it. Lilin scratches her head sheepishly and shares that she developed the recipe herself after lots of research and trials. Intrigued, the guildmaster decides to take a test pill, leaving Lilin watching in eager anticipation. Suddenly, a golden aura bursts around Lara, who is amazed by the magical energy surging through her body, far stronger than eating the raw fruit. Lilin explains that since she refused to drain humans and lacked the strength to hunt monsters, she combined medicinal herbs with roca fruit to survive without hurting anyone. Touched, the assistant asks if that was why she became an apothecary, and Lilin confirms with a soft laugh, saying necessity forced her to find a way. Seeing the incredible potential of the product, Lara holds up the jar and asks if she would be open to selling the pills exclusively through the guild. The assistant loves the idea immediately, explaining that making Lilin the guild's official apothecary would make it much easier to legally protect her from any accusations. The girl panics and nearly turns it down, feeling it would be asking for far too much help, but the assistant tells her not to hold back, assuring her that distributing such a high-quality remedy would be extremely profitable for the guild as well. She even confesses that from the moment she first saw Lilim's work, she already intended to recruit her. The assistant warmly reaches out with both hands and takes Lilim's hands in hers. Looking straight into her eyes, she asks for a chance to build a true partnership. With a sweet smile, she proposes that Lilim lend them her talent, and in exchange, the guild will use all its strength to protect her. Overjoyed by the welcoming offer, the young apothecary agrees on the spot and bows in gratitude, thrilled to work alongside them. Back in the present discussion on the couch, Lugo comments that making Lilim an exclusive apothecary was a very smart move. Lara quenches her fist with a fierce look and promises that from now on, if anyone dares lay a hand on the girl, the guild will crush them without mercy. Our hero bows in thanks for the support, while the master playfully adds that he took great care of her in the past, so he can call on her whenever he needs. Next, Lugo turns to Lilim and decides to give her a formal apology. He bows his head earnestly, apologizing for dragging her into his messy past conflict with the Saintess, but Lilim panics, waving her hands wildly and saying she is the one who should be apologizing on her knees, having spent all this time suspecting him. Lugo is taken aback, a sweat drop forming on his head upon learning he was viewed as suspicious. The girl starts listing her reasons, recalling how he suddenly showed up in the village introducing himself as the new bodyguard while wearing bizarre armor. To make matters worse, the guy would bathe under the river waterfall without taking his helmet off for even a second, making it look even weirder. Not to mention he was stronger than any adventurer she had ever seen, prompting Lara to agree that he really did look like a wanted criminal. Lugo offers an awkward apology, but Lilim lowers her gaze again with deep sadness. With tears welling in her eyes, she confesses that she only acted so suspicious because she was terrified they would discover she was an impusa. She cries as she reveals her painful past, sharing that her parents were taken down by adventurers when she was only 5 years old, forcing her to sneak into the village to survive among monsters. Lugo watches her in silence, feeling the heavy burden of trauma the girl carries. Through tears, Lilim pours her heart out, saying the worst part was the constant fear of herself and the guilt she felt for deceiving people who had always been so kind to her. She sobs, saying that as a monster living a lie, she had no right to doubt someone as good as Lugo. Faced with her heartfelt confession, our protagonist remains calm and gentle. He reaches out and softly pats her head to comfort her. Looking into Lilim's tearful eyes, Lugo tells her with pure warmth that everything is fine and that everyone has things in their past they prefer not to talk about. Overcome with emotion, Lilim can't hold back any longer and throws her arms around Lugo, giving him a tight hug. Caught completely off guard, our hero panics, not quite knowing where to place his hands. Burying her face into his chest, the girl weeps non-stop, apologizing over and over for everything that happened. Seeing her distress, Lugo gently returns the gesture, stroking her hair with calm affection. From the other side of the couch, the guildmaster and her assistant watch with amused smiles, finding the moment absolutely adorable. Flustered to no end, Lilim pulls back with a small cough, remarking that lately all she does is embarrass herself crying in front of everyone. The assistant reassures her right away, saying she completely understands the pain she went through, while Lara adds that from now on, she can count on the guild for anything. The guildraster then gets up from the sofa and calls Lugo over for a private chat. With a knowing look, she says they need to discuss how to handle the situation going forward and asks him to step outside. Our hero agrees immediately and follows her to the building's exterior. Leaning against a wooden fence, Lara lights her pipe and asks how he plans to explain this whole story about Lilim to the villagers, assuring him the secret is safe and that she will keep the Saintess quiet. Blowing a puff of smoke, she warns that despite his history with Lisha, keeping the Saintess quiet forever will be almost impossible. but Lugo answers with complete confidence that she will stay quiet, making the master curious about his certainty. The warrior then brings up an ancient prophecy that completely flips the board. He reveals that the prophecy clearly stated the monster girl living in Azima village would bring salvation to the capital itself, leaving Lara wide-eyed. The guild leader recalls that back then, everyone assumed the prophecy was talking about little Tiemia. With a clever smile, she concludes that since the chosen one was Lilim all along, Lisha herself will do whatever it takes to cover it up and avoid humiliation. The scene returns to the clinic exam, where Lilim takes off her top, revealing 2 severe scars on her back where her wings used to be. The assistant looks with sympathy at the healed marks, remarking on how painful it must have been to pretend to be human for so long. With a sad smile, Lilim explains that she had no other choice if she wanted to survive. The young woman recalls the horror of that day, having to remove her own wings with a kitchen knife, enduring unimaginable pain just to pass as an ordinary human girl. She adds that right after doing something so extreme and preparing to enter the village, she got a huge scare. Lilim pulls her dress back slightly to reveal another scar at the base of her spine, explaining that in her rush, she forgot about her tail and had to remove that in a panic too. The assistant is stunned by the girl's sheer grit, while Lilim tries to lighten the mood with an awkward giggle. The assistant retouches the scar and notes that recovery magic could heal it, but quickly hesitates. She considers that since this is at Impus's body, using human healing magic could trigger completely unknown side effects. Lilim agrees right away, saying she always had that same fear regarding using spells on her own body. The assistant wonders if it might accidentally trigger mana drain, but Lilim believes the bigger risk would be consuming too much energy or altering the healing effect. As the girl buttons up her shirt shyly, the assistant wipes the sweat from her brow, noting that the only other option would be the traditional Impusa method. All excited, the assistant suggests that Lilim herself trigger the mana drain willingly. Lilim turns Reza to AO and tries to change the subject, saying she prefers to avoid that at all costs, leaving the woman curious as to why. Fidgeting with her fingers awkwardly, the apothecary explains that it would cause terrible issues for whoever the target is, prompting the assistant to ask if she could do it on a monster. With her face burning with embarrassment, Lilim confesses that her race's mana drain has a very peculiar and intimate activation method. The assistant widens her eyes, curious about this peculiarity. Completely flustered, Lilim explains that first she has to kiss her partner on the lips, and the rest of the process is so improper she can't even bring herself to say it out loud. The assistant gets lost in thought, imagining what comes after the kiss, and becomes thoroughly embarrassed. She clears her throat to disguise her wandering mind and agrees that doing that with a monster would be bizarre and gross. Lilim continues her thought, explaining that doing it with a human is dangerous too, since draining too much energy could put the person's life at risk. Out of nowhere, a loud shout cuts off their conversation, telling them to halt everything this instant. Timia appears triumphantly, announcing to everyone that she just had a brilliant idea, and another little fairy agrees with her with pure excitement. The tiny blonde fairy named Paisha pops out posing in the room, telling everyone to freeze. The assistant asks in shock where she came from, and the little creature proudly reveals she was hiding under the bed listening to every piece of gossip. Lil narks and shrieks in shock, asking if that little pest lives under her bed all the time. Timia laughs and shrugs it off, saying it's too late to worry about that since Paisha lives there and crawls into every nook and cranny. Feeling smug, Paisha starts bragging that she knows everything about Lilim, from the color of her garments to where she hides her secret diary. Right away, a dark aura surrounds Lilim, who glares at the fairy with a spine-chilling look. Sensing the danger, Timia pulls Paisha back and quickly changes the subject, saying they already know the perfect partner for Lilim's mana drain. The assistant looks skeptical, doubting they grasp the gravity of the situation since finding a compatible candidate for such a risky process seems impossible. Lilim jumps up in anger and agrees, yelling that beyond the kiss, draining too much mana could ruin a person's health, which goes against all her principles as an apothecary. With suspicious grins, Paisha and Timia tell Lilim not to worry about excessive draining, claiming that taking in lots of mana is even better. Before the girl can figure anything out, the two fairies grab her arms and tell her to come along. The tiny creatures drag the poor apothecary down the hallway, leaving the assistant behind speechless. Being pulled outside, Lilim asks in a panic where on earth they are taking her. Freaking out, the girl wonders if the plan is to drain the village elder just because he is an old man, leaving even the fairies shocked by such a dark thought. Luluel the assistant smirks and remarks that for this situation, there is only one possible answer. Lilim remains totally confused as she sees everyone gathered in the same spot. Looking over by the fence, she comes face to face with Lugo and the guildmaster chatting casually. Lara notices the group walking up and comments on the arrival of Lilim, the fairies, and her assistant Luluel. Right away, the master flashes a knowing grin, understanding exactly what is about to happen. She pats Lugo on the shoulder and cheerfully tells him that those girls have very serious business to discuss with him. Paisha enthusiastically confirms it, leaving our hero totally baffled. Without any filter, the fairy drops the bombshell, announcing to the world that Lilim is dying to give him a kiss. Lilim freezes on the spot, paralyzed between the two fairies cheering over their mischief. The girl's brain short-circuits and she lets out a loud shriek of pure embarrassment. Paisha proudly repeats the line, while Lilim goes pale with shame and Luluwal watches with a blush. Lugo is so stunned by the sudden announcement that he looks like a stone statue. Turning bright red, Lilim starts shaking the fairy, demanding to know what kind of nonsense she just made up. Paisha gives a thumbs up and says she is only returning the kindness she received, prompting Lilim to ask how exposing that is doing her any favors. The fairy insists she spoke up because she knew Lilim was too shy to admit it, but the girl denies it frantically, swearing she never thought of such a thing. Yet deep down, a memory resurfaces. Lilim recalls picturing Lugo kneeling like a knight, holding her hand with pure romance. Dying of embarrassment over her own thoughts, the girl hides her face and groans over how nosy fairies are. Timia impatiently tugs at her arm, asking what she's still waiting for. The fairy declares that even though Lugo belongs to her, he is easily the ideal test subject for mana drain. She explains that the man has an indestructible body, mana to spare for gravity magic, and that absorbing his energy wouldn't even tickle him. Thrilled by the chaos, Lara gives the guy a shove and tells him to go ahead and kiss her already, since Lilim wants it so badly. Our hero then looks at the young woman and asks, in all seriousness, if a kiss is truly required for the magic to work. Cornered and with her heart pounding, Lilim clasps her hands and stammers a yes. Without a second thought, Lugo steps closer as naturally as can be and asks if they should try it right now. The girl nearly stumbles backward hearing such a direct proposal. Seeing her face burning bright red, Lugo panics thinking she has a high fever and that the lack of mana drain is already taking a toll on her health. The fairies take the chance to egg you on, cheering the warrior to go all in and plant a big kiss on her. Lilo loses it completely, flailing in panic and screaming that she is perfectly healthy and fine. But Lugo leans in closer and tells her not to lie, pointing out that her eyes are wavering completely. Looking straight at the girl, the hero tells her not to hesitate to drain him, saying he would be happy to help if that is what she needs. With his face only inches away, Lilim's heart races completely out of control. Everyone around watches the scene, holding their breath in great anticipation of the kiss. Lilim even gets on her tiptoes, almost giving in to the moment. But the vivid image of kissing the warrior pops into her head, making her eyes spin in pure panic. Lugo just tilts his head, completely puzzled by her sudden hesitation. Unable to handle the intense pressure, Lilim loses her mind, covers her face, and sprints away, shouting that this is humanly impossible. Everyone stands there watching the girl run off, finding her innocence and over the top reaction simply unbelievable. Paisha even admits she might have taken the joke a bit too far, while Timia insists she was being totally serious. 2 weeks pass after that awkward moment, and we see someone pouring mana pills into a vial. In the medicine compounding room, Lilim hands over a fresh batch for Paisha to help her pack. Right at that moment, the guild adventurer opens the clinic door, asking if his order is ready yet. From upstairs, Lilim and the little fairy call out that they just finished everything up, and the young man realizes they are still on the upper floor. He pulls up a chair and sits down to wait for the delivery. Shortly after, Paisha flies down cheerfully, carrying a stack of boxes in her hands. She drops the pill packages onto the table, getting the adventurer excited about his new stock of magic potions. Garam holds the package, surprised by the great attention to detail, praising the packaging that even got a handy carrying handle, while Paisha puffs out her chest, full of pride in her own work. The adventurer gives a thumbs up, congratulating the little one, and the tiny fairy practically melts with joy over the compliment. Lilim comes down the stairs wearing her apron and sweetly asks if the amount of medicine was enough for his order. Stowing the boxes away in his backpack, Garam confirms with relief that the order is complete and thanks her for the quick delivery. He praises the pills, saying they take up far less space than standard liquid potions, are much more affordable, and have an unbelievable effect. Lilim thanks him for the positive feedback, but the warrior quickly leans across the table and brings up a topic in a secretive tone. With a sly, cheeky grin, he asks the girl to be nice and share the secret recipe of that remedy just with him. Right away, Lilim and Paisha's eyes widen, completely caught off guard by the sheer audacity of the request, but the apothecary quickly flashes a clever smile and asks if someone from the guild sent him to squeeze that info out of her, making the young man break into a cold sweat for being exposed so fast. Furious at his nerve, Paisha puts on a dark expression and calls him an ingrate for trying to swipe the recipe after everything Lilim did for him. Without a second thought, the enraged fairy zooms forward and lands a flying double kick straight to the adventurer's chest, sending the poor guy flying backward. While Garam rubs his aching chest, Lilim panics and tells the fairy to calm down, explaining that the guy did not mean any real harm. The apothecary winks at Garam, and he sheepishly confirms he was merely testing her loyalty on someone else's orders. Lilim firmly explains that carelessly leaking such a valuable recipe would deal a terrible blow to the guild itself. She stresses that she would never do such a thing behind the backs of those who protect her, and asks Garam to pass that answer directly along to leader Lara. Proudly, the young woman adds that even if someone had the recipe, the exact proportions shift with the weather, and the true secret comes from years of practice that no one can replicate. Garam acknowledges her genius, but earnestly advises her to be twice as careful, as the pill's fame is skyrocketing and dangerous individuals might soon come after her. Lilim warmly thanks him for the warning, knowing full well the danger is real. Next, she fetched the pain remedy from the second shelf, making the startled fairy ask if her friend is hurting anywhere. Lilim simply points at Garam's arm, bruised from the fairy's strike, making the tiny creature drop drop her head in sheer embarrassment over the outburst. As the young woman applies the healing salve to the bruise, Garam takes the chance to reveal he actually came to the village for a far more serious matter. The adventurer pulls 2 sealed envelopes out of his bag, leaving the girl wondering what those papers could possibly be. He carefully places the correspondence onto the table. One of the letters bears the official blue stamp of the Adventurers Guild, but the second letter is luxurious, sealed with red wax, and displays an elegant, unmistakable handwriting. The seal reveals that the document came straight from the Holy Church of Eret. The moment she spots that symbol, Lillian's blood runs cold. The girl's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe the church sent a letter directly to her. A heavy silence settles as the 2 letters rest upon the wooden table. The guild envelope seems completely harmless next to the other message, but the letter from the Holy Church carries an aura thick with tension and mystery. With a trembling voice, Woolen asks hesitantly if that message truly came from the church. Garam confirms with a grave look, revealing that Saint Lisha herself begged him to deliver it in person. Hearing Lisha's name sends a chill running straight down the girl's spine. Pure dread washes over Lillian, who jumps up from her chair, completely unsettled. The young woman recalls the relentless assault at the altar and breaks into a cold sweat, wondering what kind of sinister scheme the saint is cooking up this time. Garam understands the girl's trauma and tells her to stay calm, explaining that Lisha seemed to have very deep reasons behind the request. He stares at the red envelope and sighs at how delicate the whole situation is. The adventurer explains that the saint specifically asked that both she and Lugo read the contents of the letter together. Lillian gets confused upon realizing the message was meant not just for her, but also for our protagonist. Garam remembers how the saint herself bowed humbly before a simple adventurer to plead for the delivery, and urges Lillian to accept the letter. The young apothecary looks at the young man, sensing the sheer weight and seriousness of that plea in his eyes. Clenching her clothes tightly, she swallows her fear and tries to make up her mind. Lillian finally reaches out and accepts the church's letter, making it clear she is only taking the envelope because she trusts Garam's word. Relieved to put the tense topic to rest, she points to the blue, sealed envelope and asks what the other letter is all about. Garam flashes an awkward smile and says the second letter is much simpler. It is a direct message from leader Lara for Lugo, and he asks Lillian to hand it to the warrior for him. Lillian finds the request odd and questions why Garam does not just go to Lugo and deliver the paper personally. The adventurer breaks into a cold sweat and confesses in terror that our main character is hunting monsters in the forest right now, and nobody in their right mind would dare approach Lugo while he is fighting so fiercely. Lillian recalls the eerie, intimidating aura Lugo gives off during combat and agrees, though she mentions she has already figured out how to approach him safely, with zero intention of risking his own skin. Garam clasps his hands together, begging on his knees for her to do him this favor, since he needs to rush back to the capital before nightfall. With a serene smile on her face, the girl watches the situation calmly, waiting for our protagonist's next move. The ordered Nay reaches out to receive the sealed letter and, without a single second of hesitation, accepts the proposal he just received. Night falls over the town, and the scene cuts to the residence where they are gathered under the gentle moonlight. Sitting at the table, the pink-haired girl finishes explaining the whole situation, clearing everything up for the group. With the letter in hand, Lugo examines the contents very carefully while reflecting on what he just read. Curious to know what the message said, the girl anxiously asks what was written to him. Without beating around the bush, Lugo puts the envelope away and says he will keep the saint's letter, telling her there is no need for her to read it. She instantly agrees with his decision and even breathes a sigh of relief, since she did not want anything to do with Lisha anyway. The real issue, in fact, was the other letter that came from Lara, which leaves the girl quite intrigued. In the note, Lara mentions a rumor that deep inside the great forest of Maus there is a medicinal herb even more potent than the roca fruit, and asks him to fetch some. Hearing this, the girl beams at the possibility, while Lugo explains that it would be perfect to help her regularly restore her mana. Thinking of that, the young man promptly extends his hand and invites the young woman to join him on this mission through the forest. Extremely excited by the invitation, she does not think twice and accepts on the spot with a grin from ear to ear. A short while later, the duo steps into the thick vegetation where the heavy, gloomy atmosphere quickly begins to terrify the girl. Walking through the depths of the great forest of Maus, the strange noises rustling between the trees leave the poor mage utterly frightened. Lugo tries to calm her down, saying he is there to protect her, but she trembles all over and retorts that scary things are still terrifying no matter what. He asks if she had never come to this area before, and the girl confesses, almost in tears, that she had never ventured this deep into the forest. Looking around, our warrior acknowledges that the darkness of the place is genuinely bizarre, feeling like midnight in the middle of broad daylight. He then suggests they simply find the yellow flower as fast as possible and turn right back around immediately. In an attempt to speed up the search, she focuses her magic and tries asking the surrounding minor spirits for assistance. Unfortunately, the attempt leads nowhere, and she soon mentions, somewhat frustrated, that not even the spirits could locate the plant. Lugo reassures the girl, saying they will find it sooner or later, but she already starts apologizing, feeling like she is being totally useless. However, while distractedly moping along the trail, she ends up tripping hard over an exposed root on the ground. Panting as she loses her balance, the girl lets out a startled shriek as she falls toward the earth. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lugo reacts that very instant and catches her firmly in his arms before she can get hurt. Completely embarrassed by the blunder, she apologizes with blushing cheeks, explaining that her foot just got tangled up. Holding the girl securely, the warrior simply remarks that it was a close call, keeping his usual calm demeanor. That close contact alone was enough to make her face burn with embarrassment, turning as red as a tomato. In absolute panic over the awkwardness, she instantly leaps back and frantically thanks him for the save. She cannot stop thinking about the recent talk about kissing, which makes her 100% hyper, aware of the young man's presence. Noticing the young woman's tension in that pitch black darkness where nobody usually treads, Lugo realizes the enclosed atmosphere is weighing far too heavily on her. Determined to fix the lack of light, the warrior reaches for his blade, leaving the mage totally bewildered about what he is about to do. He simply tells her to watch and draws his blade in a swift, confident motion. With unbelievable speed, he slices through the air in an extraordinarily powerful circular strike. In the blink of an eye, the friction causes the blade to burst into bright flames, leaving the girl jaw dropped at the spectacular display. Lugo calmly explains that the friction heats the steel and ignites the dust particles in the air, producing light without spending any mana or fuel. Something, honestly, only a powerhouse like him could pull off. Even though she's stunned by the wild technique, she takes advantage of the cozy warmth of the fire to warm her hands and chase away the forest chill. He then mentions that he usually avoids using the flame blade in these mountains, and she quickly deduces it must be to avoid dulling the weapon's edge. Lugo confirms that is one reason, but emphasizes the real threat: the monsters dwelling in the depths of the forest tend to attack whenever they spot any source of light. The girl freezes in fright on the spot, realizing the deep trouble they could land in if they keep drawing so much attention. Pointing to the ground, the warrior says he has the perfect spell for her to use in this situation: summoning magic. Thoughtful, she tries to follow his logic and asks if the idea is simply to call forth some magical creature to help them out. But right after, the girl wonders what exactly she is supposed to try summoning there. Lugo then reminds her of that time she directly touched the mighty stone wolf. The Midori hums back instantly, and she confirms that she indeed got a pet and feel the great beast up close. The Yardenay explains that by touching the creature, she etched the exact feel of the monster into her mind, a far deeper understanding than just looking, and the girl melts, remembering how fluffy and warm the wolf was. He tells her to focus on that feeling and promptly extends his open hand, telling her to hold it. The girl is surprised by the sudden request and stares at his hand, not quite understanding the purpose of it. The man insists for her to take his hand, making the poor mage shrink back, completely flustered by the proximity. With utmost seriousness, Lugo asks her to picture him as if he were the stone wolf, but the girl cannot help noticing that he is not soft, cuddly, or fluffy in the slightest. Lugo does take his hand right away, before the memory of the wolf's touch fades from her mind. A bit flustered by the situation, the girl finally relents and holds his hand with all the gentleness in the world. As soon as their hands touch, an impressive magical glow begins to rise around them, taking the mage completely by surprise. The warrior begins channeling his energy through the contact, sending radiant particles flowing directly into her. Feeling that mysterious warmth course through his fingertips, the girl looks on in wonder, blushing at the intensity of the magic. Holding her hand firmly, Lugo instructs her to close her eyes and gently feel the flow of mana. She obeys that very second, squeezing her eyes shut as she tries to concentrate on all that energy. The mana around her begins to pulse even stronger, guided by the warrior's support and direction. Connected to his power, the young mage takes a deep breath and flawlessly channels the flow she is receiving. Lugo then guides her to direct all that gathered mana into the magic circle drawn on the ground. Following the instructions to the letter, she extends her free hand and releases the concentrated power toward the magical formation. The circle responds instantly to the command, glowing in a burst of pure light that illuminates the entire forest. Dazzled by the intense brilliance, she covers her face while Lugo calmly confirms that the summoning was an absolute success. And when the light finally clears, the magnificent stone wolf appears, sitting right in the center of the magic circle. Looking at the majestic creature before her, the girl can barely contain her excitement and is completely amazed. She cheers enthusiastically, while Lugo notices it is the exact same wolf from before, looking almost a bit apologetic for running away that time. A warrior tells her to go ahead and pet the animal, making the young woman even more thrilled. Filled with affection, she walks over and gives the beast a good head rub, apologizing for the misunderstanding and calling him a good boy. The wolf completely melts under her touch, while Lugo explains that summoned monsters exist to fulfill the wish of the one who called them. Realizing the great opportunity in front of her, the girl quickly comes up with a brilliant idea to move the mission forward. With all the sweetness in the world, she asks the wolf directly if he knows where to find those golden flowers. The animal lets out a cheerful, confident bark, making it clear he knows the area like the back of his paw. Without wasting a moment, the stone wolf takes the lead and begins guiding them through the thick vegetation. A short while later, the animal stops at the edge of a cliff and lets out an impressive howl toward the horizon. Lugo concludes that the creature truly understood the message, and the mage realizes their destination lies in that direction. The trio then approaches the edge of the cliff, emerging from the dense canopy into a high, open area. However, the biting wind blowing at the top of the canyon makes the poor girl shiver from head to toe. She hugs huddles into the wolf's warm fur to heat up, while Lugo peers over the edge and admits they never would have found the plant up here on their own. Looking down at the sheer rock wall below, they finally spot the yellow flowers, situated in a spot so steep it would be tough even for our protagonist to reach. Startled by the dizzying height of the drop, the girl anxiously asks what they are supposed to do in a spot like this. But before she can even finish her sentence, Lugo simply steps out into empty air and drops off the cliff without any hesitation. The mage and the wolf go into total panic seeing the warrior plummeting toward the bottom of the ravine. Yet, with his usual monstrous strength, Lugo delivers a direct punch into the solid rock to halt his descent midway down. The two peek over the edge of the cliff, completely stunned, unable to believe the reckless stunt they just witnessed. Anchored to the stone wall by just one fist, he casually plucks the bunch of flowers with his other hand like it is nothing at all. The reaction from the two up top is priceless. Both the girl and the wolf freeze wide, mouthed at this guy's sheer craziness. As if that were the most normal thing in the world, he prepares to head back up and focuses his power. Pointing his finger upward, the man activates his gravity magic to propel his own body. In an incredible leap that defies all logic, Lugo shoots back up to the top of the cliff before their astonished eyes. Back on solid ground, the warrior praises the wolf for finding the spot, while Lilum notices the little guy looks a bit bewildered by all the affection. Lugo also makes sure to praise the girl, explaining that summoning and directing a monster is tricky, and she only managed it because of the strong bond she built. Hued and blushing, she thanks him from the bottom of her heart and confesses she was thrilled her very first summon went so well. While watching the warrior pet the wolf, the young woman reflects on how his skills are completely beyond ordinary reality. She even remembers hearing that the legendary hero Luke Oddfield supposedly perished falling from a cliff, concluding that Lugo's power must be even greater than his. Noticing her fixed gaze, the young man asks if she said something, and the girl instantly plays it off, saying it was nothing. With the time to part ways arriving, the warrior announces that it is time to say goodbye to the wolf and thanks him for the tremendous help. The young woman gets a teary face at the news, but Lugo explains that summoning magic is temporary and the beast always returns to its habitat after completing the task. Understanding how things work, she comes to terms with it while Lugo rewards the good boy with a fine piece of dried meat as thanks. The girl then gives her companion one last affectionate pet and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for all his support. With the brightest smile in the world, she says goodbye, promising very sweetly that she will call on him again soon. The little wolf snaps up the piece of meat happily, enjoying the treat as a reward for his help. Then, the creature says farewell and dashes off into the forest, while the duo watches him leave from the cliff top. With the mission accomplished, Lugo asks if they should start heading back, and the girl agrees that now is the best time. Just at that moment, however, something unexpected in the brush below catches the young healer's eye. Noticing her hesitation, the warrior turns around curiously to see what caught her attention. Without saying a word, she simply points her finger toward an isolated clearing among the trees. Amidst the glee forest, a single beam of sunlight shines directly onto a solitary headstone, making the girl wonder if that could be a grave. At that sight, Lugo falls completely silent, looking at the memorial as the wind blows hard around them. Curious to see it up close, she asks again if that really is a grave built out in the middle of nowhere. Pointing once more at the mysterious headstone, the girl decides to head down there to check it out with her own eyes. The armored man just remains quiet, staring at the sight with a heavy, somber mood that only he understands. Without hesitating, she walks down the path toward the monument illuminated by the sunbeam. Reaching the headstone, the young woman looks around with a strange feeling, while the warrior follows closely behind with slow steps. Taking in the condition of the spot, she notices the grave is very well kept and appears to have been tidied up recently. However, the bouquet of white flowers left at the base of the stone has already begun to wither over time. Moved by the scene, the girl bends down and asks if they shouldn't replace those flowers with fresh ones. But the exact moment she touches the arrangement, a detail on the wrapping catches her attention. Noticing her sudden jewel, Lugo steps up with concern and asks what happened. The young woman takes a closer look at the golden crest stamped on the fabric wrapped around the bouquet. Recognizing the symbol immediately, she realizes that crest belongs to the Holy Church of Eret. While the young man confirms the fact in silence, the mage wonders if that grave might belong to some prominent church member. Staring straight at the headstone, Lugo breaks the silence and states that it has nothing to do with that. In a bitter, gloomy tone, the warrior reveals that this grave merely belongs to a fool who naively believed his former comrades truly cared about him. The girl is caught off guard by that sudden remark and is left completely baffled. Confused by her companion's harsh words, she looks at him, trying to decipher what he meant. A bit awkward, she apologizes and asks if he said something, pretending the strong wind kept her from hearing clearly. Looking away, the young man simply brushes it off and says it was nothing important. Deciding to drop the matter, the girl suggests they head out, admitting she is still wary of getting involved with church folk. To lighten the heavy mood, she flashes an energetic smile and celebrates that the main thing is they managed to grab the yellow flower. Lugo calmly agrees, relieved he does not have to dive into that painful past. Pulling the young man by the hand with pure joy, she invites him to head straight back home. The seaman bids farewell to that lonely grave in the woods, quietly keeping the memory of the betrayed hero. Back in the village, the story shifts to Lilum's clinic, where work is about to begin. With the yellow flower and all its roots laid out on the counter, the time has come to analyze the new discovery. Inside the compounding room, she eagerly slips on her work gloves, ready to test the plant's medicinal properties alongside the fairy Paisha. The girl thoughtfully notes that she lacks the capital's advanced equipment and has no appraisal magic, while Paisha confirms she has never heard of that flower before. With no other option available, the healer decides to resort to an alternate method to learn more about the herb. She immediately summons the minor elemental spirits for help, explaining that they can provide simple answers regarding nature. Curious, the little fairy instantly asks what the plant's name is, hoping to finally crack the mystery, but the spirits give no reaction whatsoever, making it obvious they have zero clue what the flower is called. Chuckling awkwardly, she changes her approach and asks the spirits if that mysterious plant is safe to consume. Peachfoot panics thinking her friend is just hungry, but Lilim explains that eating a small piece is the most effective way to test medicinal effects, provided it is not poisonous. The spirits then descend and begin glowing brightly around the roots, indicating that is where the potency is gathered. Picking up a small knife, she gets the message right away, knowing that many medicinal plants store their main compounds directly in their roots. Ready to conduct the practical test, the girl looks at the fairy and seriously warns her that if anything goes wrong, she must rush to fetch the village chief. The fairy freaks out in distress, yelling in disbelief over what a random old guy could possibly do to save her in such an emergency. Lilim then reveals that despite his plain look, the chief is her master and the former village apothecary, leaving the fairy outraged at her dropping such a bombshell out of nowhere. Nearly in tears from worry, the fairy begs her to stay safe and not pull any dangerous stunts. Trying to show confidence while swallowing her own nerves, the young woman says everything will probably be fine and places her fate in the fairy's hands. And without a second thought, she puts the piece of root in her mouth and swallows it whole, sending poor Paisha into a screaming fit of pure panic. 3 hours pass following the test, and the girl is now lying in bed, running a high fever and gasping from severe discomfort. Panicking at the sight of her friend struggling in such rough shape, Tisha tells her to hang in there while waiting for the village chief to arrive. Barely able to keep her eyes open due to the burning sensation throughout her body, the young healer weakly pleads for a sip of water. The fairy immediately zips over with a glass of water along with some medicine to try settling the girl's stomach, but Lilim quickly whispers, almost out of strength, that this unbearable pain probably has nothing to do with her stomach. Right at that moment, a voice at the door explains the situation, stating that this is a textbook case of mana overload. The elderly village chief steps into the bedroom leaning on his cane, explaining that excess energy in the body triggers a high fever, especially around the heart. Even while enduring awful heat, the researcher in her takes over, and she becomes fascinated by the absurd potency of that yellow flower. The veteran apothecary reassures everyone with complete calm, stating she will get better as soon as the built-up energy dissipates with rest. Upset by the lack of a quick fix, the fairy complains that the old man is entirely unhelpful, while Lilim weakly tries to scold her for being disrespectful. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Peisha's head as she remembers someone who knows everything when it comes to mana. Blushing deeply and dizzy from the fever, the young healer shyly asks who she is talking about. The fairy points with utmost excitement, making it clear the only person capable of fixing this is the masked warrior. The scene is then abruptly interrupted by a traumatic memory from the past, showing the sharp glint of a sword through the air. A man desperately tries to grab the sharp blade with his bare hands to block the lethal blow. On that dark day, Lilim's parents fought with everything they had to shield her from the ruthless attack of the Holy Church's knights. In tears, the little girl reaches out for her father, while her mother clutches her in desperation to keep her safe. Her wounded father screams with all his might for his daughter to run away immediately and not look back. Her mother backs up the command with a broken heart, pushing little Lilim to escape as fast as she can. Terrified, with tears streaming down her face, the little girl can barely process the cruelty of that farewell. Shua nor demon tail as she runs through the dark forest, the child follows her parents' desperate plea. She dashes through the shadows, while her mother stays behind ready to face a grim fate. Weeping, the young girl keeps running through the dense woods, calling out for her parents as her whole world crumbles to pieces. Cornering the defenseless couple, the church soldiers express annoyance that the child got away and vent their intense hatred toward demons. With cruel scowls across their faces, the persecutors raise their weapons to carry out their harsh judgment. Hearing her parents' anguished cries echo in the distance, little Lilim weeps bitterly, etching the resolve to survive into her very soul. Back in the present, the girl wakes up from the terrible nightmare, whispering through tears that she must stay alive no matter what. Opening her eyes, she finds the imposing armored figure standing quietly beside her bed. Lodo speaks softly upon noticing she is finally awake from that turbulent sleep. Realizing who is right there in the room, she falls into total embarrassment and pulls the blanket up to her chin. Paisha lets her know that she was the one who brought him over, while Lugo apologizes for dropping in and explains he came to help with the mana overload. When he takes a step closer, the girl cowers in bashfulness, not knowing where to hide her face. Blushing bright red with shyness, she buries her face under the covers and grumbles that she feels super self-conscious being in her pajamas. The fairy loses her patience on the spot, shouting that a medical emergency is no time to be fussing over clothing. Paisha pleads for the warrior to do something quickly to help her, and Lugo readily agrees to step in. Without wasting a second, the young man touches the girl's skin to check her temperature, catching the mage off guard with the contact. The shock of such close contact makes the young woman freeze with embarrassment, stammering frantically as she asks what he is doing. A bit sheepish, Lugo pulls his hand back and apologizes for being improper, explaining he only meant to check her fever. Falling quiet for a second, the girl takes a deep breath and tries to calm her racing heart. Seeing that his only intention was to help, she gathers her courage and starts unbuttoning the collar of her pajamas, baring her neck and collarbone with her face burning red from embarrassment. She gives him permission to continue the checkup. Lugo gently touches the area to assess her body heat, making the young woman let out a soft sigh at the sensation. The warrior notes that the fever is running extremely high and confirms the classic signs of mana overload. Impressed by the strength of the flower root, ashamed of her recklessness, the girl apologizes and admits she has the terrible habit of eating unknown plants just to test them out. The young man understands her professional curiosity, but very earnestly asks her to value herself more and stay out of harm's way. Impatient, the fairy asks what miraculous cure he has, and Lugo straightforwardly replies that he will put an end to her distress right now. He then reaches Amina's hand in a pose so ominous that the girl gets startled, apprehensively asking if that isn't dangerous. But to everyone's surprise, the warrior simply takes her small hand gently in a basic handshake. Instantly, bluish mana begins flowing from Liliman to the warrior, making Paisha cheer upon seeing him drain all the excess energy away. Yet, watching the scene up close, the little fairy is left flabbergasted by how effortlessly that man absorbs such a colossal amount of power. Watching it all with her jaw dropped, the fairy arrives at the obvious conclusion that this masked warrior is far from an ordinary person. Feeling rejuvenated, the young healer thanks him for the relief, while the young man emphasizes that good rest is all she needs to make a full recovery. With a tender smile at rosy cheeks, the girl softly admits that she can always count on him for anything. Looking at her through his helmet, Lugo replies with total sincerity that that is precisely why he is here, and that she can ask for help whenever she needs it. Hearing such kind words from him deeply touches the girl's heart, making her feelings surge to the surface. Clutching a sheet to her chest, she thinks to herself that if he keeps being this sweet, she might end up completely spoiled. Since the tragic loss of her parents, she never had anyone she could truly lean on, which leaves her utterly confused about what she is feeling. Hiding her breathful face under the blanket, the young woman tries to convince herself that all this needy feeling must just be a side effect of the fever. But out of nowhere, the warrior breaks the silence and says with total calm that she has every right to lean on him. The young man points out that despite still being young, she already shoulders massive responsibility caring for the health of the entire village as their doctor. For that very reason, he insists she does not need to play tough all the time and can be soft and depend on him whenever she wants. Completely melting with affection and embarrassment, she shyly reaches out her hand and asks him to keep holding it just a little longer. Without hesitation, Lugo wraps the girl's small fingers in a warm, comforting grip. The warrior grants the request with all the care in the world, while the young woman hides her burning face beneath the bedsheet. Witnessing that romantic mood from the corner of the doorway, the little fairy Paisha turns redder than a beet. Feeling totally awkward, the fairy zips away that very second, making up an excuse that she is going to fetch water and towels for her friend. Flying far from the house into the dead of night, the cool breeze seems nowhere near enough to chill the little creature's racing thoughts. Paisha cannot stop thinking about how Lilim's behavior around the warrior has been remarkably suspicious. That smitten gaze and the way the doctor's face turned beet red gave away absolutely everything. Connecting the dots from when the two were holding hands, the little fairy finally realizes the undeniable truth. The shock of the realization hits the tiny fairy full force, making her eyes widen in sheer panic. She instantly remembers when the fairy queen proudly declared her intention to marry our protagonist. Despair kicks in hard upon realizing she just accidentally encouraged a formidable love rival to compete for the man's heart. Looking up at the moon in distress, Paisha begs her queen for forgiveness for inadvertently creating such a dangerous contender. Meanwhile, over at the village chief's house, the little fairy queen wakes up in the middle of the night with a sudden sneeze out of nowhere. Time goes by, and the following morning we find Lugo out in an open field tossing a massive boulder into the air during a training session. The young swordsman channels all his power into his blade and delivers a flaming strike with pinpoint precision. The giant rock splits cleanly in two from the force of the blow, kicking up dust all across the area. The young man can barely believe what he just did and cheers ecstatically for managing to slice clean through the stone. Lugo calmly applauds the execution of the strike, praising the student's flawless performance. The warrior shakes our masked hero's hand, overflowing with gratitude, while Lugo explains that his lack of talent with regular magic is compensated by his incredible bodily mana control. Watching the energy envelop his fists, the young man finally grasps how physical reinforcement works and thanks him wholeheartedly for the guidance. Lugo simply tells him to thank Lara, since he only agreed to train him because the girl had made that special request. Meanwhile, back at the village clinic, the young healer lets out a long, weary sigh after spending hours hunched over her desk. She stretches contentedly in her chair, feeling completely refreshed after a wonderful night's sleep. In her report, she jots down with her quill that chewing the root easily outperformed the roca fruit, and that new preparations could boost the effects even further. Satisfied with the conclusion of her medical research, she seals the letter with the official stamp for delivery. The girl calls the fairy and gently asks her to take care of sending out that important piece of mail. Paisha flies cheerfully over to the desk to pick up the envelope, ready to carry out her assigned task. The fairy promises to deliver the document directly into the hands of the carriage driver heading toward the royal capital. But right after, the tiny creature pauses and grabs the young woman's attention with an extremely cheeky look. Grinning from ear to ear, the fairy teasingly asks if her night by the warrior's side was really that wonderful. The memory of the young man holding her hand in bed rushes back to Lilim's mind, making the girl freeze in utter embarrassment. The healer panics completely and frantically denies it, while Paisha keeps teasing, saying the warrior's treatment worked absolute wonders. Furious and emotion commands a toe, she demands that the fairy stop twisting things, insisting he was only helping out. The little fairy cuts in playfully, saying it was merely to cure the excess mana, leaving the young woman cornered even further. Left with no comeback to defend herself, the girl crosses her arms and pouts with an intensely red face. Laughing at the situation, the fairy remarks that she ought to thank the guy properly, considering she begged to cuddle with him all night long. To make the embarrassment even worse, the fairy mimics the healer's sweet voice, asking the warrior to hold her hand just a tiny bit more. Teasing her to the limit by saying she had never seen her act so clingy, the fairy sends the poor doctor into total emotional overload. Overwhelmed by shame, Lilim shoves the fairy right out the open window, yelling that she only acted that way because of the fever delirium. Hovering outside, Paisha does not miss the chance to poke fun, pretending to agree that her friend was just acting unusually strange. The fairy even threatens to spread the rumor across the entire village, making the doctor raise a furious fist and tell her to shut her trap. After the tiny creature takes off, the girl collapses face first onto the desk, letting out a heavy sigh of complete defeat. Recalling the moment she clingily begged the young man to hold her hand, she feels her face burn with sheer mortification. Not knowing where to hide her face, the young woman curls up in her chair and lets out a muffled squeal, thoroughly embarrassed by her own behavior. The scene cuts to the central square of Azema village, where a group of local adventurers is gathered to train under Luvo's mentorship. The masked warrior stands before Garam and announces that the next round of sparring is about to begin. With a simple snap of his fingers, the protagonist demonstrates a spark of power to guide the trainees. The village adventurers go wild over the display and cheer excitedly, ready to give it their absolute all. Garam praises Luvo's skills, impressed that he can teach mana control to rank E adventurers in just a matter of days. The masked man explains that one only needs to master the fundamentals, since the world overflows with mana, though Garam points out that sensing invisible energy is no easy task. The swordsman admits he never would have awakened that gift had Lugo not transferred mana directly into him during their first practice session, but their conversation is cut short by the commanding shouts of little Timia from the opposite side of the field. Striking a grand pose, the fairy queen summons her wind currents and dares the recruits to try busting through her magic barrier. The warriors take on the challenge by calling her Big Sis, which leaves the proud queen spitting mad over the nickname. Hyped for the contest, Garam charges toward the sparring ring, shouting that he wants to get blown away by the fairy's wind too. Waving over his shoulder, the young warrior vows to keep growing stronger to protect both the village and the capital from monster threats. Watching the young man's drive, Lubo quietly ponders that this noble goal is the exact same desire burning in Laura's heart. Garam dashes straight into the clash against Timia, while our protagonist observes the training from a distance. For a brief moment, peaceful calm settles over the village square as the warrior folds his arms to rest. Yet that peace lasts only a brief moment, shattered by a piercing cry for help coming from deep within the trees. To everyone's shock, Lilim comes sprinting in absolute panic, being chased down by a bizarre, gigantic tomato monster. Spotting the grotesque creature right in the middle of the village, even our protagonist widens his eyes in disbelief at the scene. Weeping and in total panic, the doctor runs with everything she has and begs the warrior to save her from that thing. The colossal beast opens a huge maw lined with sharp teeth right behind the girl, ready to swallow her whole at any second. Jaw dropped at the ridiculous sight, Garam and Timia can hardly believe that monstrosity is literally a living tomato. In a flash, the monster's vines wrap around Lilim's legs and haul her high into the air upside down. Seeing the creature's slimy tongue loom close to her face, the girl panics, thinking she is about to be eaten alive. The creature gets ready to gulp down the airborne young woman like an easy snack, but the armored warrior leaps into action that very second, jumping straight toward the beast with his blade drawn. With a single devastating slash of his sword, Lugo cleaves the giant tomato from top to bottom before it can do a single thing. With the creature undone, the vines let go and the doctor begins tumbling down toward the dirt. In a picture-perfect rescue, the protagonist catches her in his arms with absolute grace before she can take any harm. In the very next second, the remains of the beast erupt into a massive tidal wave of tomato sauce all across the square. The surrounding adventurers stand completely dazed, not grasping what just happened. A thick red rain pours down over everyone, drenching Gimia in a messy layer of tomato juice. While the crowd complains about the mess taking over the place, the warrior remarks that things got a little out of hand. Protected inside a magical barrier that deflected all the splatters, Lilim discovers he used gravity magic to keep them spotless. Dripping red all over, the fairy queen runs furiously toward the pair, complaining about the injustice of being left outside the shield. The young Nen dispels the barrier with a snap of his fingers and asks if she is alright, getting a grumpy reply from the indignant fairy. Trying to smooth things over, the doctor offers a warm bath at her clinic, and the fairy accepts immediately, demanding fresh clothes as well. Lilim promises to take her shopping to make up for the trouble, which instantly brightens the little queen's mood. The young warden then turns to the warrior and sweetly thanks him for saving her once again, receiving a calm response from him. Curious about where that bizarre thing came from, Lugo asks what actually happened, and she shyly admits she loves growing tomatoes. The doctor recalls that she was lovingly tending to her garden behind the clinic when it all started. She was quietly watering the sprouts, completely alone in the backyard, when, all of a sudden and without any warning, that colossal creature burst from the soil and lunged straight at her. The young man reasons that a monster egg must have gotten mixed in with the seeds, and Lilim weeps over losing the expensive seeds she bought from the capital. The warrior pokes fun at the high-end goods from the capital, sarcastically concluding that those seeds were perhaps a bit too fancy. Wiping the tomato juice off his face, the man is completely confused by her sudden reaction. But the moment he tastes the juice-sized fingers, his eyes light up upon realizing just how sweet and delicious that tomato is. Curious about his reaction, the pink-haired girl turns to Lugo, trying to understand what is going on. Without saying a word, the masked man reaches out and picks a fine branch full of fresh fruit directly from the creature's back. He places one into her hands, leading the young woman intrigued by such a red, flawless fruit. Lugo tells her the flavor is out of this world and that she needs to taste it for herself. Without hesitation, the girl takes a first bite to test what he just told her. Right away, her face lights up completely at the amazingly sweet taste of that tomato. She marvels at the sweetness, while Lugo explains that the fruits produced by a well-fed monster are nutritious and wonderful for the body. Seeing the happy look on her friend's face, the little girl runs over to her, begging to get a piece too. She eagerly takes a big bite of the tomato and is instantly enchanted by the delicious flavor. The two eat heartily, feeling all the fatigue from their intense training simply melt away thanks to the fruit's nutrients. Spotting the other adventurers watching from a distance with watering mouths, the girl decides to invite them to join in. With a huge smile, they invite everyone over to eat, letting them know there is plenty of fruit to replenish everyone's energy. The crew does not think twice and rushes over to grab their share, since the grueling workout had worked up an appetite for everyone. Watching the lively scene from afar, the instructor mentions to Lugo how pleasant and welcoming that village atmosphere is. He acknowledges that despite being rank E, the rookies have tons of potential, praising the sharp eye of the guildmaster who learned everything from her mentor. Lugo listens quietly, silently agreeing with the fact that Lara has truly become an exceptional leader. Knowing the promotion exam is right around the corner, the man asks for one more round of practice, and the masked warrior agrees to take charge. A short time later, the scene shifts to the vast arena of the Adventurers Guild, where the big promotion exam is about to begin. The rookies line up anxiously in the center of the Colosseum as the instructor's voice rings out, announcing the official start of the test. From high above, Guildmaster Lara Ledolk watches intently while reflecting on the strict ranking system of the adventurers. She thinks of the legendary rank S adventurer, Luke Uthahide, who is a true anomaly and an absolute exception in that world. After all, the vast majority of guild members start at the very bottom, stuck as humble rank E adventurers. And the harsh reality is that only a tiny handful ever gather enough strength and skill to climb to rank D. With the official proctors lined up across the arena, the tension in the air is almost tangible. The examiner then steps forward and solemnly declares the opening of the rank D promotion exam. Packed with energy and confidence, the red-haired boy raises his fist, ready to be the first to showcase his skills. He steps up before the guild examiner, determined to prove he belongs among those who pass the test. The proctor looks at the boy seriously and gives the order to begin the match. In that very second, the young man charges forward at full throttle, sprinting at top speed straight toward the guard. He clears first Tyree and readies his first strike as he charges head-on. The examiner studies the boy's stance, finding it odd that he tries to open the bout with a running left jab. Calmly, the guard sidesteps, figuring that straightforward attack was far too hasty. But instead of losing his footing, the boy swiftly pivots his torso, harnessing his own momentum. The examiner is caught off guard by the fluid footwork, anticipating a follow-up straight punch immediately after. But the boy pulls a magical cord of pure flame between his hands and unleashes his blazing strike with full power. A potent projectile of fire cuts through the air like a flaming arrow straight toward the startled examiner. The guard dodges on pure instinct, yelling in terror as the ground explodes into flames right behind him. Looking at the smoking, scorched crater on the stone floor, the man is stunned to realize that was pure fire magic. The boy scratches his head sheepishly for only grazing with the attack, remarking on the difficulty of rank D, while the guard is still processing the scare. Without wasting any time, the boy is already knocking another glowing arrow on his bow of fire, warning that this time he will not miss. His eyes shine with determination as he readies the shot, making the examiner panic and immediately yell that he passed. The guard desperately begs him not to shoot again, stating that any rank E adventurer capable of using magic is already more than qualified. The young man is thrilled by the news and celebrates with his arms raised high, beaming with joy over earning his promotion. He runs back to his friends trading a celebratory high five, while the examiner nearly collapses in relief from getting out unscathed. In the shadows of the arena, another examiner watches unperplexed, unable to fathom how a mere rookie could cast a spell like that. Excited by her companion's success, the girl decides it is her turn, while the proctor still cannot believe that Prodigy has been active for less than a single year. Everyone's attention then turns to the next candidate, who steps forward onto the battlefield. The young hooded mage raises her hands wrapped in dense magical energy, readying her shadow summon before the watchful eyes of the guild. Dark arms rise from the ground and grab the examiner's legs, making the man yell in pure panic. He is pulled through the darkness without being able to do a thing, while the rookie mage controls the spell with absolute calm. Right after, another candidate unleashes a blinding flash across the arena, leaving the proctors totally disoriented. Another rookie uses nature magic to bind the guard in a tight cocoon of living vines. To make matters even worse for the examiners, the girl charges in riding atop a giant stone golem, making the veterans look like complete amateurs. In the end, all the proctors end up sprawled out on the floor, thoroughly humbled by the group of beginners. That is when Guild Millmaster Lara Leto appears, chuckling with satisfaction at the flawless result, while the guard asks in shock what she did with those kids. With a playful smirk, Lara simply answers that she sent the group to train under a very special instructor. Later on, the setting shifts to the guild cafeteria, where the mood among the examiners is not looking great. Outered from head to toe, they vent about what a wild ride that test was, complaining that none of those rookies fought like any rank E adventurer. At that moment, a sweet, gentle voice interrupts the conversation, remarking on how tough of a day it must have been for them. The three raise their heads in surprise when they see you just approach their table. It is Claire, a renowned rank A adventurer and a former member of the legendary Luke's party. She tells them to make themselves comfortable and explains she only wants to ask them a quick question. Pulling up a chair, Elle comments on the astonishing level of magic used by the rookies who took today's test. Curious about that wild progress, she asks directly if they know where the group learned all of that. The proctor shares that the guildmaster herself sent them off to train with a secret instructor out in the countryside. He adds that the man goes by the title of town guard for Azemo village. Elle rests her hands on the table and ponders for a few moments, taking in that valuable piece of information. In a sweet, teasing tone, she mentions that she too would love to receive some training from this man. The guard is instantly shocked, reminding her that she is already rank A and there is no way anyone could teach her anything. Elle's expression shifts abruptly, and she softly agrees that she has indeed reached rank E, though that still is not enough to place her in the coveted rank S. Sensing the tense mood that just formed, the examiner lets out an awkward chuckle, trying to break the ice. That very second, Elle flashes a cute smile and says she was only kidding, apologizing for the tease. The guard turns completely red, melting over her charm, finding the girl far too adorable to take seriously. She then says goodbye with a cheerful wave, thanking them for the chat before leaving the cafeteria. The guards sit drooling at the table, feeling like all the stress and atch from the beating they took vanished in the blink of an eye. But as soon as she walks away, Elle's expression turns entirely cold and calculating as she analyzes the day's events. She deduces that for 17 rookies to best rank C proctors so easily, their level must have jumped to at least rank B. Being able to elevate so many people's abilities in such a short time is truly extraordinary. Bothered by the emergence of this new mystery, she grumbles that this whole affair is going to end up being a massive hassle. Meanwhile, a massive explosion shakes the depths of the great forest of Mouse. The hideout of the Bastard's Grave bandit gang has been completely engulfed in a devastating blaze. Hoarded by the flames, the criminals tremble in terror, screaming desperately for the beatdown to end. Amidst the sea of fire, Lugo strolls calmly alongside the fairy queen Timia. With an intimidating grin and a magical spark in her hand, Timia mocks the thieves for having the audacity to rob Azima village. Lugo snaps his fingers coldly, remarking that he was actually surprised by the gang's boldness in using teleportation magic for their heist. Throwing himself to the ground in tears, the bandit leader begs on his knees for them to spare his life. But Lugo and Timia gaze at the man with pure disdain, making it clear they have zero interest in his miserable life. The bandit falls into absolute panic, realizing too late that he picked a fight with the wrong person. Lugo grabs the leader by the collar and lifts him off the ground effortlessly, leaving the criminal certain that his journey ends right there. With his red eyes gleaming beneath his mask, our protagonist demands the immediate handover of the medicines Lilim prepared. The man widens his eyes in complete bewilderment, shocked that they are dismantling his whole crew over simple medicines. Meanwhile, back at the village, Lilim lets out a long, heavy sigh, resting her head flat on the table. The little fairy Pisha notices her friend's gloom and comments on how heavy that sigh sounded. But as the girl lifts her head, Pisha gets quite a scare upon noticing that her eyes have turned completely red. Exhausted and drained of energy, Lilim confirms she is fully aware of her own rough condition. When the fairy asks what happened, Lilim explains that the bandit stole her entire stock of medicine recently. She explains that without the Roca pills, her body is suffering from a severe mana deficiency, making the little fairy finally understand the reason behind her state. Looking closely at the girl, Pisha thoughtfully remarks that those crimson eyes are actually quite pretty. Lilim just stares back at the little fairy with a completely innocent, puzzled look. The fairy blushes, enchanted, saying she feels like she could gaze into those eyes forever. Suddenly, Lillo's unveiling a supernatural, dangerous gleam. As if under the spell of her own power, Lilum leans in slowly and touches Paisha's face in an alluring manner, but she quickly snaps out of it, widening her eyes in shock upon realizing what she almost did. Overwhelmed by panic and embarrassment, she pushes the fairy away, yelling at her to keep her distance. Paisha is left totally bewildered by that abrupt reaction while trying to recover from the surprise. Lilum clutches her own face in fright, figuring that strange urge could only be the influence of the Empusa power taking hold of her. Worried about the danger her eyes present, the young woman decides to take action immediately. She grabs a strip of black cloth and ties it securely around her head, completely covering her vision. Wolwe explains this from drawing too much attention. The Empusa eyes carry an uncontrollable charm effect, so it was best to cover them for now. Paisha thinks that is a great idea and points out that now they just need to wait for Lugo to return from the hideout with the stolen medicine. The fairy even gives a cheeky wink, suggesting that if there are no pills, Lilum can always drain mana from the masked man. At first, Lilum agrees on impulse, but her brain processes the meaning of that sentence a moment later. Turning bright red with embarrassment, she stammers in panic upon realizing the method used to carry out that mana drain. To make things worse, Paisha jokes that since she is blindfolded, she does not need to feel shy about jumping right on him. The fairy even pouts her lips and taps her fingers together, mimicking a loud kiss, just to tease her friend. Lilum short-circuits on the spot, screaming in outrage at that ridiculous suggestion. The girl's mind wanders off imagining a super romantic scene kissing the masked man, causing her to lose her cool with embarrassment right in the middle of the room. It is precisely at that moment that Lugo opens the door and asks if someone called him, making Lilum let out a startled shriek. Without wasting any time, our protagonist places on the table just 3 tiny pills that he managed to recover from the hideout. He explains that the bandits used teleportation magic to ship off the stolen goods and had already sold almost everything to smugglers. Despite the tiny amount, Lilum thanks him in relief, saying those few pills should be enough. She swallows the medicine right away, hoping it will sort out her mana issue. But upon taking off the blindfold and checking the mirror, everyone notices her eyes still retain the exact same reddish color as before. Lilum learns that the stammered dose had no effect, while Timia and Paisha notice the charm aura does not seem to affect anyone in the room. Luma scratches his chin thoughtfully, noting that even without the charm effect, those red eyes still draw far too much attention wherever she goes. Facing this dead end, Timia comments that the only choice left is indeed to resort to a mana drain. Without a second thought, Paisha points straight at our protagonist, indicating that he is the ideal donor. Timia quickly cuts in with concern, questioning the danger of Lilum kissing Lugo and accidentally absorbing far too much mana from his body. Paisha asks if the Fairy Queen would rather offer herself up instead, but Timia instantly rejects the idea, saying she would surely perish in the process. Breaking the silence with absolute calm, Lugo looks at the group and flatly states that he will not perish. The man's answer catches everyone off guard, leaving the 3 of them completely speechless. He further repeats the Sioux statement as before, maintaining his usual unshakable posture. Next, he looks directly into the pink-haired girl's eyes, calling her by her name. Our protagonist reassures Lilum that she does not need to worry, as he truly runs no risk of perishing. Seeing that all nude, Paisha does not miss the chance and asks if all this confidence is out of love for the girl, making Lilum flush purple from embarrassment. Timia tries to argue that no matter how strong he is, guaranteeing with such certainty that he will not perish is a total stretch. But then the fairy recalls a strange detail and thinks to herself that this guy technically already fell once in the past. Intrigued by the direction of the chat, Lilum curiously asks what she meant by that. Lugo replies straightforwardly without beating around the bush that the meaning is exactly what the words implied. The short answer lands like a bombshell in the room, leaving the 3 girls in absolute shock. The masked man reveals that just like Lilum and Timia, he too possesses his own divine blessing. Timia is surprised by the confirmation, paying close attention to what he is about to say. Lugo notes that he cannot share many details, but guarantees that even if she drains every last drop of his mana, he will stay standing. Tapping his chest with complete confidence, he tells Lilum that she can go all out and does not need to hold back. Seeing the guy's resolve, Timia lets out a resigned sigh, accepting the madness once and for all. The Fairy Queen then pushes the man forward, jokingly saying she is lending him to Lilum just for today. To top it all off, Paisha rushes over offering the blindfold back so she won't feel shy during the kiss, sending the poor girl into full-blown panic. Without wasting any time, Timia shoves Lugo right toward Lilum, leaving the girl completely paralyzed. The 2 fairies push the masked man forward, while Lilum short-circuits from the sudden proximity. With her heart racing and her face on fire, the young woman tries to stammer something, but the words just will not come out. Everyone stares closely at the girl, curious to hear what she has to say. But the embarrassment wins out, and Lilum bolts out the door screaming at the top of her lungs that she does not have the nerve to do that. The fairies fall into despair seeing the girl run off like that, fearing she might be spotted in public with the Empusa eyes. running wildly through the corridors. Lilim cannot see clearly and rushes forward in pure panic. That is when she bumps right into someone who was arriving from outside at that exact moment. The collision is unavoidable, and the two crash hard into each other, tumbling flat onto the floor. Lugo appears in the doorway concerned to check if she got hurt, while Lilim tries to pull herself together from the dizziness. The man she hit is Garam, an experienced rank B adventurer accompanied by two rookies and covered in bruises. Getting back on his feet, Garam notices the blindfold over Lilim's eyes and finds the situation odd, receiving the excuse that she is dealing with a minor eye issue. Lugo gets straight to the point and asks how the group ended up in such a battered state full of injuries. While applying ointment to Garam's injured arm, Paisha recognizes the two youngsters as the duo trained by Lugo who just advanced to rank D. The girl timidly introduces herself as Cecilia, still visibly shaken by what went down. Right after, the young archer introduces himself as Frail, his face covered in scratches. Garam begins explaining that he led the two rookies into the Great Forest of Mouse to hunt down the remaining members of that bandit gang. In a flashback, we see the criminals trying to surround the group in the woods, but the rookies were not intimidated in the least. Cecilia sewing the giant stone golem that easily hurled the bandits away. In perfect coordination, Frail fired magical flaming arrows, trapping the foes in a blazing ring of fire. The duo's assault was so overwhelming that Garam realized he did not even need to draw his sword to help. Terrified by the rookie's power, the surviving bandits shouted for everyone to pull back immediately. The gang scattered in multiple directions, fleeing straight into the thicker, darker depths of the woods. The youngsters were unsure of what to do as they watched the criminals split up among the trees. Garam knew very well that the deep part of the forest is the lair of extremely perilous Ranka monsters. Therefore, the veteran decided it was the perfect time to test out the new combined skill they had practiced. Cecilia focused her mana once more and brought forth a massive stone golem before them. Then, Frail channeled his blazing Ragic and fired the flames directly into the stone construct. The result was the creation of a formidable flame golem, radiating scorching heat and impressive destructive force. Garam calculated that an elemental construct of that scale would have plenty of strength to go toe-to-toe with any rank A threat. They ordered the creature to march deeper into the forest and waited from afar to check out the outcome of the test. Back in the present, Timia praises the creativity of the spell, while Paisha agrees that the depths of that forest are dangerous even for fairies. The swordsman confirms that the guild views that place is so dangerous that they do not even authorize quests there for groups below rank A. Lilim tilts her head, intrigued, asking if that region is truly that terrifying. Garam reports that things went far worse than anticipated, as moments after the golem entered the forest, a colossal pillar of fire erupted on the horizon. Lilim asks if the blast came from the golem itself, but Cecilia immediately denies it, saying their creation did not have anywhere near that level of destruction. Frail chimes in with a trembling voice, explaining that they could not see who attacked, but they brought back proof. The boy reaches out and sets on the table a crystalline, scorched fragment left behind from the clash. Lugo picks up the stone core and silently inspects what remains of that whole colossal summon. Garam emphasizes that the golem possessed durability comparable to a rank A warrior, yet ended up reduced to that tiny pebble in mere seconds. Seeing that absurd power unleashed, the veteran grabbed both students by their arms and ran as fast as he could without daring to look back. Frail and Cecilia admit they sustained a few scrapes during the escape, but agree that their instructor's swift call was what kept them safe. Lugo approves of Garam's caution in falling back from an unknown danger, and the swordsman asks what the masked man makes of that piece of rock. Inspecting the core, our protagonist notes that the heat was intense enough to scorch magical stone and that the fragment was severed with surgical precision. The masked man coldly ponders who in this world would possess enough power to pull off something on that level. Garam waits tensely for the answer, eager to find out what entity caused that damage. Without hesitation, Lugo declares that the one responsible for crushing the golem was none other than a dragon. The announcement lands like a bombshell in the room, making everyone widen their eyes in shock at the revelation. While tension grips the room, the fairy Paisha takes advantage of the distraction to slip a sweet treat into Lilim's mouth. Unable to see anything because of the blindfold, the girl innocently opens her mouth to take the offered fruit. The little fairy Paisha carefully places the magical fruit into Lilim's mouth. While the young woman chews the fruit, the fairy begins untying the blindfold from her eyes. As the cloth is removed, Lilim anxiously asks how her eyes look. Paisha gives an immediate thumbs up, cheering that the effect has worn off and they are back to their natural green color. Relieved, the girl remarks on how lucky they were to find the roca fruits near the village, thanks to the fairy's search network. Looking at the full basket, the little fairy asks if the fruit works even without being refined into medicine. Lilim sheepishly rubs her tummy and confesses that eating the raw fruit does the trick, but it can cause an awful stomach ache since it is mildly toxic. Right then, the door opens and Lugo steps into the room, excusing himself. The two greet the masked man cheerfully, and he immediately asks if the girl is already feeling better. Lilim answers with a smile that she has recovered nicely, leaving the young man visibly relieved. Behind her friend's back, Paisha secretly thanks Lugo for harvesting the fruits, promising she will not spill a word to Lilim. The young woman finds the whispering odd and asks what is going on, but the two quickly brush it off. Changing the subject, our protagonist reports that the construction of the magic barrier around the village is well underway. Lilim takes a deep breath, still stunned by the seriousness of everything going on. She acknowledges the delicate situation as she gazes at the massive wall being erected to protect the village. Outside, the rookie Cecilia uses her stone golem to help move the heavy blocks for the fortification. The chief of Azima village watches the giant structure with a sigh full of worry. The old man laments their bad luck at having to deal with the sudden threat of a dragon roaming the area. Lilim comes running up alongside Lugo and the fairies, calling out to the village leader. The chief Orden asks if the girl has fully recovered, and she beams, replying that she is 100% back to normal. Looking at the colossal construction, Timia wonders if building such a towering wall might be a bit excessive. Lilim softly agrees, admitting that a wall of that scale feels a little suffocating. The fairies jokingly suggest that it would be way easier for Lugo to just march into the forest and take down the dragon himself, but the chief steps in, saying that is out of the question, and the masked warrior confirms he cannot cause havoc in the forest. Not understanding the reason behind that, the pink-haired girl asks why there is such a restriction. They explain that the Great Forest of Mouse is the resting place of the entity Mouse Sama, a divine being that despises seeing nature harmed. The chief reminds them that this very deity granted Timea the blessing of the fairy queen, so angering it would be sheer madness. That is precisely why the best approach is to contain the danger by safeguarding the village with a defensive ward. Lil notices a circle carved into the stone and asks if that happens to be a magic matrix. Timea confirms it and explains that the enchantment was designed with a mana-repelling property. This way, regular people can walk through freely, while any creature with massive mana, like a dragon, will be pushed back. Lugo powers up the magic barrier, coating the wall in a glowing layer of protective energy. Lilin asks what he meant by protecting up to a certain point, and the masked warrior reminds her that they are still dealing with a legendary dragon. The fairy asks in terror what they will do if the beast's power exceeds the magic barrier's strength. Clenching his fists with an intimidating aura, our protagonist coldly answers that if that happens, he will bring down the monster himself. The fairies go wild over the guy's imposing stance, heaping praise on his courage. Just then, Cecilia comes running up and asks them not to overlook the help of her trusty stone golems. The young mage guarantees that until Lugo reaches the front line, her summons will easily hold down the fort. Paisha points out that the dragon shattered the flame golem in one blow, but Cecilia assures them she prepared a special countermeasure. She asks for Lugo's help, and the masked warrior promptly touches the rock creature, infusing his own power into the construct. Combining their powers, the formidable gravity golem is born, leaving everyone speechless at its absurd strength. Pleased with the setup, our hero remarks that the defense is solid and that he has already sent word to Lara at the guild as a precaution. However, the masked man realizes there is still one final, crucial detail to cover. He asks Kimi if it is fuck the wind scarets to monitor the skies above the region without rest. Lugo adds a curious request besides keeping an eye on the dragon. They must alert him any unusual birds. The fairy queen is a bit puzzled by the request, but agrees to pass the order along to the spirits. Lilim also silently finds the request strange, wondering why the masked man is so concerned about ordinary birds. The hours slip by, and night falls peacefully over Azima village under the serene light of the full moon. In the bedroom, Lilim wakes up squished in bed while Paisha sleeps heavily on top of her, muttering in her sleep about food. But the tranquility of the night is suddenly shattered by a deafening crash that makes the two bolt upright in pure panic. Startled by the sudden blast, Lilim and Paisha look straight out the window, trying to understand what just happened. Pointing toward the wall of Azima, the girl spots strange smoke rising into the night sky. Without wasting a single second, Lilim dashes through the village in her pajamas, closely followed by the little fairy flying just overhead. Paisha calls out that the noise came from the magic barrier, leaving Lilim terrified that the dragon might have already arrived. That is when Cecilia shows up riding atop her gravity golem, calling for the pink-haired girl to hop on board. The gold hue Stomhen gently scoots up Lilim, lifting the young woman off the ground in the blink of an eye. Perched on the creature's shoulders, Lilim thanks her for the lift while Cecilia tells her to hold on tight for the jump. The gravity golem winds up and launches into the air at high speed, carrying both girls effortlessly. Lilim's jaw drops as she watches the village zip by below, amazed by the power of gravity magic. Approaching the wall, Cecilia finds it strange that neither Lugo nor the fairy queen are at the impact site. Confident, the young mage flashes an excited grin upon realizing they were the first to arrive to assess the situation. But as soon as the golem touches down, the group comes across a person lying unconscious on the grass next to a staff. Lilin is confused by the lack of any dragon, while Pisha points with concern at the figure stretched out on the ground. The young woman drops to her knees beside the person right away, asking worriedly if she is alright. Cecilia takes a closer look at the unconscious girl's attire and starts suspecting her identity. Noting the blue hair, the magic cloak, and the classic staff, everything finally clicks for the rookie. She instantly recognizes the young woman as none other than Elle Claire, the renowned rank A adventurer from the capital. Lilim and Paisha are left speechless to find that an elite warrior of that caliber ended up knocked out cold on the village grounds. The scene then moves inside the house, where the three welcome the unfamiliar guest with a cup of hot tea. Now awake and much calmer, Elle sips the drink happily, visibly relieved to have been looked after. The blue-haired mage flashes a sweet smile and warmly thanks the group for the help she received. Lila then asks if Hugh's feeling any pain, and Elle bashfully replies that the huge bump on her head has already gone down quite a bit. Curious about the unexpected visit, Cecilia asks what a rank A adventurer would be doing in such a remote village. A bit sheepish, Elle scratches her head and starts explaining the bizarre story behind her arrival. In a flashback, we see that the village chief sent an urgent plea for help to the capital following the appearance of the alleged dragon. The guildmaster, Lara, found the case interesting and ordered the girl to personally investigate what was happening. However, upon nearing Azima, the mage ran straight into the massive magic wall blocking the path. Not knowing what that fortification was, Elle decided to poke the barrier using the tip of her magic staff. The trouble was that the wall's repelling spell kicked the staff back with full force, smacking the poor mage right in the forehead. She wraps up her story laughing at her own misfortune, leaving the girls utterly speechless at such a clumsy blunder. Lillian even begins wondering if all the rank A adventurers in this world have a screw loose. Changing the topic, Elle praises the medicine she took and mentions that the Azima apothecary's talent has already become talk of the town in the capital. Lillian turns bright red with embarrassment on the spot, surprised to learn her fame traveled that far without her even knowing. The mage assures her that she is super popular over there, leaving the young woman feeling flustered and flattered by the compliment. Cecilia quickly gets excited and asks what folks at the guild have been saying about the village rookies. Elle shares that everyone considers the Azima rookies exceptional and that even Lara holds high hopes for them, making the girl cheer with joy. However, the guest subtly shifts the tone of the conversation, revealing she has a special curiosity about another matter. With a sharp look, she inquires about the rumors regarding the mysterious town guard and the so-called fairy king of the village. Before anyone can respond, hurried knocks at the door interrupt the mood in the room. Lillian gets up promptly to answer, curious to see who is arriving at this hour of the night. Tiemia storms into the room like a whirlwind, anxiously asking if everyone is safe and sound after the loud noise. Lillian shares with a smile that all is well and that the fairy queen arrived at the perfect time to meet their new guest. The orange-haired fairy tilts her head suspiciously upon spotting the unfamiliar girl sitting on the couch. The group settles into the living room, and Tiemia lets out a mocking sigh while sizing up the visitor from head to toe. She notes the situation, saying she got scared over nothing. Snidely remarks that she expected far more from a rank A adventurer. The jab lands square on Elle's pride, making the mage's face sour immediately. To make things worse, the fairy queen keeps poking fun, calling the girl a runt and saying she was a total letdown. With a vein popping on her forehead from anger, Tiemia demands to know if the rookie is looking to pick a fight with her. Elle remains unfazed and returns the jab in kind, dismissively saying the fairy was the one who started the argument in the first place. Sparks of pure rivalry flare between their glares, kicking off a clash of egos that promises to heat up the house even further. The girls watching are completely stunned to see the two start trading insults out of nowhere, realizing this meeting was definitely not a good idea. Trying to ease the teps in the middle of the room, the pink-haired girl steps in the middle and awkwardly asks them to try getting along, since it is their first time meeting. But the attempt to make peace falls flat instantly, and both turn together with a glaring look, pinning the poor girl down with an intimidating stare. Gripped by panic upon seeing the fury in their eyes, she cowers right away, terrified of becoming the next target of the spat. Elle quickly snaps that she tried to be friendly, but questions whether the village truly needs someone who stirs up trouble over trivial things, while Sylph fires back that the one who is unnecessary is the wannabe fairy king. Offended by the nerve, Elle does not hold back and calls the girl a rank A shrimp, insisting that she is the one nobody would miss around here. Annoyed, Sylph attacks back, mocking Elle's tiny stature and ridiculous hairstyle, saying his followers must be thoroughly embarrassed to have a master like that. The bickering escalates completely with both pointing fingers at each other's faces, trading insults about hair and yelling childish taunts while the others just watch without reacting. With a mocking smirk, Sylph teases that all that attitude must be because he thinks he is incredibly strong. Unshaken by the taunt, Elle offers a confident grin and confirms that he does indeed possess great power. With pride running high, he claims he is easily strong enough to hold the position of official mage in Lord Luke's party. Seeing that arrogant posture, Sylph lets out an ironic chuckle and begins getting up from the chair, determined to put it to the test. Leaving the table behind without wasting time, she turns her back and begins walking toward the room's exit. Stopping at the doorway with a challenging look, the girl turns around and invites Elle to head straight to the village square. With a sharp gleam in her eyes, Sylph dismissively warns that she will make sure to give him a little test of strength. As the night draws to a close, the two walk out determined to settle this rivalry through pure magic. Wielding his magic staff, Elle smiles confidently, ready to teach that girl that the outside world is far grander than the tiny bubble she lives in. Shortly after, a whole crowd of locals gathers around the dirt arena in the square to watch the showdown up close. Amidst all that commotion, the pink-haired girl can hardly believe the scale that simple argument has reached. What started as just a silly quarrel has turned into a massive spectacle, and now the two stand face to face inside the sparring circle. At the judges' table, Cecilia takes on the role of herself host and cheerfully announces the start of the unexpected cutest girl of Sema village duel. Posing like a star, Cecilia declares she will provide live commentary as the prettiest girl in the area, joining in the fun without any shame. The village chief adds that he will handle the technical analysis as the most charming elder in the region. The crowd in the stands goes wild, since in a quiet village where nothing exciting ever happens, any bit of drama makes for top-tier entertainment. The duel's rules are laid out simply: whoever is knocked out first or steps outside the ring is declared defeated in a single round. Cecilia confirms whether both contenders agreed to the match rules before giving the signal to start. Confident of victory, Sylph accepts the terms on the spot, backed by the organized cheer section of fairies chanting loudly for their leader. Elle assures that defeat is out of the question, though deep down he is still terribly embarrassed about being made to wear that ridiculous outfit. Watching from the audience, the pink-haired girl is amazed at how quickly that squabble turned into a massive festival. With everyone set and excitement peaking, Cecilia raises her arm to capture the crowd's attention. Dropping her hand quickly, she gives the signal and officially authorizes the start of the battle. Without wasting a single second, Sylph leaps on the offensive and unleashes a massive surge of green wind magic around the arena. Charging straight at Elle, the fairy unleashes her power with full force, telling her opponent to eat that strike. Two devastating wind gusts spin at high speed like violent cyclones, heading directly toward Elle. From the commentary desk, Cecilia gets hyped and yells that this is the secret technique of wind magic, the twin hurricane. Facing that overwhelming maelstrom that blankets the entire line of sight, the announcer wonders if the match has already been decided on the very first strike. Yet Elle does not panic in the least and simply points the glowing tip of his staff calmly toward the incoming assault. With a single flick of the staff, Elle summons a colossal wave of fire that violently clashes against the wind tornadoes. The collision between elements is explosive, creating a powerful blast where the fire completely snuffs out the opponent's attack. Seeing how easily Elle neutralized a high-tier technique, the commentators at the desk are left wide-mouthed by the play. Caught off guard in midair by the counter, Sylph realizes the short fellow was definitely not bluffing about his power. Surging forward with the staff charged with energy, Elle retorts that he had already warned her exactly what he was capable of. Twirling the magical weapon through the air, Elle unleashes a slicing arc of burning flames directly at Sylph. Reacting at the very last second, the girl manages to leap backward in the air, feeling the scorching heat graze right past her. Reading the battle, Sylph realizes the intense heat from the flames is disrupting her wind control, making this matchup a terrible counter for her. Knowing she wants to switch tactics if she wants to win, she gathers a point of golden light at her fingertips. Golden bolts of pure magic crackle through the air and begin coiling around Elle's crystal staff, catching the mage completely off guard. With a mischievous grin, Sylph yanks the magical tether of energy, attempting to wrench the weapon right out of his hands. She celebrates the move and proudly reveals that this is her true 40 steel magic. Hauled forward by the force of the spell binding his staff, Elle loses his balance and gets dragged ahead in the middle of combat. Taking advantage of still being tethered by the magical line, Timea raises her arm and conjures a potent gust of wind around her body. She fires a sharp wind projectile straight into the dirt right beneath Elle's feet. At the desk, Cecilia gets startled thinking the girl missed her mark, but the village chief quickly spots that the shot at the ground was entirely deliberate. The force of the wind blasts the earth open and sends multiple heavy stones floating into the air as though weightless. In a matter of seconds, dozens of pointed rocks surround Elle on every side, primed to launch. Convinced she has her foe cornered, Timea flashes a triumphant grin, certain she has secured the outcome of the match. With a brisk command, she hurls the barrage of stones at high speed straight toward Elle, leaving no room to dodge. Showing no hint of panic, Elle simply raises an open hand and summons a magical wall of water right in front of him. The aquatic barrier rises like an impenetrable dome, absorbing all the momentum of the hurled stones without taking a single scratch. The rocks quickly lose all their force and get caught in the surface of the water, entirely neutralizing the surprise assault. Suspended in midair, Timea is left speechless upon realizing her opponent commands not just fire, but advanced water magic as well. Before she can pull back, Elle capitalizes on the magic strand still linking them and yanks the cord with all his might. With a teasing smirk, Elle remarks that her stealing magic ended up being turned right back against its owner. Swinging the staff with everything he has, Elle launches the girl through the air in a clean counter, sending her straight into the dirt. Timea crashes flat onto the arena floor, feeling the tip of the crystal staff tap lightly against her forehead while groaning in pain. Looking down at her sprawled out, Elle teasingly asks if the match has finally wrapped up right here. With the crystal pointed right between her eyes, the girl realizes she has nowhere left to run. Glancing at the line just behind her, Timea admits defeat upon seeing that she was thrown outside the boundary of the ring. Cecilia can barely contain her shock at the speed with which the tables turn. Jumping up from the table in excitement, she declares Elle the official victor, prompting the entire crowd to erupt in applause and cheers. Breaking down the play, the village chief praises Elle's precision, taking advantage of Timea's briefest distraction to turn her own spell against her and send her out of the circle. Elle offers a hand to help his opponent up, genuinely acknowledging the impressive wind control she displayed. Accepting the gesture gladly, Timea praises Elle's magical versatility and physical prowess, admitting he truly lives up to the reputation of Luke's party. The two seal the peace with a friendly handshake, putting an end to their childish rivalry in front of the whole village. Watching from afar, Lilim breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing that the whole mess sorted itself out in the best possible way. That is when a mysterious voice speaks up behind her, asking the reason for all that commotion in the square. Lilim turns around and finds Lugo, calmly explaining that Timia and Elle were merely having a quick exhibition bout. She tries to introduce her as the famous Elle Claire, but Lugo quickly cuts in, saying he already knows perfectly well who she is. Watching the two chat amidst the townsfolk, the masked man states that his real question is understanding why she decided to come here in the first place. Lilim explains that the guildmaster sent Elle at Lara's request, simply to look into the rumors regarding the dragon's appearance. Lugo honors the information, remarking that when it comes to someone of her caliber, not even a dragon would pose much of a threat. Yet behind the mask, a sense of suspicion grips the man, who does not seem entirely sold on that story. Sensing the tension in the air, Lilim calls out to Lugo and says she has an important question to ask. She looks him in the eyes and asks directly if he truly believes the creature spotted in the great forest of Mouse was indeed a dragon. The girl presses the question, trying to grasp what he genuinely thinks about this supposed sighting. Ludo is, for a few moments, lost in thought as he holds his own mask. Lilim points to the large barrier around the village and recalls the mysterious bird that worried him so much, deducing that none of this is about a dragon. Seeing that the girl has already pieced together much of the situation, he turns silently to face her head-on. Donasbrian lets out a sigh and admits it is impossible to keep any secret from her. With a general smile, Lilim notes that Lugo is very easy to read. She demurred his intentions despite that helmet covering his entire face. Ludo then confesses that while he exercises caution regarding the dragon, there is something that puts him on even higher alert. Curious about the cryptic remark, Lilim asks what he is truly talking about. He directs his eyes straight toward Elle, indicating that she is his real concern at the moment. Lugo reveals that the village's magic barrier was built specifically to keep her outside, yet she managed to enter without him noticing. Lilim cannot understand the reason for such distrust, reminding him that Lara requested Elle's aid and that the mage does not seem like a bad person. But Lugo reminds her that Licia also seemed harmless and sweet at first. Hearing that name, Lilim freezes, recalling what happened in the past with the members of the hero's party. Considering the fact that both belong to Luke's party, an uneasy premonition begins to take over her thoughts. But the heavy mood is broken immediately when Timia calls out to her from a distance, snapping Lilim straight back to reality. Timia runs over excitedly, saying Elle needs someone to guide her through the great forest of Mouse, and asks if Lilim could do that favor. Without answering right away, the girl glances over at Lugo, trying to read the man's reaction behind that mask. Seeing no objection, Lilim agrees with a bright smile on her face and agrees to set out on the quest that very second. Once inside the dense forest, Lilim learns that ordinary monsters require an assessment before hunting to prevent an ecological imbalance. But Elle quickly clarifies that dragons are an absolute exception to that rule, needing to be taken down on sight because their mere presence ravages the environment. With a serious look, the mage underlines the living legend of a single dragon's threat, capable of laying waste to an entire kingdom if left unchecked. The revelation hits Lilim like a bucket of cold water, leaving the girl frozen in dread as she pictures the magnitude of the danger lurking around the region. Worried to her core, she asks if Elle can truly handle a beast of that caliber all on her own. Elle gives an awkward chuckle and admits it will be tricky, recalling that in the past, that sort of threat was handled by the hero Luke, who is no longer among them. Seeing the mage's downcast look, Lilim realizes how deeply the loss of Luke still weighs on all his former companions. Shortly after, the two reach a massive clearing among the trees, where a gigantic impact crater marks the site of the incident. Examining the destruction up close, Elle draws her staff and begins preparing to scan the residual magic lingering in the area. Calmly, she pulls a small glass vial containing a mysterious glowing liquid from beneath her cloak. Holding the vial up with one hand, the mage scatters the glowing liquid into the air while channeling her own flow of mana. Lone curiously asks what she is doing, and Elle explains that the substance serves to track and concentrate traces of magical energy. Planting her staff firmly in the center of the clearing, Elle expertly triggers the tracking spell. A dazzling surge of bluish light erupts from the crater, illuminating the surrounding woods with remarkable brilliance. While Lilim gazes in wonder at the glow, Elle analyzes the mana frequency and confirms that the energy belongs to the fearsome blue dragon, Fuerabluca. Lilim finds the name kind of cute at first, but soon that seed of doubt creeps in about just how strong this beast truly is. Elle then reveals that the monster is so absurdly strong that it managed to shatter Luke's own sword, sending Lilim's panic through the roof. Terrified, the healer clutches the mage in panic and begs to turn back immediately, while Elle tries to calm her down, saying she just needs to gather samples first. Crouching at the edge of the crater, Elle touches the pool of condensed energy to collect the necessary clues for the guild. In the middle of her work, the mage suddenly lowers her voice and offers a sincere apology to Lilim, leaving the girl completely baffled. Elle looks aside and explains that the apology is on account of everything Licia did in the past. The name dredges up uncomfortable memories, catching the young healer by surprise. The mage mentions hearing that her comrade dragged her by force to the church, exposing the warrior's pushy nature. Feeling awkward, Lilim tries to downplay it, saying she does not need to apologize for that, though confirming Licia really crossed the line with her pushiness. Still, bowing her head respectfully, Elle insists on apologizing on behalf behalf of the hero's former party. Touched by the consideration in the girl's humble attitude, Lilim thanks her warmly for the understanding gesture. She is charmed by Elle's kindness, unaware that deep inside her thoughts, the mage harbors intentions that go far beyond a simple assignment. Hearing a strange whisper, Lilim asks if she said something, but Elle quickly plays it off, saying it was nothing. With a friendly smile returning to her face, the mage announces that they are done with their work and can head back to the village. Lilim agrees without suspecting a thing, ready to head back home after that tense encounter in the forest. Later on, upon arriving home, the girl opens the door, sighing in relief to finally be able to unwind in her cozy space, but she gets a massive scare when she bumps right into Lugo sitting there in the dark with his arms crossed, greeting her with his usual serious demeanor. The masked man explains he was worried and asks straight out if she noticed any suspicious behavior from Elle during the trip. Lilim assures him that everything went super smoothly and shares that the mage even apologized for Lish's rudeness. In a relaxed manner, she also mentions that the presence of a dragon was confirmed, but states with confidence that there is no danger with Elle around. The mention of the dragon makes Lugo narrow his eyes behind his helmet in pure distrust. Rising to his feet that very second, the warrior demands to know Elle's whereabouts to have a serious talk with her. Lilim answers cheerfully that Timia pulled her aside at the village entrance to cash in on the promise of magic lessons. Lugo places a hand on his chin thoughtfully, taking in the updates he just received from the girl. He tries to reassure himself, thinking that as long as the fairy queen is by her side, nothing bad should happen for the time being. That is when Lilim's expression suddenly begins to shift, speaking with a strange smile about Elle's endless kindness. Heading up the stairs in an almost hypnotic tone, she praises the mage's strength and sweetness, suggesting Lugo should also relax and trust her. Sensing danger in the air, the masked man rushes over and takes her by the shoulders, calling her name with urgency. Turning around, Lilim displays a completely glazed, unsettling stare, repeating in a daze that there is nothing to worry about as long as Elle is there. The shock hits Linoard, making him fear that the worst has happened to the girl's mind. Odin dazed, Lo tries to brush off the episode, saying she is perfectly fine and just lost her balance for a second. She forces a smile to put him at ease, but deep down she feels a dark haze over her mind and cannot understand why she is acting that way. Lilim tries to change the subject and says very calmly that Lugo is simply overreacting. Ignoring the attempt to change topics, the masked man asks directly if Elle used any kind of potion or medicine in the forest. The girl is caught off guard by the question and repeats the word, not seeing where he is going with this. She even tries to recall that mysterious veil she saw earlier, but the memory feels completely foggy and jumbled in her mind. Lilim ends up concluding the veil must have been empty from the start, but Lugo cuts her train of thought off with a flat no. With a sweet, innocent smile, she insists that the mage did nothing unusual and did not use any substance. The healer tells him to relax and stop being so paranoid, laughing off her companion's excessive caution. Seeing that he will not get anything more out of her for now, Lugo plays along and admits he might just be overly paranoid. Meanwhile, out in the village's open field, Timia concentrates with all her might as she shapes a large gathering of wind magic. Channeling all her energy into her hands, the fairy girl unleashes the spell with determination. A spiral-shaped gust of wind tears through the air at blazing speed toward the training target. The blast streaks swing the block with surgical accuracy, shattering the boulder into multiple pieces. Seeing the damage she just felt, Timia is amazed by her own power while Elle looks on contentedly from right behind. Jumping for joy, she cheers, saying the blast became far more accurate and potent than it used to be. Elle flashes a bright smile and praises the fairy queen's talent, noting that she learns remarkably fast and that teaching her is an absolute pleasure. Yet from a distance, seeing beneath the shade of a tree, Lugo and the tiny fairy Lilywell watch the whole scene with great suspicion. With a grumpy expression, the tiny fairy confesses she did not take a liking to that visitor in the slightest. Lugo gently pats her head and jokingly asks if she is feeling jealous because her mistress's attention was stolen. Feeling thoroughly embarrassed, Lilywell swats his hand away immediately and complains crankily, saying she is no child to be handled like that. She turns her face aside, trying to hide her blush, insisting this has nothing to do with jealousy. The fairy then takes on a grave tone and reveals that this person carries an extremely unpleasant scent. Intrigued by the remark, the warrior asks what kind of scent that would be. Watching the mage smile in the distance, Lilywell states in plain terms that Elle is completely reeking of the scent of blood. Lugo turns alert instantly, and the fairy explains that even if other members of her kind fail to notice, she is different. Pointing to her own nose, Lilywell mentions that she is one of the Fairy King's elite helpers and has an extraordinary sense of smell. She looks deeply into Lugo's eyes and deduces that this is precisely why he is keeping his distance from that woman. The Wiosquianbro is thoughtful at his little companion's accurate deduction. He looks back on the past, recalling that during his most difficult moments, the only person who stood by him to protect him was Elle. However, he also knows very well how much people can change over time, just as it happened with Lycia. Lugo admits that, even now, he cannot be completely certain of the mage's true intentions, leaving the little fairy surprised. Firmly raising his finger, the warrior points out that there is only one undeniable certainty in the middle of all this. He warns that Elle is a mage so overwhelmingly powerful that she could wipe that entire village off the map in the blink of an eye if she wanted to. The The crushing reality of that threat leaves Luluwell frozen in fear with wide eyes. Luluwell asks her to pretend she knows nothing and let him handle the situation himself, but the little fairy refuses on the spot, saying she will not simply sit back and play dumb while placing the entire burden onto his shoulders. Looking at the peaceful houses all around, she declares from the bottom of her heart how precious that village is to her. Placing her hand on her chest, Luluwell insists that she can be far more helpful than he thinks. Lulu gazes at her in silence from behind his helmet, weighing the little fairy's resolve and courage. She swallows hard under the weight of the masked man's gaze, keeping her determination firm. Seeing her conviction, Lugo finally yields and says there is a crucial task that only she can accomplish. Placing his hand protectively on the little fairy's head, he makes a direct request protect Lilim at all costs. Wood was tuned to his deep seriousness, showing just how vital the healer's safety is to him. Feeling honored by the mission, Luluwell gives a confident smile and a thumbs up, assuring him that she will handle everything. Time passes, and the scene shifts to Lilim's house during the evening. In the kitchen, a large pot full of steaming stew bubbles away over the stove fire. Wearing her apron, Lilim hums cheerfully as she stirs the food with a ladle. Hidden behind the door, Luluwell watches the girl's every move, who continues to believe that nothing unusual is happening. Confident that she is alone, the young cook keeps preparing dinner absent-mindedly while the little fairy keeps her eyes glued to her. It is at that moment that Lilim reaches into her apron pocket and quietly pulls out that same vial of purple liquid that Elle used in the forest. With a strange expression and a completely blank smile on her face, the girl pours the mysterious contents straight into the dinner pot. Hidden in the kitchen, the little fairy covers her mouth and nose upon catching a strange chemical odor rising directly from that steam. She tries to sniff more carefully to identify the source of that odd scent. Yet the mysterious odor vanishes from the air in a matter of seconds, leaving the little fairy puzzled and suspicious. Completely unaware of everything, Lilim takes a ladle and begins serving the hot stew into wooden bowls. With a bright smile on her face, she carries the tray over to the table and apologizes for the delay before announcing dinner. The two sit down to eat, and Lilim puts her hands together to give thanks for the meal as she always does. But the little fairy only stares at the dish cautiously, vividly remembering the vial she saw the girl pour into the pot. Noticing her companion's hesitation, Lilim asks gently why she has not started eating yet. Pointing timidly at the food, Pisha asks if that is truly their everyday regular stew. Lilim finds the question odd and confirms with a smile, saying she prepared her favorite recipe packed with fresh vegetables. Without beating around the bush, the little fairy confronts the girl and asks what she mixed into the food earlier. Instead of hiding it, Lilim excitedly clasps her hands and says that a very kind person gave her a special seasoning. Suspicious of the story, Pisha asks to see the seasoning to check what it really is. Laughing at the request, Lilim explains that she used up all of it, but the fairy insists that simply showing the empty vial would be enough. But the healer reveals completely naturally that she threw the container away as soon as she finished. Lilim picks up a spoonful of soup, praises the aroma, and guarantees that the dish turned out delicious. She insists that the seabury ingredient is wonderful, capable of doing great good for both the body and the soul. Just as Lilim brings the spoon close to her mouth to taste the tainted stew, the little fairy leaps onto the table in a quick reflex and knocks the spoon away, yelling at the girl not to eat that under any circumstances. The spoon flies away, and the stew splashes across the wooden floor of the room. Lilim freezes, staring at the wasted food with an expression that quickly begins to shift. She makes a pout of annoyance, clearly bothered by the little fairy's rebellious act. Letting out a long sigh, the girl stands up and complains that she went through so much trouble cooking, specially for her. Walking slowly around the table, Lilim asks since when the little fairy became so disobedient. She leans down with her back to the table, lamenting in a dark tone that her friend has become such a bad girl. Picking up the fallen spoon from the floor, Lilim whispers to herself that she was wrong about her. The healer turns around slowly, staring down the fairy with a frighteningly heavy presence. Looking at Lilim's face, the little fairy goes into absolute shock at what she sees. Lilim's eyes are glowing a demonic scarlet red as she claims the fairy was always just a naughty little monster. With a disturbing, sadistic smile on her face, the girl declares that she needs to be disciplined again. Terrified, the fairy steps back as she recognizes those red eyes as the legendary mark of an Empisa. In the blink of an eye, Lilim lunges with overwhelming speed and grabs the little fairy by the neck with relentless force. She pins the creature against the wall with such force that it cracks the surrounding wood. Choked by the iron grip, the fairy can barely breathe against the girl's immense strength. Completely delusional under the substance's effect, Lilim smiles and says she has exposed the supposed Empusa and that there is no escape. In her warped mind, she recalls the legend that these creatures reveal red eyes and colossal power when threatened. Pulling another vial of the same mysterious liquid with her free hand, Lilim demands in a sweet yet chilling tone that the fairy take her medicine. With eyes glowing with madness, she promises to let her go as soon as she drinks the potion down to the very last drop. Seeing that suspicious vial right in front of her, the little fairy realizes immediately that drinking it would mean her total downfall. With no other way out, the little fairy pretends to agree in desperation and shouts that she will drink it all. Lilim relieves her prisoner. Lilim shows a relieved smile and praises her for being a good girl. Feeling the grip on her neck loosen for a moment, the fairy takes advantage of the opening to prepare a counterattack. She unleashes a powerful blast of wind magic at point-blank range straight into Lilim's face. The burst of wind hurls the girl backward, making her cover her eyes as she groans from the impact. Landing safely, the fairy braces to fight, desperately hoping that the strike was effective, but Lilim recovers instantly, lowering her arms with veins bulging on her face and pure rage in her eyes. Snarling in fury, she drops to all fours like a wild beast, leaving the little fairy in utter shock. Lilim slams her palms onto the floor, activating a glowing magic circle beneath her feet. With burning eyes, the healer calls upon the power of Stone Chan to crush her opponent once and for all. The little fairy's eyes go wide in confusion, totally bewildered to hear such a bizarre name come out of Lilim's mouth. From the center of the magic circle, a gigantic stone wolf emerges with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, shocking the little fairy. Paisha realizes that the girl used high, tear summoning magic and knows she does not stand a chance against such a beast in pure brute force. Left without direct combat options, she decides to resort to her most ridiculous and unexpected emergency plan. Drawing Lilim's attention with a mysterious tone, the little fairy announces that she has something very curious to show her. Still trapped in the dark trance, Lilim wears a sadistic smile and says that fighting or begging for mercy is completely useless. The healer keeps advancing menacingly, stating that it is already too late for any kind of forgiveness. Yet in the very next second, Lilim's reddish eye widens in absolute astonishment at what she sees before her. Shamelessly, Paisha appears holding up a pair of pink undergarments covered in bows and frills for all to see. Lilim grows into complete shock seeing her own personal garment displayed like that in plain view. The little fairy begins twirling the garment around her finger like a lasso, causing Lilim to clutch her skirt in sheer panic as she realizes she was pickpocketed unnoticed. Flustered with embarrassment and fuming with anger, the girl screams furiously that she will never forgive her for that humiliation. That is when Paisha points behind her and shouts Lugo's name, making Lilim freeze in panic thinking the masked man is seeing everything. Seizing the perfect distraction, the fairy hooks the garment onto her foot and prepares for the final strike. Leaping high into the air wrapped in magical wind, she launches herself toward the out of control healer's face. Paisha delivers a dropkick with the garment right into Lilim's face, calling it her ultimate strike. The clean hit lands square on Lilim's face, instantly shattering her concentration in the spell. The little fairy lands stylishly on the living room floor, while the girl falls backward knocked out cold after the unusual blow. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the little fairy lets out a long sigh of relief for making it out of that mess in one piece. Seeing Lilim unconscious on the floor with steam puffing from her mouth, she thinks that if it were not for Lugo's advice, she would be the one sprawled out there. The thought reminds her of the conversation she had with the masked man earlier beneath the plaza tree. On that occasion, Lugo had directly asked her to keep an eye on Lilim, stating that she was the most qualified person for the job. Thrilled with the trusted mission, Paisha gave a salute, promising that she would handle the assignment. The warrior explained that his concern was in case the healer suddenly started behaving strangely. Then, he placed a small vial containing a glowing blue liquid into her hands. Lugo revealed that it was a special antidote and instructed her to make Lilim drink it if anything went wrong. Back in the present, Paisha kneels beside her knocked out friend and pours the medicine into her mouth, hoping she recovers soon. Little by little, the darkness in Lilim's mind clears away as she begins to regain consciousness. Opening her eyes in bed, the girl sees Paisha sleeping peacefully beside her and finds the whole situation strange. Sitting up dazed in her pajamas, she looks around the bedroom, unable to understand how she ended up there. Raising her hand to her face, Lilim panics upon feeling several layers of bandages wrapped entirely around her head. Looking to the open doorway, she sees the living room in ruins, with overturned furniture and broken dishes scattered across the floor. The girl can hardly believe the battleground her house has turned into and asks herself in panic what on earth happened there. When she tries to touch the bandages, a sharp jolt of pain hits her head, confirming that the injury is very real. Looking at herself in a hand mirror, Lilim panics seeing herself looking like a mummy with her entire body atching. Beginning to dread that she did something terrible, she looks nervously at the little fairy sleeping beside her. Carefully, the healer taps Paisha's shoulder and tells her to wake up. Yawning lazily, the little fairy opens her eyes and stretches as she gradually wakes up. But the moment she comes face to face with Lilim sitting on the bed covered in bandages, Paisha gets startled and scrambles back in fear. Lilim awkwardly asks what happened to the house for everything to end up in such a chaotic state. The little fairy remains silent for a few seconds, carefully analyzing every detail of the girl's expression. She notes with relief that the red eyes are gone, that she is not trying to choke her, and that she is not casting any summoning spells. Realizing that the danger has finally passed, the fairy places a hand on her chest and lets out a deep sigh of relief. In an emotional leap, Paisha throws herself into her friend's arms and hugs her tightly, relieved to have the old Lilim back. Lilim returns the hug in confusion, not understanding a single thing behind all the sudden drama and affection. But after hearing the full account of what she did during the rampage, the color drains from the young healer's face. Sitting at the table amid the mess, Lilum is mortified with embarrassment as she asks if she truly was responsible for all that destruction. Shivering with nerves, the little fairy confirms everything and recalls that she was nearly choked out by her own friend. Looking at the spilled soup, the shattered bowls, and the food scattered across the floor, denying the evidence is simply impossible. Seeing the deep cracks in the wooden wall, Lilum laments that she remembers absolutely nothing of what happened. With her face burning red with guilt, she clasps her hands and apologizes profusely, but Pisha quickly tells her not to worry since she was out of her mind. Pointing to the vial on the table, Pisha reveals with complete certainty that everything that happened was because of that potion. Deeply concerned, the little fairy asks Lilum to analyze the liquid's composition and find out once and for all what is inside it. The vial displays a glowing, purplish substance, holding a secret that needs to be unraveled as quickly as possible. Wasting no time, the healer picks up the dropper under Pisha's attentive, tense gaze, ready to perform the test. She drops a bead of the green reagent into the mysterious liquid to observe the magical reaction of the components. Right away, dark smoke rises from the vial, leaving both of them shocked and speechless at the experiment's result. Immediately after, the liquid completely changes appearance, turning translucent and shiny, which leaves Lilum deeply intrigued. Upon analyzing the final result, she confirms without a doubt that it is pure extract of the Otoa herb. Lilum explains that even the lesser spirits confirm the substance is a potent agent with hypnotic effects. The realization hits Pisha immediately, finally understanding why her friend acted so strangely and lost all control. In silence, the healer grows pensive, trying to piece everything together and clearly recall recent events. She vividly remembers when El placed her under a trance, using that hypnotic manipulation to take control of her. Lilum even remembers the moment she tried to force Pisha to drink the substance while under its influence. Thinking it through calmly, she suspects that someone else might have swapped the substance behind El's back, making everything even more confusing. Looking at the little fairy beside her, the healer feels the weight of guilt for everything she put her through. Moved, Lilum lowers her head in sincere remorse, apologizes, and thanks her from the bottom of her heart for the support. Pisha immediately breaks the heavy mood, saying that the only one who owes an apology is the scoundrel responsible for setting all of this up. With a cheerful smile, the little fairy makes sure to point out that the person who truly deserves all the thanks is Lugo. Hearing the young man's name, the girl is surprised, while Pisha excitedly confirms the essential role he played. All fired up, the fairy explains that he ordered her to protect her and showers him with praise, leaving Lilum completely flustered. Suddenly, Ferb knocks on the door, shatter the relaxed atmosphere and put both of them on high alert. Finding it strange for someone to knock at that hour of the night, Lilum asks for calm and tries to guess who it could be. Full of anticipation thinking it is Lugo returning, Pisha rushes ahead to answer the door right away. The healer's cheeks flush just imagining the possibility of seeing the young man show up out of nowhere. However, as soon as the door opens, both of them are left completely confused when they come across an unexpected figure. Standing at the entrance is a tall man in a dark overcoat, wearing a hat and an enigmatic smile, carrying several items on his back. In a gentle tone, the traveler notices Lilum's bandages and asks if she is feeling alright after what happened. A bit flustered by the approach, the young woman brushes off her nervousness by saying the past few days have been quite hectic. Suspicious of his sudden appearance, she gets straight to the point and demands to know the visitor's identity. The air turns tense, and both of them instantly conclude that this strange individual carries an overly suspicious demeanor. Aisha steps forward annoyed, demanding an explanation for how he knows the village healer's name. Calmly, the traveler reveals that Lilum's reputation as the apothecary of Azuma village has already reached the royal capital. He bends down to rummage through his belongings and announces that he brought a special item custom made for her. Daenerys presents a silver wand and proudly claims that it is forged from pure orichalcum. The news catches both of them by surprise, since an orichalcum artifact is something extraordinarily rare and valuable. Lilum rejects it on the spot, doubting the story, while Pisha mocks the peddler and warns that she will snap the fake wand with a single strike. The fairy lands a forceful kick on the object, but the rod is so tough that she ends up badly hurting her own foot. Whining in pain, the little one complains about the metal's hardness, while the merchant reinforces with a smile that he told her it was genuine orichalcum. With a sharp gaze, the man states that this is the perfect tool for anyone dedicating themselves to studying the magical arts. Caught off guard, Lilum steps back in disbelief and asks how on earth he found out she has been secretly studying magic. Casually, the visitor calmly points toward the bookshelf at the back of the room to explain his reasoning. He points precisely to the third book placed on the left shelf. It is a blue-covered volume with imposing gold accents, being none other than a genuine grimoire. Lilum freezes upon realizing that the man was able to identify a magical book just by looking at its spine from afar. Confirming that she truly studies magic, the girl takes a firm stance and demands to know who he really is. The man apologizes for the oversight in a good-humored way, admitting that he forgot to introduce himself properly. Tipping his hat in respect, he reveals that he belongs to the Royal Shield Mages and introduces himself as Lopos Albedos. While the fairy remains puzzled, Lilum explains that this order protects the king and that Lopos is a prodigy comparable to Luke's legendary master. Pisha bursts out laughing and fires back that such an important figure would never sell items door to door, calling it a cheap scam. Outraged by the story, the fairy fairy loses her patience and tells the alleged charlatan to get lost as soon as possible. Lilin holds out her hand to restrain the little fairy and calmly asks her to wait a moment before shouting any further. Next, she turns to the traveler and directly asks what a royal shield mage is doing there, doubting he came just to make sales. With a slight smirk and an enigmatic look, the man pauses before finally beginning to answer. The healer analyzes the individual cautiously, thinking that even without the order's official robes, his commanding presence suggests he might be who he claims to be. The visitor then reveals his true goal, explaining that he came there to find Lugo and asking where the young man is. Without hesitating so as not to prolong the conversation with a stranger, Lilim readily claims that Lugo left on a trip to the capital. Hearing that, Pisha is completely bewildered, since she had no idea the young man had gone so far away. Panicking that the fairy might blow her cover, Lilim covers her friend's mouth and quickly changes the subject, asking if her foot still hurts. She whispers into Pisha's ear that she would never let a suspicious fellow meet a busy guy like Lugo, and the fairy agrees on the spot. Politely thanking her for the information received, the man seems satisfied with the simple answer he got. Lilim covers it up with an awkward smile, surprised to find that the stranger was far more sincere and understanding than he appeared. She thinks with relief that if that man had tried to sell something to Lugo, he would have ended up getting thrashed, so in the end she actually did him a favor. Before leaving, the mage decides to rummage through his luggage again to pull out a small token of appreciation for the help. He offers the wand as a gift by way of thanks, but the young apothecary turns down the offer immediately. Regretting the refusal with a slight tip of his hat, the traveler says a polite goodbye and heads on his way out. As soon as the male leaves, the door closes and Pisha vents in relief, complaining about how that pushy salesman just wanted to peddle junk. Trying to get back to routine, Lilim suggests cleaning up the mess in the room, but fresh, sudden knocks echo at the entrance of the house. The two get quite a scare from the unexpected sound and look toward the door, not understanding what is going on. Annoyed and thinking the peddler has returned to pester them, Lilim marches determinedly to the door to put an end to this once and for all. She opens the door having already run out of patience to send the guy away, but she is cut off mid-sentence by what she sees. Before her stands an imposing figure clad in gleaming white armor, greeting the healer with great respect. Upon removing her helmet, the visitor turns out to be none other than the beautiful young warrior Liz, displaying a serene smile. Lilim freezes in shock, immediately recognizing the unmistakable presence of an authentic holy knight. Memories of the past confrontation and abduction carried out by that very order rush back to her mind, triggering an immediate alarm of danger. Overcome with panic and fear, the girl grabs the doorknob with all her might to lock the entryway as fast as possible. Without a second thought, Lilim slams the door shut right in the newly arrived knight's face. Outside, Liz begins knocking frantically, calling out to the healer and begging her to open the door. The warrior asks in confusion about the bandages and the state of the house, while Lilim and Pisha hold the door in terror, aware of the danger she poses. Aisha reinforces the barricade right away, outraged upon concluding that the enemy holy knights have already managed to track down their hideout. Seeing that talking will solve nothing, the blonde knight sighs and decides she will have to take drastic action to get inside. Noticing that the knocking suddenly stopped, the apothecary finds the sudden silence on the other side of the wood strange, but Liz draws her sword outside and warns with total composure that she's about to come through regardless. Letting out a resounding battle cry, the knight delivers a crushing blow with her blade straight into the closed door. The two panic completely inside and scream desperately for the crazy girl to stop before she causes a disaster. The steel blade cleaves through the wood with a crash, grazing past Lilim's terrified face. With the path forced open, Liz naively asks if the girl got hurt, while Lilim screams in anger over the outrageous attack. With total innocence, the paladin says she only wanted to clear away and asks if there is an issue, leaving both of them outraged at such a total lack of awareness. Moments later, already settled at the table, the knight sips from a warm cup with an expression of pure bliss. She praises the beverage's wonderful aroma and says she now understands why Saint Risha valued that tea so much, while the host merely thanks her awkwardly. Annoyed by such shamelessness, Pisha decides she will not let that easygoing attitude slide. The little fairy confronts the warrior at the table, demanding answers and asking why she did not start by apologizing instead of praising the tea. Lilim looks at the little fairy, surprised by the boldness and aggression of the questioning. Pisha bluntly reminds her that she was responsible for the previous abduction and warns that even if she wants no trouble now, none of it is forgiven. Faced with the hard truth, Liz's expression completely changes, feeling the weight and shame of her past actions. Determined to defend the place, the little fairy begins focusing a powerful orb of green magic in the palm of her hand. She assumes a combat stance, swearing that she will treat that holy knight as a true enemy from now on. Alarmed by the rising tension, Lilim steps in the middle to try and cool things down before the two start a full-blown battle in the living room. Liz watches the magical glow and serenely acknowledges that the little fairy is completely justified in her anger. The warrior admits with a lowered head that her prior lack of respect and behavior crossed every acceptable boundary. Showing complete remorse, Liz formally kneels on the floor before Lilim, offering her sincerest apologies on behalf of Saint Risha and herself. Seeing the knight kneeling on the floor, Lilim gets flustered and asks her not to go so far with the apology, but Paisha refuses to let it go so easily and quickly cuts into the conversation, stating angrily that mere words will solve nothing. The little fairy points at the warrior and bluntly demands that if she truly wants to apologize, she should hand over the sword she carries at her waist. Lowland startled and tries to restrain the little one right away, but Paisha stands her ground and refuses to back down. With a firm look, the little fairy reinforces that she received direct orders from Lugo to guarantee Lilland's safety above everything else. To everyone's surprise, Liz grips the hilt of her blade resolutely, willing to make any sacrifice to prove her sincerity. The paladin holds out her weapon in a gesture of surrender, leaving the fairy completely taken aback by such a humble attitude. Not knowing what to do in the face of such a genuine reaction from the warrior, Paisha turns around in midair, feeling a bit sheepish. Feigning indifference, the little fairy says she will let it slide just this once and tells the girl to raise her head from the floor. With a relieved smile full of gratitude, Liz thanks them both for their understanding. Floating back near Lilim at the table, the little fairy turns thoughtful with a downcast posture. In a tonal voice, she sincerely acknowledges that she went a bit too far in how she confronted the knight. Lilim offers a sweet smile and says warmly that she does not need to worry, thanking her for all the care and protection. Next, the host invites Liz to sit at the table, and the warrior politely thanks her for the hospitality. Now settled in, Paisha crosses her arms and gets straight to the point, wanting to know who this enemy is, but the paladin confesses that she does not know either. Liz begins explaining the reason for her sudden visit, revealing that Saint Risha received a divine revelation first thing in the morning. Addressing the fairy's doubt, she details that these prophecies sent by goddess Ered are infallible and never fail to come true. Lilim agrees with the gravity of such visions, but quickly deduces that the omen received must not have been encouraging at all. The knight confirms the suspicion and states that even though it is grave, Risha felt it was vital to pass the warning along to the healer. Curious, Paisha asked why the saint herself did not come in person to deliver news of such importance. Liz explains that due to a promise made to Lugo, the saint is forbidden from approaching the village or Lilim, leaving it to her to come as a representative. Upon discovering the pledge that Lugo extracted from the religious leader to protect her, the apothecary is deeply moved. The little fairy then asks her to get straight to the point and tell them exactly what was revealed in that prophecy. Liz raises one finger and delivers the first part of the message, warning that imminent danger is closing in on an acquaintance living in Azima. Lilim begins connecting the dots in her mind, recalling that the saint's only acquaintances there are herself, Lugo, and Timia. Next, the paladin raises two fingers with a somber expression to reveal the second part of the omen. She announces that a terrible battle will take place in Azima village, leaving both of them in total suspense over the outcome. The Holy Knight's unexpected visit brought with it a revelation capable of shattering that village's peace forever. Looking Lilim straight in the eyes with absolute seriousness, Liz concludes the prophecy by saying that, as a result of this clash, people will perish. In utter shock over the grim news, the healer covers her mouth in terror at the impending tragedy. Trying to stave off panic, Paisha says that revelations are like fortune telling and tries to lighten the mood to calm her friend down. However, the warrior cuts through the fairy's optimism, reinforcing that the saint's words are genuine and absolute prophecies. Liz firmly emphasizes that no matter the situation, everything Risha foresees inevitably becomes reality. Afraid to accept the truth, the little fairy turns to the apothecary hoping to hear that is all just an exaggeration, but Lilin remains frozen, breaking into a cold sweat and overcome with deep anguish upon grasping the weight of that destiny. Seeing the dread plastered across her companion's face, the little fairy realizes the danger is far more real than she imagined. Liz shares that she rushed over as soon as she learned of the prophecy, noticing with concern the chaotic state the clinic is in. The knight observes the bandages on the young woman's body and concludes that something serious has already begun unfolding there. She asks with apprehension if the village was already targeted by some recent incident without anyone knowing. An awkward, heavy silence falls over the table as Lilim and Paisha avoid answering about the previous commotion. Setting that aside, Liz thanks them for the warm welcome despite the past and firmly states that it is time to return the kindness. The paladin stands up from her chair in a surge of determination that startles both hosts. She solemnly declares that she will stand guard 24 hours a day for an entire month to protect the healer, leaving Lilim exasperated by the extreme measure. Returning to the facts, Liz recaps the detail that someone recently gave the apothecary a mysterious potion, and Lilim confirms the story solemnly. Suddenly shifting the topic, the warrior notices something in the room and draws Lilim's attention to it. She extends her arm and points precisely toward the bookshelf at the back of the room. Liz approaches the books and curiously asks if someone gave that specific volume to the apothecary as a gift. Paisha flints over, curious to see which book she is talking about. The warrior hunts specifically to the third book on the left of the shelf, the imposing blue grimoire with gold accents. Right away, Lilim's eyes widen, instantly remembering that the Royal Shield Mage pointed to the exact same book minutes earlier. Pisha goes over to the shelf, grabs the blue volume, and brings it to the table, asking if that was the one the knight was talking about. Looking over the cover with golden symbols, Lilim comments that the volume looks like an ordinary magic book. Impressed, Liz praises the healer's dedication to studying magic alongside pharmacology, leaving the young woman shy and bashful. The little fairy cuts the flattery short and directly asks what the secret behind that ancient tome is. Adopting a serious demeanor, the paladin rests her hand on the book to begin her explanation. She reveals that the object has a magic crest engraved into its structure, leaving both of them quite intrigued. Liz explains in detail that this type of mark acts as a conduit fueled by pure magical energy. She cites Saint Wish's teleportation magic as an example, which activates by linking two interconnected magic crests. The realization hits Lilim immediately, finally understanding the mechanics that allowed her escape from that captivity before. Concerned, Haishe asks if someone can appear out of nowhere through the book, but the warrior says the magic does not quite work like that. The knight clarifies that the caster needs to be nearby and maintain a direct line of sight to activate the spell. Lilim praises the visitor's vast knowledge, and Liz proudly boasts, reminding them that she is a genuine holy knight. The old fairy asks if this means they are completely out of harm's way for the time being. With a confident smile, the paladin assures them that for now everyone can relax and rest easy. Yet in that very same second, a sudden burst of smoke and magical sparks envelops the knight's body in the chair. In the blink of an eye, the girl simply vanishes into thin air, leaving behind only a trail of vapor and two dropped jaws. Having no idea what just happened, Lilim and Pisha jump up in shock, searching the room for Liz. Looking at the floor near the table, the two spot the open tome beside a silver wand. The healer approaches, puzzled, staring at the metal artifact that mysteriously appeared on the wood. Suspecting another trap, the little fairy yells a warning for Lilim not to get near that thing under any circumstances. The girl looks at the scene in confusion and notices that the wand definitely was not lying there seconds ago. Haishu connects the dots in panic, deducing that Liz may have been transformed into that object or swapped places through magic. Staring intently at the item on the floor, the fairy recognizes the exact shape of that magical weapon. Both point together in shock as they realize it was the very same wand that Lopos tried to sell them. Confirming that the traveler was a major threat, the young woman picks up the fairy and decides they must leave the clinic immediately. Peisho agrees right away and says that the only person capable of sorting out this mess is our protagonist, Lugo. Meanwhile, at the Azima Village Plaza, Elle and Timia take advantage of the sunny day to train their combat skills. Combining blazing flames and ice shards, the young mage asks in a challenging tone if the fairy queen can handle the strike. With a sassy snap of her fingers, Timia summons gigantic green wind tornadoes to show who is really in charge. Confident in her elemental mastery, the little fairy launches into a full-force counterattack without showing the slightest fear. The monumental clash between wind, fire, and ice magic triggers a thunderous explosion across the open field. Watching the clash from afar with arms crossed, Lugo lets out a tired sigh at the pair's endless energy. It is at that moment that Lilim comes running in desperation, shouting the young man's name at the top of her lungs. Sensing the sudden distress in the healer's voice, the masked man turns around on high alert. Out of breath and breaking into a cold sweat, Lilim and Peisha rush over to report the serious events. The sparring stops immediately, and everyone gathers to hear the detailed explanation of what took place at the clinic. They report the discovery about the vial containing the sleeping draft and the substance's hypnotic effects. They also recount the mysterious grimoire and the sudden disappearance of Liz, who was turned into a wand. And they wrap up by mentioning the suspicious visit from Lopos, the royal shield mage who appeared in the village out of nowhere. Pisha panics and screams that Azima village is in grave danger and under imminent threat of enemy attack. Lodora ths him in his chin and thinks it through calmly, realizing that the presence of a royal shield mage is the most concerning factor. Taking charge of the situation, the protagonist addresses Timia and Elle with a serious demeanor. Without hesitation, he firmly determines that this new visitor must be treated as an outright enemy. The relaxed mood instantly shifts, and both companions take on a sharp, focused expression. Lugo instructs Nan to coordinate with the sylphs to check on the safety of all villagers and gather intel across the area. Eager for a fight, the fairy asks with a mischievous smile if she can beat the guy to a pulp if she finds him. But Lugo cuts her excitement short immediately, ordering them to only report his location and avoid any direct clash. He demands that all residents and sylphs remain strictly protected within the boundaries of the village's magical barrier. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Timia confirms the order with determination and gets ready to act. Wrapped in swift gusts of wind, the fairy shoots into the sky at high speed to start the patrol rounds. Timia calls on Peisha to join her, and the little fairy readily accepts the mission as they take flight together. Elle turns to Lugo with staff in hand and asks with curiosity what his role in all this will be. With a firm, commanding voice, the masked man orders the young mage to accompany him to track down Lopos' whereabouts. The boy breaks into an excited smile, thrilled at the chance to jump into action alongside the protagonist. Lumnori enforces the instruction under Lilim's watchful eye, making it clear that the two of them will form the search party. Elle raises his crystalline staff with complete confidence and readily agrees to carry out the laid-out plan. The healer reflects in silence, thinking it a bit risky to keep Lugo and Elle together after everything that happened. On the other hand, she considers that being under Lugo's direct watch, the young mage will will have no chance to cause trouble. Thinking of everyone's well-being, the girl is reassured knowing that the protection of the villagers rests in the hands of Timea and Paisha. Ludor numbed catches Willem's attention with a serious tone, making the young apothecary look at him expectantly. He suggests calmly organizing the facts so that everyone understands the exact sequence of events. Everything began when Willem was secretly drugged with that hypnotic substance. Under the influence of that potent concoction, the healer ended up losing control and attacking Paisha inside the clinic. Right after they discovered that the vial contained a sleeping draft, that suspicious fellow named Lopos showed up out of nowhere at the door. As soon as they managed to send the pushy salesman away, Liz arrived bearing urgent news straight from the capital. Lugo raises two fainters to recap the prophecies that Saint Risha received through divine revelation. The first prophecy warned of danger surrounding the saint's acquaintances, while the second foresaw a fierce battle with casualties in the village. Elle listens to every detail with absolute focus, realizing the gravity of the conspiracy underway. The masked man points its hand to his chin and points out that it was from that moment onward that things got truly strange. He recalls that the instant Liz touched the mysterious book left for Lilem, the knight simply turned into a wand. The healer confirms in fright and emphasizes that the artifact was identical to the multiple wands Lopos was carrying on his back. Analyzing this framing pattern, a disturbing thought begins to take shape in Lilem's mind. Panicking, she asks if it is possible that the mage turned dozens of innocent people into wands. The terrifying possibility leaves Al and Lilem pale with shock at the enemy's cruelty. Suddenly, the apothecary's eyes go wide as things click and she grasps the protagonist's strategy. She asks Lumo if the real reason for ordering the evacuation of the residence was precisely the fear of further transformations. The warrior confirms plainly that he factored that dreadful possibility into his plan for everyone's safety. The young woman covers her mouth in sheer horror, realizing the monstrous scale of the threat lurking around the village. Clenching his fist with resolve, Lugo declares that they must capture Lopos as quickly as possible. He takes a step forward and begins focusing his energy, causing glowing magic circles to expand across the ground. Lilem watches the spell's pattern and asks in surprise if that is not simply basic cleaning magic. Without breaking his focus, the masked man calmly replies for her to just watch the result. He explains that releasing magic waves over a broad area can serve multiple purposes depending on how the caster applies it. Ripples of light sweep through the village streets as Lugo teaches that, without preconceived notions, even a mundane spell can be innovative. The young mage watches the display, fascinated by his mentor's wisdom and ingenuity. Lugo advises the boy not to be held back by titles and reminds him that the true power of magic lies in imagination. El puts his finger to his chin and quickly pieces together the purpose of that unexpected maneuver. With a sparkle in his eyes, the boy grasps the play and realizes that it is a clever form of reverse detection. The cleaning magic waves keep rippling out in concentric circles across the entirety of Azima village. The masked man confirms the deduction, explaining that a high-tier mage will inevitably react upon sensing an incoming wave of magic. Sure enough, hidden in the nearby forest, the mysterious Lopos is caught off guard by the sudden rush of energy. Feeling the pressure spreading around him, the villain panics as he recognizes the nature of the spell. In a desperate reflex to avoid getting hit, the sorcerer conjures a glowing barrier, shouting for defense. The magic wave's impact against his shield makes him lose his balance and tumble onto the forest floor. Furious and breaking into a cold sweat, Lopos curses in frustration for falling into a trap set with mere household magic. Back at the plaza, Lugo senses the mana disturbance immediately and turns his face in the exact direction of the impact. The protagonist calmly announces that he just located the target in the forest and deduces that the man deployed a defensive barrier as a precaution. He raises his hand, mocking the fact that his opponent burns so much energy against common, everyday magic. Lanasquian clenches his fingers and concludes with pinpoint accuracy that the enemy was tense and braced for an attack at any moment. Lilem is completely astonished by Lugo's sharp insight, impressed that he deduced even the target's mental state from afar. Lilem's jaw drops witnessing that display, realizing that both of their magic is on an entirely unreal level. Lugo instructs L to time his attack with him as he prepares an opening move to capture the fraud. Raising his hand firmly, the protagonist gives the signal to launch their coordinated offensive. He shoots a beam of blue light that cuts through the air like a swift magic rope toward the forest. The healer recognizes the spell immediately, remembering when Lugo used that very binding magic in the past. Dumanashpuan Koni confirms without taking his eyes off the target, praising the girl's good memory. El tracks the trajectory, fascinated by Lugo's incredible control as he navigates around obstacles via the shortest path. The magic rope pulls taut deep in the dense woods, indicating that the snare has cleanly caught the target. Yeonmage notices the Kimshim on the line and asks excitedly if the enemy has already been secured. With a mischievous, humphid smile on his face, the boy gets ready to deliver the finishing blow. Spinning his staff with mastery, El begins gathering an enormous amount of elemental energy in the sky. He channels the accumulated mana and calls down a thunderous lightning bolt that tears through the clouds with devastating power. Lugo extends his arm to shield Lilim from the shockwave and tells the young woman to step back for safety. With a sharp, relentless gaze, the young prodigy channels the electrical blast directly along the thread of mana. The surge of electricity travels down the blue rope like a gleaming serpent, striking the target with deadly accuracy. A deafening crash echoes through the forest as the lightning electrocutes the area where Lopos was hiding. Lugo scolds the boy for using excessive force, and El apologizes a bit sheepishly, saying he only reacted because it was an enemy. Pulling the magic rope as if reeling in a fishing line, the masked man decides to drag the prisoner over to the plaza. He drags the man along the ground right to the group's feet, exposing the invader's pitiful state. The mysterious Van Ma is motionless, completely tied up and giving off smoke after the overwhelming electric shock. Lilin Hashizu infers Lopos' identity and asks in fright if the fellow was taken out for good by the strike, but the fraud snaps awake in pure agony, screaming in distress from the pain of his injuries. With his face covered in soot, Lopos rants furiously, demanding respect and asserting that he is a noble royal shield mage. Unmoved by the tantrum, Lubo yanks the bindings and demands that the man show the official crest that verifies his title. The Churlden grits his teeth, cornered, while the masked man reminds him that impersonating a royal mage is a grave offense. To make matters worse for the imposter, Lugo points out that the magical energy around him radiates an unmistakable dark aura. The red eyes on the mask gleam with a menacing intensity, demanding immediate answers about his true motives. Breaking into a cold strailing of that crushing pressure, Lopos tremblingly asks who on earth that masked warrior is. Lugo brushes off the question and fires the demand right back, ordering the prisoner to reveal his real identity. Instead of backing down, the villain secretly gathers a sinister purple flame in the palm of his bound hands. In a burst of madness, he unleashes a torrent of dark fire and challenges the protagonist to experience the power of his magic firsthand. The fray blows straight at the masked man's face. Lord Nerickson screams a desperation, fearing for Lugo's safety against that treacherous strike, but El reacts in the blink of an eye, conjuring a massive surge of water and ice that completely swallows the flames. Lopos is left flabbergasted seeing his most powerful magic snuffed out with ease by a mere kid. The prodigy mage maintains control with the tip of his staff, leaving the enemy on his knees and completely trapped. Seeing the scene, Lilim breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it was great that El intercepted, since Lugo probably would have gone overboard in retaliation. The masked man yanks the magic rope in a single tug, shutting down any further chance of resistance from the prisoner. The bindings tighten around Lopos' chest, drawing a choked groan from the imposter. Lugo leans over the man and mocks him coldly, reminding him that the boy is a rank A adventurer and that a 2-bit crook stands no chance. The revelation lands like a bombshell on Lopos, whose eyes widen in disbelief at the young sorcerer's caliber. The protagonist tightens the mana bindings even further, pinning the man relentlessly against the ground. He steps closer and demands in a low, intimidating tone that the criminal explain everything calmly before things get worse. Even defeated, the imposter keeps a cynical grin on his face and scoffs, saying he has no obligation to answer. Having no base for Danes, Lugo warns that he will turn him over to the capital's guards on formal charges of identity fraud. The warrior stresses with a dark look that the fraud will not escape the crown's ultimate penalty, but Lopos seems entirely unfazed and taunts him back, telling them to go right ahead if they have the nerve. El watches the prisoner's arrogance and remarks in annoyance on how the guy manages to stay stubborn to the very end. Meanwhile, Lilin rests her hand on her chin, gripped by an uneasy feeling of distress that keeps growing in her chest. She recalls the mysterious figure at the clinic's doorway and suspects that the man's calm demeanor conceals something far more terrifying beneath it. Lilin suddenly gasps with wide eyes, letting out a shout as she notices something extremely suspicious. Intrigued by her reaction, El asks what happened, and the girl mentions that something felt off from the very beginning. She points directly at the prisoner, calling him by the name Ropos, which piques Lugo's curiosity. With a suspicious look, Lilin questions why he is not carrying his usual wand. That simple observation catches everyone off guard, while the bound man wears a chilling smile upon realizing he's been figured out. Lugo still considers the possibility that the wand was dropped along the way, but Lilim assures him she felt no trace of mana falling. She presses the point, reminding them that a mage of that standing would always carry multiple magical tools with him. Silence overtakes the masked man for a moment as he finally grasps the gravity of the situation. Without further hesitation, Lugo concludes out loud that the man before them is merely a clone. With a sinister, mocking expression, the fake Ropos confirms the deduction, ridiculing them for taking so long to notice. Sensing immediate danger, our protagonist violently yanks the rope to neutralize the target. Lugo places himself in front as a shield and yells for El and Lilim to fall back immediately. Charging full force toward the imposter, he prepares a devastating strike with a clenched fist. The punch lands squarely on the clone, striking the fake body with full force. The clone's destruction triggers a violent blast of magical smoke that shakes the ground all around. From within the dark smoke screen, Ropa's menacing voice echoes, asking what they think they can do now. The villain reveals that he has already scattered dozens of his replicas across every corner of that village. Hearing that puts Lilim and El on maximum alert given the massive scale of the invasion. The entity mocks the masked man, daring Lugo to try and figure out which one is the real body among the crowd. Keeping a cool head in the face of the threat, Lugo tells Lilim to run and rally all the adventurers in the area. Looking out over the village, the protagonist declares that this situation has officially escalated into a war. Lilim swallows her fear, nodding firmly to carry out the order without wasting any time. Shortly after, several armed adventurers are already gathered at the location, ready to receive Lugo's orders. The squad captain approaches the masked man, showing total readiness to act immediately. Raising his sword high, the warrior rallies his companions, announcing that they have urgent work ahead. The young fighters listen intently as the leader warns that imminent danger surrounds the entire village. He reminds everyone that this is the perfect time to repay the protection and aid they received from the village and from Lugo. The group answers with a roaring battle cry, promising to hunt down and find the real Ropos no matter what. Under the leader's command, the battalion of adventurers dashes off to sweep every corner of the territory. Watching the warriors march, the commander praises everyone's dependable stance, crediting their growth to Lugo's teachings. Right after, little Elle approaches the masked man to get his attention. Eager to help, the little girl asks for permission to also go after the enemy and take part in the search. However, Lugo says he has a far more important and specific role in mind for her. The protagonist then asks if she is able to use long-range projection magic. Elle is surprised that he knows about it, while Lugo mentions he deduced it from the Majin heritage she carries. The little mage turns thoughtful for a moment as she realizes his strategic intentions. She confirms that she has mastered the ability, though she does not yet fully understand how it will aid in the hunt. Without delay, Elle plants her staff in the ground and kneels, bringing her hands together to channel her magical power. Mar begins to manifest in the air, shaping a glowing, translucent sphere over the wand's crystal. Watching the bluish glow up close, Lilim is charmed by the soft beauty of the spell. Lugo steps in, saying the technique is much more than just pretty, as Elle gets ready for the next step. With her fingertips, the girl traces a shimmering magic circle in the air before everyone. From the center of the glowing ring, a magical dove made entirely of pure light and mana emerges. The bird begins circling around Lilim, who panics in a comical way while Elle bursts into laughter. Lugo tells his companion to stay calm and motions for her to look straight into the magic sphere on the staff. Looking into the globe of light, Lilim gasps upon seeing the clear reflection of her own face in real time. Holding hands and filled with curiosity, the girl asks in confusion how such an impressive trick works. Elle explains with a smile that the sphere broadcasts exactly everything the bird sees from above, revealing the usefulness of projection magic. The energy bird takes flight into the sky, securing complete aerial surveillance over the village's perimeter. With the plan in place, Lugo watches the bird ascend and prepares to coordinate the ground units with the aid of the magical vision. As the Mara dove cuts through the skies using projection magic to map out the entire area, Lugo states coldly, "You will use every resource available to hunt down and corner the real Ropos." The seaman puts to the northeastern sector of Azuma village, where the first search team is already in action. Or of Ropos' clones attempts a surprise ambush, hurling a blazing fireball at the adventurers. The young archer is startled for a fraction of a second seeing the flaming spell flying straight toward him. The clone wears a swub smile, thinking he has already secured the first takedown. But the boy reacts in the blink of an eye, holding his ground without stepping back an inch. Drawing his bowstring wrapped in roaring flames, he unleashes his special flaming shot technique. The fiery arrow shoots forward with devastating force, extinguishing the enemy's spell mid-flight. The strike hits the clone dead on, causing the fake body to burst into flames as it lets out a desperate scream. Relieved, the young archer wipes the sweat from his forehead and celebrates taking down the first imposter. In another area, the girl in the group charges forward riding a massive stone golem, crushing another clone with a heavy punch. Another adventurer keeps the pressure on and fires a powerful beam of light, neutralizing yet another copy attempting to flee. Further ahead, shadowy hands rise from the ground and immobilize another clone with total precision. The hooded mage of the group channels his spellcraft with cold composure, ignoring the fake Ropos' desperate pleas to be released. High above, the mana bird continues capturing each of the victories and broadcasting everything in real time. Through the images projected in the magic sphere, Lilim and the others follow the overwhelming efficiency of the adventurers on the field. Impressed by the one-sided rout, Lilim comments that she almost feels a bit of pity for the villain, while Elle is stunned remembering that group was supposedly only rank D. Witnessing that practical display of power makes the young mage realize the absurd level they are operating on. Assessing the youth's performance, Elle concludes that their strength has already far surpassed rank C, coming very close to the power of rank B adventurers. She asks if it was Lugo who trained them to become so strong, but the masked man modestly replies that he only provided a few basic pointers. Elle can hardly believe that high-tier spells are being cast so effortlessly after simple advice, to which Lugo replies that he merely unlocked their hidden potential. He adds that some of them did not even have an affinity for magic, something Lilim confirms by recalling that Garam, the swordsman leader, could not manipulate elemental mana. On the magical screen, the scene shows Garam sprinting at top speed after another clone fleeing through the forest. Realizing the imposter is too fast, the swordsman notes that he will not be able to catch him just by running. He then stops abruptly and drops into a low crouch, taking a firm stance for a quick draw strike. Taking a deep breath and focusing all his energy, the young man channels his power into the blade. With a swift and precise swing, Garam slashes his sword through the air, generating an enormous vacuum-cutting wave. The clone looks back in terror as he sees that slicing gale cutting through the wind straight at him. The technique strikes the target with pinpoint precision, splitting the clone's body cleanly in two on the spot. Seeing through the orb that even an ordinary swordsman without mana unleashed an absurd long-range attack, Elle is left utterly speechless in shock. The young mage asks if Garen learned all of that in just a few days, and Lugo casually replies that the boy simply needed a little nudge to unlock his potential. Seeing what the masked man accomplished with simple rookies in record time, Elle swallows hard and thinks to herself just how dangerous that man truly is. Lugo, on the other hand, remains completely focused on the mission, paying no mind to his own brilliance. Lilin leads toward Elle and whispers that she was thinking the exact same thing about the situation. However, Lilin's concern was something quite different. She asks why Ropaz's clones are being defeated so easily, leaving Elle baffled. Lugo rests his fan at his chin and agrees, explaining that at first he thought the invasion was meant to destroy Azima, but realized something was off. Watching the clones' behavior through the magical projection, it is obvious that they are merely trying to flee in opposite directions. The suspicious movement clearly indicates that the enemy is deliberately trying to draw attention. Lilin deduces on the spot that the clones are acting as deliberate decoys to draw the village's defense forces away. Lugo rests his hand on the girl's shoulder and confirms her reasoning, praising her sharp line of thought. Next, the protagonist raises his right hand to the sky and begins channeling his legendary gravity magic. In a matter of seconds, a massive spherical gravity barrier expands, enveloping the entire village of Azima. Elle is completely dumbfounded to witness a gravitational dome of that scale, something she has never seen in her entire life. Lilin is also left open-mouthed at the sheer scale of the power protecting the area against any escape or intrusion. The young Naeun compares the spell to Lord Ortram's own magic, concluding that Lugo's power might be even more impressive. Pulling the girl from her thoughts, Lugo turns and firmly orders her to accompany him from now on. A bit caught off guard by the sudden call, Elle agrees immediately, ready to follow him. She asks what the next move will be, and Lugo reveals that Ropaz's real body is hiding outside the walls, and that they will personally go put an end to him. Seeing that she was left out of the main mission, Lilin calls out to Lugo anxiously, asking what her task will be in all of this. Limo and Starfolio to tend to any injured villagers, warning her to be very careful. He places his hand on her shoulder, casting a protective spell and assuring her that it will keep her safe. A protective dome of gravity forms around the girl to shield her from any threat. Amazed and surprised, Lilin touches the invisible barrier and asks if that is an individual gravity shield. Lugo confirms, explaining that no ordinary human or standard monster could break through that defense. He asks her to wait there with an easy heart and without worrying about anything. Completely bashful with her cheeks blushing from the caring gesture, Lilin stammers and agrees. Seeing the girl's cute reaction, Elle simply watches the scene with a knowing little smile on her face. Lilin catches the look and calls out to Elle, who is already crouching down near the staff planted in the ground. The young mage manipulates mana and creates another glowing sphere of water over another wand. With a tiny bird of light perched on her fingers, Elle mentions that this sphere will allow Lilin to follow Lugo's every move. The little girl remarks playfully that now she truly will have no reason to worry about the masked man. A bit flustered, Lilin thanks her for the kindness, trying to cover up her embarrassment. She tried to cover herself by saying she was not necessarily worried about Lugo's strength but rather something else. Suddenly, Lilin stops mid-sentence upon noticing something unusual in Elle's expression. Noticing the fixed gaze, the young mage genuinely asks what is wrong. In truth, Lilin was concerned about Elle herself, not understanding why such a powerful rank A adventurer seems so insecure. Elle rubs her face, asking if there is dirt on it, and Lilin quickly denies it, apologizing for making her worry over nothing. The young mage gets a bit anxious, asking if she perhaps did something unnecessary with her magic. Lilin promptly reassures the girl, guaranteeing that it made her feel much more at ease, since now she will be able to see Lugo safe thanks to the bird. At that moment, Lilin recalls a previous warning from Lugo about letting him know if she ever saw an unfamiliar bird flying over the village. She begins connecting the dots, wondering if Lugo's real concern had always been tied to that very same technique. Don't ask when cuts to her thoughts by calmly promising that he will return soon. Looking into his eyes, she nods with a heart full of trust. Lugo then calls for Elle, and the little girl promptly answers ready to set out. The two sprint down the main path toward the outer gates, while Lilin watches them depart. The memory of the warning words about the suspicious bird keeps echoing in the young woman's mind. Sitting before the two glowing orbs, she tries to push away the bad feeling, hoping it is nothing serious. Through the magical viewer, she watches Lugo and Elle running side by side, finding comfort in the thought that the mage will look after him. The protagonist presses forward with steady, swift strides, focused on cutting off the true source of the trouble. Even so, Lilin decides that it does not hurt to stay on guard as a precaution while remaining alone in the clearing. Suddenly, Timia appears out of nowhere behind Lilin, peering at the two spheres with pure curiosity. The shock is so great that Lilin nearly leaps backward, shouting Timia's name while the newcomer asks her to relax. The orange-haired girl explains that she finished checking on everyone's safety in the village and ran over to deliver the report, asking where Lugo is. Lilin points toward the exit and informs her that the masked man just left past the village walls. Glancing at the magic broadcast, Timia immediately recognizes the projection magic, leaving Lilin impressed by her knowledge. Timia admits that she only knew the technique in theory and that this is her first time seeing it in action, finding it remarkably practical. Excited, the little girl begins shouting Lugo's name in front of the sphere until Lilum warns her that the projection only transmits visuals and no sound. Looking at the second flowing screen, Timia notices that the image shows the swordsman Garam chasing down an enemy. On the broadcast, Garam lands a heavy blow on the clone, proudly shouting that this is the sword style inherited from Master Kitten. Seeing the one-sided beating the clone took, the two even comment, a bit shocked, that they almost feel bad for the prisoner. Changing the subject, Lilum asks if all the village residents were found and are out of harm's way. Timia's eyes widen as she remembers the main message she had come to deliver with such urgency. She drops the bombshell, revealing that the village chief of Azima has simply vanished without a trace. The news strikes Lilum hard, making the girl turn pale with concern immediately. Timia explains that Marf's elite squad has already been dispatched to investigate, but fears are high since the old man suffers from severe back and leg problems. Trying to keep hope alive, Lilum says he will be fine, reminding her that all the adventurers are giving their all and that Lugo is hunting down the enemy leader. Timia finally understands why Lugo and El ran outside the village walls, and Lilum confirms with a relieved smile. The orange-haired girl begins cheering and hopping in front of the orb, wishing the masked man good luck, making Lilum remind her again that he cannot hear a thing. Meanwhile, cutting through the dense forest outside, Lugo and El press forward at high speed on Ropos's trail. Suddenly, a colossal monstrous bear with energized claws emerges from the trees, roaring ferociously. Through the magical orb, Lilum and Timia instantly panic, shouting for Lugo to be careful. But even before the beast can strike, Lugo knocks it out with a single blow, passing right by without slowing his pace. Ordinary with a sigh of relief thinking it was a close call, but Timia notices that the masked man did not even consider it a threat. The two continue riding down the trail, but are soon ambushed by more bizarre creatures leaping from the woods. An entire swarm of giant wasps appears behind them, buzzing loudly, causing Lilum to shout in panic about the danger from behind. Showing not a shred of fear, little Elle swings her crystal staff in a clean arc. She releases a devastating electrical discharge, shocking the entire swarm out of the air all at once. Lugo seizes the opening and crushes a other armored beast with a heavy punch, drawing excited cheers from Timia. The two Teen full focus on their advance, carving a path through the forest without giving the enemies a break. But that is when a colossal centipede creature, with a gleaming red crystal on its head, blocks their path while radiating a heavy aura. The beast opens its jaws lined with sharp teeth, revealing multiple glowing, hungry eyes. Facing that massive monster, the young mage steps forward without hesitation. The centipede lunges with all its might to swallow her in a single ferocious bite. Watching the scene through the orb, Lilum lets out a terrified scream for her friend's safety. With impressive agility, Elle slides underneath the deadly strike, causing the monster to bite empty ground. At that very moment, the tip of her staff begins gathering an enormous concentration of cutting magic. Positioning herself in the blind spot of the monster's carapace, she prepares the finisher. With a single devastating magical strike, Elle slices the colossal creature from end to end. The giant centipede collapses lifelessly, while the young mage walks calmly through the lingering magical residue. Looking directly into the projection, Elle flashes a peace sign with her fingers and gives a cute wink to reassure the girls. Timia admits that the girl is remarkably skilled, while Lilum remarks that it is the monsters she is starting to feel bad for now. The QSA man is something odd and questions why there is such an absurd amount of beasts gathered in that spot. She explains that even for a dense forest, that density and extreme aggression from monsters in broad daylight makes zero biological sense. In the scare's image, new packs of wolves and beasts continue surrounding Lugo and Elle from all sides. As he knocks out another bear with ease, Lugo reflects that this abnormal number of creatures can only be another trick orchestrated by Ropos. Elle keeps supporting the masked man, fending off the wolves trying to close in from the flanks. In the end, the mountain of defeated beasts on the ground proves that the entire ambush amounts to nothing more than a minor nuisance for the duo. Seeing that fighting every single creature will only waste time, Lugo tells Elle that they will pick up the pace to the maximum to cut straight through. The two sprint at high speed down the trail, leaving the remaining monsters in the dust behind them. Watching the little girl run, Lilum remembers that ever since Lord Luke disappeared, Elle never stopped training her magic rigorously. Lilum comments warmly that her former master would surely be very proud to see his pupil's fantastic growth. However, a dark memory from Elle's childhood surfaces, recalling a harsh piece of advice that Lord Ortram gave her in the past. Lilum and Timia find it strange to hear mention of the great sage Ortram during the memories. Timia's eyes widen, remembering that Ortram was none other than one of the legendary members of the heroine Rudy's party. In the memory, the sage's stern voice stated that to save the majority, one must possess unshakable conviction. He preached coldly that a true guardian must never hesitate to sacrifice a few innocents if it secures the ultimate victory. Suddenly, the projection shows a gigantic, terrifying sphere of pure destructive magic gathering before Elle's staff. Lilum turns pale with terror, frantically asking what the girl intends to do with a spell of that scale. Timia goes into full panic and screams at the screen, pleading for Elle to stop that madness right away. With a disturbingly calm expression, Elle murmurs that all of them, the fairy queen Lilum, and even Lugo have grown far too strong. She coldly concludes that the presence of such powerful individuals has become a direct obstacle to the success of her secret mission. With a chillingly grim smile on her face, the young mage decides that the only logical solution is to eliminate every single one of them. Lilin and Timia freeze in pure terror, unable to believe the little girl's sudden betrayal. The devastating blast drops in a direct line toward Lugo, about to vaporize the protagonist from behind. The blinding flash illuminates Lugo's mask, who senses the lethal strike at the very last millisecond. The scene then cuts abruptly to the past, revealing the interior of a lavish castle where a hooded man kneels before an authority figure. The kneeling man is none other than the real Ropos Albedos in his days as a loyal servant. The ruler addresses Ropos, acknowledging his extraordinary talent as an enchanter, and issues a direct, irrevocable order, to Ropos to lure and bring every single resident of Azuma village straight into that castle. Ropos asks if he is referring to that legendary village where monsters and humans live in complete harmony, and the ruler confirms it. The mage notes that if it is just a formal invitation, the villagers will likely accept without resisting, but ponders potential hurdles. The ruler acknowledges that there will certainly be those who try to interfere and disrupt the court's plans. Intrigued, Ropos echoes the word with suspicion, hearing the direct confirmation from his master. Without any hesitation, the man coldly orders that anyone who crosses their path be executed without mercy. Ropos finds that Mayu's somewhat harsh and notes that he is merely an enchanter, admitting that handling all of that alone would be too taxing. The master reassures him by saying he will send his own disciple to assist him, but Ropos questions whether that is wise, since his enchantment methods are far too extreme. He lists his dark spells of pain nullification, induced euphoria, forced transformation, and body duplication. With a sinister smile, he warns that depending on the host body's endurance, the person might end up breaking down completely. Unmoved by the grim warning, the sage simply utters the name of his disciple Elclair. Upon hearing that name, Ropos' eyes widen in genuine astonishment. He smirks wickedly, remembering that Elclair is a prodigy rank A adventurer and a former teammate of the renowned Lucathide. Ropos asks in excitement if he is truly referring to that girl blessed with the mage's blessing, possessor of immeasurable arcane power. The ruler grants free rein without showing a trace of remorse, telling the enchanter to use her however he sees fit until she breaks entirely. Blended by fanaticism and madness, Ropos bows in ecstasy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for that dreadful opportunity. Back in the present, the scene reveals a massive, smoking crater in the forest ground following the detonation of the spell. The mana bird glides gently through the air while the young mage gazes upon the destruction wrought by her magic. Ropos' triumphant voice echoes through the projection bird, praising El for the devastating attack and declaring that the black masked warrior could not have survived. With chilling detachment, El asks Ropos what their next move should be. The villain explains that the original plan was to unleash the horde of monsters upon the village, but admits that she and Lugo wiped out all the creatures ahead of time. He emphasizes that the entire setup served exclusively to make that powerful masked man drop his guard and get caught off guard. Without the beasts at their disposal, Ropos states that they will have to rely on the overwhelming power of a true mage to finish the job. The girl listens carefully, echoing the mention of the class with neutral calm. Ropos rants that she is the most powerful mage of all and will serve as the perfect weapon for the cleanup. He commands El to personally wipe out every single one of those annoying adventurers who dared to step in their path. The enchanter also demands that she burn away all the wind spirits soaring through the skies. As for the innocent residents of Azima, the order is to bind them all and drag them by force as captives to the royal capital. Hearing the summary of the entire mission, the girl simply confirms the details, while the villain insists that such a task will be child's play for someone of her rank. Ropos grows suspicious for a second, asking in a taunting tone if she perhaps grew attached to the fairy queen and the sweet apothecary. El simply remains in absolute silence, keeping an impassive and unreadable gaze. The magical bird keeps talking endlessly into the young mage's ear. He asks with scorn whether taking on two blessed individuals at once would be too much trouble even for her. With deep disdain in her eyes, El coldly fires back that people like that are nothing more than small fry before her magic. Pleased for the answer, Ropos gives the order for the real onslaught to begin at once. But right at that moment, the heavy sound of footsteps snapping dry twigs echoes directly behind the young girl. The bird finds the sudden hesitation odd and asks what happened, but El simply freezes without saying a word. Cold sweat runs down the mage's forehead as she mutters in disbelief that this should be impossible. Lugo's calm and imposing voice emerges from the shadows, remarking that he seemed to hear her talking to someone and noting that projection magic does not carry audio. Trying to mask her panic, she explains that it is a different kind of magic, where crests engraved on the tongue and eardrum allow two people to converse across distances. She stares down the masked man with narrowed eyes, trying to figure out what he truly knows. Through the arcane transmitter, Ropos panics on the other end, shouting in confusion to know who the girl is talking to. Fascinated by the mechanics, Lugo praises the spell and notes how the world's magic still holds endless possibilities. Losing her patience and dropping the act, El asks with anger in her eyes why he is still standing after that devastating strike. The masked man steps out before her with his clothes lightly singed from the blast, but without a single scratch on his body. In a tone heavy with disappointment, our protagonist laments that such a young child stooped to committing such a deep betrayal. Ropos completely loses his temper over the transmission, frantically asking if Elle had truly landed the lethal spell dead on. Trembling with frustration, the mage guarantees that she delivered the blow with maximum precision and that missing was impossible. Beside himself, the villain demands to know how the man is still breathing and screams for her to finish him off once and for all. Irritated by the shouting, Elle slams her staff against the ground, making magical sparks fly, saying she needs no orders to do what must be done. Channeling all her destructive power, the little girl brings her palms together and prepares to unleash her ultimate magic against the masked man. Focusing her energy to the absolute limit, streams of blue mana begin wrapping around Elle's arms and legs in a brilliant vortex. Watching the transformation, Lugo immediately recognizes the girl's combat stance. The masked man remarks that this is her true fighting style, far from being just an ordinary rearguard mage. Elle equips magic wands onto both her arms and legs, drawing out the full potential of the mage's blessing for hand-to-hand combat. She proudly reveals that her true class is that of a magic brawler, specializing in close quarters brawling amplified by spells. She recalls that she developed that unique style to honor the legacy and will of the late Lord Luke Othide, whom she admired so much. Seeing the little warrior's resolve, Lugo decides that he must also fight with full seriousness. Raising his fists into a guard stance, the protagonist warns that he will not go easy in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, back at the village, Lilim and Timia continue watching everything closely through the magic orbs. Suddenly, the magical screen broadcasting Lugo's fight goes completely dark, leaving Timia in shock. The little girl panics seeing the feed cut out right as Elle began fighting Lugo. Lilim tries to stay calm, saying she trusts Lugo's unwavering strength but she cannot hide her distress. A tense silence falls over the area as both fear what might happen to the two of them. Unable to just sit and watch nothing, Timia stands up, determined to run to the battlefield. But before she can take a single step, a colossal pillar of golden energy erupts on the horizon beyond the walls, tearing through the skies with a deafening roar. Feeling the terrifying pressure of that detonation, both realize immediately that such absurd power belongs to only one person.